Well, welcome to the Utilita Bowl just outside of Southampton, where we are just minutes away from getting underway. Day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 fixture between Hampshire and Worcestershire. And I think it probably isn't an understatement to say that Day 1 totally belonged to the visitors here. We were treated to some wonderful batting, especially from Adam Hose, and Worcestershire will resume this morning in their first innings on 456 for 3, highest runs scored on Day 1 by any side who batted first yesterday. So they're in a great position. Your commentary team today is myself, Kevin James. A little later you will hear from former Hampshire Women's player Gemma Green. We've got Simon Hughes, the analyst, back with us. He'll be with us just before lunch. But we're stuck with him. He's back for another day. It's from BBC Hereford and Worcester, David Bradley. How are you, Dave?
I'm good, thanks, mate. Thank you for that fine introduction. I was booked into the hotel, so I thought I might as well just walk up the road, and keep you company. For what is going to be another hot day. Yesterday morning was nice here. There was a bit of cloud, bit of mist, and it was all right. But today there is not a cloud in the sky. Oh, there's a bit of a wispy one somewhere over the sea, but it's going to be what a scorcher, as they say. So it's going to be a hot old day here again today. But we had some hot old cricket yesterday as well. Adam Howe's innings was something very special. He didn't give a chance until just before he got out, and he edged one down to third man, and then a couple of overs later he edged one into the slips. But what an innings, all sorts of records. Actually, all sorts of records were on his horizon. It was the highest score by a batsman in the number 4 position in Worcestershire history. Brett D'Oliveira got 237 off the top of my head at Oxford University, but a splendid innings. And he was chasing down the 303 that Graham Hicks scored, highest score ever for a Worcestershire player. It was the highest score in county championship by a visiting player on this ground, and it rather I didn't overshadow, but Jake Libby was there all day on a very hot day, 137, great concentration. On another day he would have been the hero, wouldn't he? But not that he wasn't a hero yesterday, but he was kind of a sub-hero.
Hardly got a mention.
Yeah. In fact, I was waiting to talk to Adam Hose after he came down the steps. And I said, "What have you done? What have you been doing today, Jake? You've been here." But yeah, a fine innings from him, and of course he's still there this morning with the overnight watchman Adam Finch, as the players stride out towards the middle.
Yes, 4th highest score ever on this ground, 1 behind Zach Crawley, who hit 267 for England against Pakistan during COVID year, when all those games were played behind closed doors.
Yeah.
The test matches here. So yes, yesterday morning we had some cloud cover, which meant that the sun wasn't out until probably nearer lunch. Right now it's out, and there is virtually total blue sky. So it's set to be another scorcher. Hampshire will be hoping that they're not spending most of today in the field. It'd be interesting to see what Worcestershire do, because the way they played yesterday, they've really battered themselves into a seriously good position, albeit the wicket is doing Z-all. Z-all? Nothing. Where does that come from? And I just made up a new phrase here.
The Zen generation.
Yes, I just made up something. And but not taking anything away from the batting, it was superb. The only problem from a Hampshire point of view was that, and it was admitted by Dominic Kelly last night when I spoke to him, that they probably collectively should have kept the scoring rate down lower than it was. As it was, Worcestershire scored yesterday at a fraction under 5 and over. It really doesn't matter how hard things are out there. It's difficult to keep control of anything if a side is scoring at 96 overs at just under 5 and over. So here's Kyle Abbott coming in. First ball of the morning, bowls to Jake Libby, who's leaving that one outside of off stump. So the task for today is for Hampshire really to be a little more boring with the ball than they were yesterday. And for Worcestershire, I think they're eyeing just 1 innings here, aren't they? There's no point in them batting again.
What, they're looking at 600?
At minimum, I would have thought, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Well, the way they were going yesterday, 600 would probably be mid-afternoon.
Yeah. Yes, of course, with Adam Hose getting out late last night, the scoring rate might for a while just be a fraction lower as that's turned to mid-wicket, and there is no run. But yeah, taking nothing away from Jake Libby. It was the perfect partnership.
Yeah.
Adam Hose providing the entertainment, Jake Libby the silent partner, but still effective. And they put on 395 for the third wicket, and yet it wasn't a record fourth wicket stand for Worcestershire against Hampshire. There won't be too many times you'll see a partnership of 395 not actually make the actual headlines. As Abbott comes in, forward is Libby. That goes out to Gubbins in the covers. So yes, a day that thoroughly belonged to Worcestershire, and if they play the right way today, they will be in an even more commanding position at some point.
Yeah, yesterday they started quite well. Hampshire picked up a couple of wickets, didn't they?
Yes.
Full of old well. But then when the change bowlers came on, the pressure went off almost immediately.
Zabbott's in, bowls, and Libby pushes forward out towards mid-off. Yeah, it was. There was too many bowlers. Let's be honest. There was too many bowlers that were going for too many runs per over. Basically, you've got Abbott bowling now, less than 4 and over. Liam Dawson, less than 3.5 and over. But some of the other bowlers, James Fuller over 5s, Scott Curry over 7s, Dominic Kelly over 5s. It's very difficult to have some sort of control as that's pushed up to mid-on by Libby.
Yeah, of course. On the other hand, a couple of wickets this morning. Puts a different. As we bore people by saying, add 2 wickets to any score. Worcestershire lost 2 or 3 this morning. Be a different story. That would stop them pushing on towards a declaration target, you would think.
We shall see. This Kookaburra ball seems to be very predictable, isn't it, in terms of the batters having control over the bowlers. Let's play back to Abbott. It's a maiden to get things underway on day 2, which means Worcestershire remain on their total of 456 for 3.
Yeah, good first over, apart from the first ball which Jake Libby was able to let go. He had to play at every ball, and that's what Hampshire need to do. Get him to play at every ball. Bowl straight.
That's all the game is. It's that simple.
It is.
Just bowl straight.
Just bowl straight, yeah. And if you're batting, stop the straight one.
That's right.
Adam Finch is going to face up. Came in as Nightwatchman last night. Faced 7, did his job because he got a single off the first ball he received, and then played out the last over. So, and we have seen in the past, of course, Nightwatchman. I've seen Nightwatchman get centuries in the past.
Ooh. As you were saying last night, that if you were a Nightwatchman, you'd be padded up and willing the captain to send you in.
Full of holes. Forward comes Finch, plays the ball very gently out on the offside. Not as many in today as yesterday, crowd-wise. Working day, of course, today. And maybe some people looked at the score yesterday and thought, not sure I'm going to bother to go along to see that. But because this is the game of cricket, it may not go as we think it will. Because if we knew what was going to happen, we wouldn't bother turning up. Fuller in bowls. Finch, oh, he's wiped that away. Where's that gone? That's gone for 6. He's just lifted that. That was, for me, that was not a bad delivery, but he's just lifted it over mid-wicket for 6. So I'll take another look at that. It's probably a bit short, but it's not that short. And I don't know, maybe Adam Finch has been given licence this morning to go out there and clatter it around, but second ball he's received today, he's dumped it over deep mid-wicket.
For a man that averages 17 with the bat in first-class cricket, that was an amazing shot.
Next ball, he's smashed. Well, this has gone off the back foot. He's cracked this one through the covers for 4. These were as good a shots as we saw yesterday, weren't they? That was short and wide, but
Yeah,
He's climbed into it.
He has. I mean, he's played it very nicely. But if I'm honest, the first ball probably didn't deserve what it got.
Yeah, that was.
If I'm honest, that one did.
It was a bit long hoppish, wasn't it? Yeah. But I'd be interested to see if he. Maybe they've said to him, "United Watchman, go out there, smack it around. Let's get a proper batsman in. Let's see where we get to." 466 for 3 is where we've got to, or where Worcestershire have got to. So Fuller in, and this time it's a better ball and a bit of proper cricket as it's pushed back down the track. The ball actually follows James Fuller as he's walking back to his bowling mark, but he doesn't bother to pick it up because he's the bowler, and the bowler doesn't pick the ball up. Somebody else must do that, should do that for him. The drone of a light plane above us. Yeah, I suspect wherever you're listening in the UK or watching in the UK, your skies are pretty much the same as they are here. Cloudless.
Above us.
Above us, yes. Here's the next one, which is turned away by Finch to just in front of square on the leg side. He's going to pick up a single. One more to the Worcestershire total. Who's that? Dom Kelly fielding out there, methinks.
Yeah.
467 for 3. Few records on the horizon for Worcestershire if they get that far, because it's cricket, you never know. 538 for 2 in 1997 was the second highest score Worcestershire against Hampshire. 547 all out in 1903. Neither of those games on this current ground. Here's Libby turning the ball away, back with a square on the leg side. They're only going to get one. Once again, it's Dom Kelly out there doing the fielding. End of the over. And at the end of it, Worcestershire are 468 for 3.
It's a big over, that one. That's undone the first good over by Abbott. Talking about trying to keep pressure on the batters. It's just gone for too many runs. What's that gone for? That's gone for 12.
Yeah.
So what other records are on the horizon then, Bradders? Because I can't wait.
There are many. Some have been surpassed, but as I say, they get to 547.
Yeah.
That was in 1903. 538 for 2 declared was the innings that we talked about yesterday. Graham Hick got 303.
Libby's pushing forward to Abbott. That's a great diving stop at short mid-wicket. It's pressed in there. Just pushing it off to mid-on.
8 bowlers used yesterday in the
Yes.
end,
No Brown, no Ali Orr, and the only other one that didn't bowl, Fletcher Middleton. There you go. And I can't say I've ever seen either of those 3 bowl. So here's Abbott in again then, bowls, and maybe just pushes that into the covers.
Well, he's at square leg at the moment, Ali Orr, but he spent most of yesterday in the vast open spaces on the deep mid-wicket or deep extra cover boundary, didn't he?
He did.
He was out there all day. He had no friends at all out there. Nobody to talk to. Nobody to discuss the day with. So he got home and never stopped talking last night. He was just glad for somebody to talk to.
In comes Abbott from the pavilion end again then, over the wicket. Libby again gets a length ball, which he just eases out into the covers. This is a good start from Abbott this morning. 9 balls he's bowled and hasn't conceded a run. We are well over to the right here at the Utilita Bowl with the wicket. Well over to the west side of the ground. I mentioned it yesterday, but if you're new to the game, this wicket was last used in 2022 against Lancashire for a championship game. On the last day, Hampshire looking for wickets and it rained. Otherwise, I think they might just have sneaked a win as that's played out. First runs off the bat of Abbott. And
Is that Nick Gubbins there?
yes.
Yeah, good lad. Stop the ball with his foot.
Good.
Yeah, good lad.
Well, it's been a long day in the field yesterday. I should imagine 1 or 2 feeling a little stiff.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the first runs of the morning. Oh no, second run of the morning for Jake Libby. He moves on to 139. We are into the 99th over here. I think Hampshire are looking at another Good session in the field. That's driven out to mid-off. That's a good stop by Dawson. I think they could be fielding well into the afternoon here if they don't pick up wickets. And with today set to be even hotter than yesterday, a day and a half or so in the field is not ideal.
He's off.
Oh, he's gone out to
into the distance.
His favourite area.
Into the Ponderosa.
Yeah.
Won't be seen till lunchtime. Oh, he hasn't gone all the way back yet.
It's a long way, isn't it, to the left? Not so far away to our right. Abbott's to Finch, who's forward. And it's gone out in the cover. So just one run off that Abbott over. 469 for 3 are Worcestershire. We mentioned earlier that, yes, Worcestershire, of all the teams that batted in Division 1 and Division 2 yesterday, scored the most runs, which reflects well on Worcestershire and perhaps not quite so well on Hampshire.
It's yeah, it's tough. It's tough, gritty. What do they call it? In the dirt, county cricket. Scrambling in the dirt, trying to get some wickets.
Yeah, sometimes you have to be prepared to put in the hard yards as a bowler.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're prepared to do it. It's just that sometimes you have to be a little boring as well, which probably doesn't suit a lot of modern day cricketers.
This is Fuller bowling to Jake Libby, and Libby turns the ball away off his hip, back of the square, just in front of the square on the leg side, for a single. Tilak Varner, who was at slip, has been sent out onto the cover point boundary. So we've got one slip. In fact, he's coming in to save the single now, Varner. Mid-off, extra cover. Third man, fine leg, deep square on the boundary, mid-wicket, mid-on. Away goes Fuller. And this time, he's gone, caught behind. A big flash outside the off stump. And the Nightwatchman departs. And Fuller gets his third wicket of the innings, and Worcestershire are 470 for 3. He made 12, Adam Finch, caught by Brown, the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, if you're watching the live picture feed here, you'll watch the replay here. Bowls, it's a little wide, and he's had a little flash at that one, and just the thinnest of edges.
Not much foot movement on it.
No, it's just trying to hit through the line of the ball, and perhaps a little too full to be playing a shot like that. You're never quite sure about the bounce of the ball. And Finch, the Nightwatchman, doesn't last too long this morning. In fact, he lasted just 12 minutes.
But he enjoyed himself.
Oh, he certainly did. And we enjoyed that shot over mid-wicket.
We did.
That was a shot.
Yeah.
That was a shot. It's a T20 shot, if ever we've seen one, and it was a proper shot as well. So, James Fuller's doing what he did in the first hour yesterday. Pick up wickets. Maybe he's the bowler that you bowl in the first hour and then say, don't worry about the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Have the rest of the day off.
Ethan Brooks on his way to the middle for Worcestershire. And I suppose that you could say the dismissal of the Nightwatchman won't really alter any plans that they had for the day, but it's probably the sort of day when they're just going to go out and have a look, see where we are at lunch, see where we are mid-afternoon. Because they quite a rate yesterday, well, certainly Adam Hose did, there's no need to push on. We're well advanced in the game. Well, from a Worcestershire point of view. So Fuller with 3. Oh, he's got his 100 up. I missed that. 3 for 100. Away he goes, bowling to Ethan Brooks, and Brooks is forward defensively, plays back down the pitch. Bowler on the follow through, sticks out a right hand and does his own fielding. Change in the field, obviously, for a new batsman. Couple of slips in now. Backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. That man in front of square on the leg side, about 5-6 metres from umpire Ian Blackwell, and a fine leg. There's no shade to be found. Fuller in bowls, Brooks forward. He's going to get off the mark here, just nudging it off leg stump. They're going to come back for 2, and it's a comfortable 2 in the end. Thought they were going to be rushed a little bit, but the ball was a little bit wider of the fielder down there, who I think it's Dom Kelly down there, and they are back for a couple. So Brooks off the mark, and Worcestershire 472 for 4. I must admit, after play last night, as Fuller is in and bowls, this is played by played by Brooks, forced off the back foot, but good tumbling stop by Gubbings at extra cover, prevents any runs. I just got back into my billet, which does have air conditioning, which is beautiful. I set it yesterday at about 17, I think. Got back in, just sat there and thought, it's a bit chilly in here. But it was lovely. Yeah, stood under the shower for 10 minutes.
Well, you look suitably refreshed when I was coming out of the hotel and you were walking in.
Yeah, you did a long day, mate, yesterday.
It's just normal for me, that.
Give the BBC their money's worth. Fuller in bowls and turned away. Not quite sure that was exactly where Ethan Brooks was aiming, but his ball's gone down to fine leg. Looked as if his bat was fairly straight to me, but he's got probably about a third of it onto the ball. And that is the end of the over. 473 for 4. Groundsman is cutting the outfield on the nursery away to our left, which has been watered. It was watered again last night in the nursery. Got the sprinklers on it, but it soon dried out this morning, enough for the groundsman to skim the outfield.
Looks a bit parched, doesn't it, on the area just in front of that pavilion over there? It's very brown. Yes, you looked like a new man last night, having gone back to your hotel and got suitably refreshed. Yeah.
Suitably cooled down.
I thought that's not the same man that I saw in about 100-degree heat in the gantry about 3 hours before that. As that's pushed out on the onside by Brooks, started when you were over from Abbott.
You were tired then, weren't you?
Yeah, it was just hot, wasn't it?
Oh, mate. I mean, we shouldn't complain, but we do. Mainly because we're not used to it, are we, in this country? We just, you know, it's the sort of day, if you've got air conditioning in your car, you'll go and start it up and drive around for 2 hours just to cool down. Done that a few times in Spain when it was ridiculous. It's 40 degrees in some places on the continent.
Can you imagine that? Well, I'm not sure I can imagine that.
You wouldn't go out anyway.
But into Brooks, who's forward. Goes up to Dawson at mid-off. Yes, even the receptionists at the hotel were concerned this morning.
Oh, right.
Saying, how was it up there yesterday? And I said, well, it could have been cooler. Yeah. And they said, how will it be today? And I said, well, it'll probably be even hotter. And that was the end of the conversation.
Oh, if you care to bring us up a refreshing drink.
Well, this is it. I was hoping they might say, oh, don't worry, we'll look after you guys. But there was nothing forthcoming. First email of the morning from Stephen Clark, inevitably from Stephen Clark. He was up in the Shane Warne stand as ever, as Abbott brings Brooks forward. Goes back up towards, straight past the stumps. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk is our new email from now on. If you want to get in touch with us, I know Bradders has got his X account, we'll come to that in a moment. But Steve says, welcome back, and we can hear you today. He's listening on the in-ground commentary, which was up and down yesterday, had to be said. Which is obviously nothing to do with us here. It's just the equipment.
Oh yeah, it's leaving us.
Yeah. Here's Abbott, and Brooks plays that very late, and it's running down towards third man, and it's going to beat Fletcher Middleton to the rope. And that's 4 runs, 477 for 4. Steve says, Neil's still missing, that's one of his friends, from the ranks of the Shane Warne Wrinklies, which they call themselves as a group. He expects to be with us on Sunday for the T20 doubleheader. So you only have Chris and me to put up with today, says Steve. Give the Worcestershire batters their due. They took their chance yesterday. I feel that our bowling attack is diminished by a long injury list, but let's hope for some early wickets so that we can get batting. And then he's talking about the weather, and then he's managed to weave the word snow into it, which this weather is a pretty good effort, to be honest. Here comes Abbott. Oh, he's left alone and he's bowled. Abbott's first wicket comes in the 20th over, and Ethan Brooks, that's a mistake. I'm not sure if that's actually come back, if at all, because we've seen very few of those. But let's watch it again. Here's the replay, and Abbott bowls. Well, it's angled in more than nips back. There may be a fraction amount of nip, but no more. I think that's a bit of a mistake. Brooks goes for 7. Yeah,
just a misjudgment there. And as we were saying, had 2 wickets to any score. Right. While the batsmen are changing over, I'm going to change over with Gemma, who's going to come and accompany my very good friend Mr. Kevin James.
So 2 wickets in the first 20 minutes this morning. We had 2 wickets in the first 55 minutes yesterday, and then had to wait about 6.5 hours after that. And I'm sure Hampshire will be pulling their hair out if they... Oh, it's broken a stump according to Dave Bradley, that one. So there will be... There it is, the stump is being relayed back towards the tunnel area. Welcome, Gemma Green.
Morning, Kev.
You've seen 2 wickets.
I know what we were doing yesterday.
Describing everything but. In fact, when there was appeal, we all looked surprised and looked at each other because we hadn't heard an appeal for hours, let alone a wicket. 5 appeals all day. Bradders has got all the stats.
Wow.
I reckon he's been talking to somebody. I know Bradders very well, and there is absolutely no way that he comes out with all these stats normally. Oh, he asks. Is that what? So Bradders has been around doing his... What he does very well is he does ask people. He talks to people. He's a dying breed, is Mr. Bradley. People don't do that anymore. They just email people. Email. You just email people. That's what you do now. You don't talk to people anymore.
Right, Roderick has come out to the middle. We're still waiting for that middle stump that apparently has been broken in 2. Umpire's coming in with a fresh stump. That's satisfying as a seamer, isn't it, Kev? When the stump breaks.
It is.
I mean, I imagine.
It makes you feel as though you... Well, you're a keeper, aren't you? So, but yeah, I guess as a bowler, it makes you feel like you've still got some pace.
Absolutely. He's just taken his guard now. Yeah, 2 wickets this morning. Nice fun session for Adam Finch coming in as Nightwatchman. Smack a 6, hit a 4, and go back and rest until you have to bowl. Perfect situation. As Abbott's in for the pavilion end, and that's forward defence. Just back to the bowler, sees that one off, and that's the end of the over. Worcestershire are 477 for 5.
Well, if you think there's any let-up in this Worcestershire batting lineup, Gareth Roderick, I think he was opening up until fairly recently. He's a very good player indeed, but he's another one that's been struggling for Worcestershire, averaging just 15 coming into this game. He's a better player than that. His career average is 32. And in this game here last year in September, hit 94 in the Worcestershire first innings, opening the batting. So he's going to take a bit of dislodging. Libby is, well, he's hardly put a foot wrong.
Yeah, he's on strike now. James Fuller's going to continue. Is this my over, Kev?
Well, you finished off mine, but you can have this one.
Okay. No worries. So, yeah, umpires just... square leg umpire's going over to point. I don't know if that's a visibility issue with the sun, or... Not sure, but he's on his way, and Fuller's just marshalling his troops in the field. He's moving a deep backward square, even further behind square as he comes in for his first ball of the over. As a short pitch ball worked away down to that leg side fielder, he's just moved and singled to Libby's total.
Email here from Paul Williams, who's in Portugal. You were talking, Bradders, he's just next to me actually, even though he's not on comms, about how the temperatures are going very high in Europe. He's in Portugal. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, Lita and I are already hiding in a darkened room, as today it will get to 42 degrees. He's already done the watering in the garden. 42, Portugal.
42, as Fuller's in again. And length ball just pushed back to him, no run. Yeah, we don't fare well in the heat here, do we? Sort of moan for 10 months of the year that it's too cold,
yeah,
and then when it gets like this we all sort of wither away. But yeah, 42 in Portugal, next level. Why do you think the umpire has come? Is it just because they're playing on the leg side? He's come over to point. I can't see
there's a fielder square,
a sun issue.
Farmer.
Yeah, and that one's again on leg stump, full delivery, whipped away down to fine leg, another single.
Yeah, Varma's kind of like a deepish short leg, isn't he? About 3 wickets away. Has he got a helmet on? Can't quite quite set.
Don't think he
No,
has.
no, he's probably just in an area where he doesn't need it. I think any closer he would. I'm going to clip off the legs and get some good reactions.
Absolutely. Used to be, was it Jason Roy? No, who was it that, James Taylor for England before he had his heart troubles and that.
Yes.
But he made that position his own, didn't he? There's Fuller again in, and another line and length delivery. Just played back to mid-off and no run. 2 singles off this Fuller over. He's bowling a little bit better now. His first over, he was obviously bowling to the Nightwatchman, but there was a bit of width and short stuff on offer, which was dealt with accordingly, but he's honed in his line and length now. As he's in again with Libby on strike. And that's a good ball. There's a quarter of an appeal there as it hits Libby on the pads, but nothing more. Libby's currently on 141. So what do you think of it? I mean, I don't know anything about seam bowling. I've never bowled a seam delivery in my life. But you've been talking to me about the Kookaburra ball, and obviously I wasn't here yesterday, but you were saying that we did bowl 3 balls in the same place. Do these bowlers look for something extra in that? Because, so Fuller in again, another good line and length and just seen off by Libby. Is it they go searching for something, so is that why they're sort of a bit more?
Yeah, I think that it's a combination of a few things. I think they did. I think they went looking for it a little bit, and with this ball, if it's the pitch is really good as well. If it's if it's off line and length, it's there to hit. Just watching the replay of Finch's dismissal there this morning. If you're watching the live picture feed, and here's the second one where Brooks has left a ball which probably shouldn't have left alone. Let's be honest, it hasn't really cut back a lot. So those are the 2 wickets. Yeah, I think I sort of said it a couple of times that I think sometimes as a bowler you just have to be prepared to be boring. There's part of me that thinks that Worcestershire will do that. I could be wrong. Bradders will know better than me, but I think sometimes you just need some bowlers. I mean, Abbott's been very patient. As that's a length ball, started a new over to Gareth Roderick. It's pushed up to mid-on. But I just think 1 or 2 of the other bowlers maybe weren't that patient.
And does it take someone with the experience of Abbott to have that patience, as well as the skills? You need the mindset.
I don't think it's any coincidence that Abbott and Dawson were the 2 bowlers that bowled a few overs that had the best economy rate. I think it's a mindset, and I think some of the bowlers just went looking for wickets, which on another day it might have worked, but not yesterday. As Abbott's wide of the crease, comes in, what's left alone, that's close. That's close. Roderick, I'm sure, watched Ethan Brooks's dismissal. Just watching a replay of this one. As Abbott's in, and it's probably a good few inches from the off stump, but it's a good line. Now, I've got an email here from Gary Butler, Hampshire cricket at bbc.co.uk, who signs off saying still burnt from the Surrey game. So he was obviously up at Worcester last week watching that one. That was the only result in Division 1. But apparently the Worcester pitch was a little bit different to what we're seeing here, as forward is Roderick. I can say this because Bradley's is next to me. Dear Mr. Bradley, says Gary, please could you ask Frank when he's next on commentary? Well, Frank's not here. So that when he asks a quiz question, please could you repeat the answer in the morning of the following day for those of us who missed the pre-T answer. This is obviously something they do up at Worcester. Frank Watson is the other, or one of the other Worcestershire commentators. He's the second commentator, yes, behind Bradders. Yes, he's made a big point of that as Bradders. So length ball to Roderick. Good searching delivery. Yes, very much second. Yes, Bradders. And so you've got to ask him, next time you see Frank, can you ask him to repeat the answer on the morning of the following day? So when Hampshire go there in a couple of weeks' time, I think, 3 weeks' time, you'll probably get some quiz questions from Frank.
What was the question?
No, he's not put that. But to be honest, for those of us that only follow Hampshire games, that means, to be honest, that email means absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
If I'm honest, it's really only for Worcestershire people. It has a limited appeal. In comes Abbott, and at forward is Roderick, and this is heading for another maiden here from Abbott. So this is what I'm saying, Gemma, that you know, it's doing very little for Carl. And you think of all the overs that Carl's bowled over the years, and you know, he takes his wicket at 19 apiece in first-class cricket. There's probably nobody more frustrated at the moment than Kyle Abbott. He's come into this game with the most wickets in Division 1, and you know, he didn't get any wicket at all in the second innings against Essex, bowled well. He's had to wait until the 20th or 19th over here to get his first wicket of the day, but he's still prepared to bowl line and length. That's left alone outside the off stump, and that's what I'm saying. Yes, there was a few short balls yesterday, but also there were good short balls. You know, he made sure they got it quite high, so the batter, you know, there's a chance of him when he goes for the hook shot that he's never always in complete control of the shot. Some of them ducked, and Host, I think, once or twice played some really nice pull shots. So, you know, that's what I'm saying. And I think, you know, when you talk about experienced players, you know, youngsters learning off them, I think yesterday was a classic example of learning. Yeah.
And I think both sides, I mean, neither side are having the most flourishing season, first class wise, but they've both been very much relying on their bowlers this year. I mean, Kyle Abbott, as you say, is the top wicket taker. Tom Taylor's in the top 5. And batting wise, neither side have had anyone before this game anywhere near the sort of top 10, 15. I think Jake Libby was the highest with 451, and Dawson the next highest with 449 of the players here today. Fuller's in, and it's whipped onto the leg side, and single save there. Is that? I don't think that's Gubbins at mid wicket, but good save there. Dot ball. Yeah, so for Worcester to put this score on and say the conditions and they won the toss, it's that's gone in their favour, but they've then followed that up with executing and scoring a mammoth score yesterday that they're hoping to add on today, 456 overnight for 3. Fuller in again, and Fuller ball driven for no run up to Ali Orr at mid-on.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say both these sides haven't had the season with the bat that they would like or would have envisaged. I think Worcestershire yesterday scored more batting bonus points in one innings than they had in the season today.
Yeah.
Which I know you love your stats, and you'll have known that.
Adam Hose, am I right in thinking that's the highest score, first-class score on this ground by a Hampshire-born player?
Oh, good question. I think you're probably right.
That's just pushed into the offside, no run, because I think the 3 highest scores, as we know, it's the 4th highest score. John Crawley, Zach Crawley and Michael Carberry, born in Essex, Kent and Surrey. So I think it's the highest score by a Hampshire-born player, but unfortunately not for Hampshire.
No.
But we'll take that. We're Hampshire-born. Yeah.
Well, I think it emphasises, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? I saw a report saying and emphasised the fact that he played for Hampshire young age groups and wasn't sort of taken on full time. I suppose you naturally get a report like that.
Fuller to Libby, full ball, yorked him and just pushed that onto the offside, just behind square for no run.
That game we were talking about yesterday.
4 dot balls for Fuller in this over so far, so he's brought his line in much better from his first over of the day. Libby's currently on 141. Roderick recently joined him on 1. And Fuller's just starting from the top of his mark into Libby. 1 slip in place now, and that's driven beautifully through the covers. Time just well enough to go over the rope. Didn't need any more than that. There's no boundary fielders out there. Beat the infield, and that's 4 runs to Libby.
Beautiful shot, that one, wasn't it? Perfect cover drive. Nothing wrong with that one. Good use of the feet and the head and the bat through the line. Weight into the shot. Yeah, lovely. Lovely one. If you're a batting connoisseur, look at that one.
1 ball left of this Fuller over. Libby's moved on to 145. Fuller in past the stumps. Bowls just on leg stump. Turned onto the leg side for no run. Worcestershire 483 for 5.
Email here from Nicholas Rogers, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, who says, is this score down to poor bowling, the Kookaburra ball, or good Worcestershire batting, or a combination of all 3? I think that last sentence, or that last part of the sentence, has hit the nail on the head. It's a combination of all 3. I'm not sure what percentage you put on that, on all 3 of those, but it's probably fairly even, I think. Probably more good Worcestershire batting than Oh, don't they? No, I'd put it equal, wouldn't you?
Yeah, from what you've told me about yesterday, and say I wasn't here, but yeah, it does sound.
Yeah. Yeah, Hose was definitely an innings to savour. That's pushed up to mid-off.
In fact, it sounds like it's a tough day for the bowlers, nice day for the batters, but as we always say, you've still got to get the runs and still got to do the job. So, yeah, I think a combination of all three is a fair enough.
It is.
I'll bring you some other Division 1 scores in a minute. We've had half an hour play, obviously. There's 4 other games going on. I'll give you one before this ball. Essex are 275 for 4, playing Yorkshire in York.
Oh, they've lost a wicket this morning.
They have.
Yeah. Here's Abbott. In. Roderick gets a length ball. Watchfully plays it up to mid-on.
Surrey are 452 for 3, so very similar position to Worcestershire were this morning.
They haven't lost a wicket.
They haven't, and they're playing at home to Durham. Somerset are 308 for 7
They've lost a wicket.
against Nottingham at Taunton. I can probably squeeze in the last one. And Warwickshire are 402 for 9 at Sussex.
They've lost 2 wickets this morning. Here's Abbott, bowls, and there's a lovely drive from Roderick, but Dawson does well at mid-off. So it sounds like Sibley and Lawrence have extended their partnership. They were 169 and 58 not out respectively overnight.
Yep, Sibley's 185 not out, Lawrence 87. Yeah, that's after Sam Curran getting 108 as well, batting at number 4.
Email here from Dave and Amanda. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, which I will come to after this delivery from Abbott. Brings Roderick forward, quietly plays that out into the covers. They are here today on their 18th wedding anniversary and enjoying the sun and hopefully a few more wickets. Well, you've seen 2. I mean, let's be honest. In this game, that's not bad. Yeah, happy 18th wedding anniversary today. Yeah, 2 in the first 20 minutes. That's pretty good going. Here's Abbott. Comes in. Roderick again gets a good length ball, which he plays out on the onside this time. Yes, those 2 wickets this morning. Adam Finch for 12 and Ethan Brooks for 7. 1 for Fuller, 1 for Kyle Abbott. Fuller has 3 wickets now for 109 off 21. And Abbott just about to finish off his 22nd. Has 1 for 71. And he now has 38 First Division wickets, which is still leading. Abbott in and bowls, and Roderick just pushes forward out in the covers. Maybe a slightly slower ball there from Abbott. It's a maiden. Again, this is what we're talking about. Just at one end, Hampshire seem to be able to just keep things
Control
relatively
it.
quiet, but it's at the other end as they can't do it both ends for any length of time.
Looks like we're going to have a change of bowling. Dawson is doing the ground touching where he dries his hands on the dirt, so I think he's coming on to bowl. He's going to bowl from the hotel end. So Dawson yesterday, he bowled 26 overs in the day, 0 for 84. Economy of 3.23, that's what Kev was talking about, that control. So just a little hold up while we go and get some helmets and bits and pieces.
Yeah, and that was despite Adam Hose being quite severe on him. Played some lovely shots down the ground. Not just off Dawson, but Dawson was one of them. Some really good clean hitting from him yesterday.
Does the ball have much effect for the spinners? The
No.
change of ball, rather? No.
No, it did absolutely nothing. It did absolutely nothing all day.
So Dawson's in his left arm round. Full delivery to start. Just pushed onto the onside for no run. Libby on strike, 145 not out. Captain of Worcester. As Dawson's in again. That's worked onto the leg side again for no run. They've got 3 fielders quite tight in on that leg side. I think we have got a helmet now because the short legs come into a sort of more orthodox short leg position. Dawson up forward, defend, no run. It's a tidy start from the Hampshire all-rounder. I can't see who that is under the lid.
It's usually Fletcher Middleton.
Fletcher Middleton, is it? In again, and this time there's a bit more of a flourishing drive, but it doesn't beat the infield. Dot ball, 4 dots to Dawson.
I think that's him. Yeah, it is him, yeah.
Dawson in again. I don't think we've got anyone on the boundary. Everyone's in the ring, as it would be in white ball cricket. Another dot ball to play back to the bowler. You were telling me yesterday there was a 9 leg side field.
Yes, 9-0 on the leg side. Amazing. Great fun.
Love periods like that in this cricket. And Dawson for his last ball just defended for a dot ball. Maiden over to start Dawson's day. Worcestershire are 483 for 5. We're gonna have a bit of a change of commentary now, so I'm gonna move over to Kev's position and I'm gonna welcome in Bradders.
Right, very quickly, Stephen Bryce has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, can anyone please explain why the over rate is +3 when all 96 overs were bowled yesterday? All 96 overs were bowled, but we didn't actually finish till nearly 6:30, which of course is past the scheduled play. You might have another view as well.
It is a puzzle for many a cricket supporter and myself sometimes when the over rate is level and you finish at 20-7. There are various factors that come into it. Yesterday there was a lot of ball chasing, so that would have come into it maybe. Fetching the ball out of the crowd. There's only 2 wickets went down all day, and they normally allow, I'm probably talking through the top of my hat here, 2 wickets, 2 minutes rather, for every wicket the umpires will allow. So that would have only been 4 minutes added on. But if ever you've got a day to spare, ask a scorer about over rates. You know.
I think I used to work in the score box, so I overheard those conversations. But I think here at the Utilita Bowl, they do get an extra something like 30 seconds. I don't know if that's official or not, because they have a long way to come down the stairs, especially like as now. I know Hampshire aren't batting, but the sight screen, the kind of blanket sight screen they put down over the chairs is right where the batsmen have to come out. So it's quite a long walk, and I know they've given a little bit of leeway here. They probably do it some other grounds as well. I know the Oval's a bit of a trek down to the middle. But yeah, there's all sorts of things that players and captains and scorers can negotiate, and best of luck to them.
Yeah, it's all basically down to the umpires and the match referee in the end. Here's the change of bowling. Tom Kelly's on from the Pavilion end. To this first ball, Gareth Roderick is forward defensively. A little bit of breeze around the ground. You can see the tops of the trees away to our right, down towards the west, just blowing the tops of the trees around, which will be most welcome for those spectators who are quite warm, a bit sweaty today. Not sure if you can use the word sweaty on the BBC these days. Kelly in, Roderick forward, plays the ball at similar pace up to mid-on. As Kev was saying, not been Gareth Roderick's greatest season with the bat, and he struggled, as a lot of the Worcestershire batsmen, well, all the Worcestershire batsmen really have struggled, playing on the pitches at New Road that are fairly bowler friendly most of the time. Has been difficult. As Roderick waits again, and this time he goes onto the back foot and comes forward as he plays the shot and pushes it out once again on the offside. We were saying there's no real rush at Worcestershire, 483 for 5. They were going along at about 4.8 and over yesterday, down to about 4.5 because a couple of wickets have gone down this morning, as one would expect. You were playing cricket yesterday, you said?
I was, yeah, in the heat.
It was hot yesterday.
It was.
Here's Kelly in again. This time Roderick drives. That should be 4 runs. Splits the extra cover and the mid-off. Nice shot. Nice half volley presented by the bowler. And Gareth Roderick in form or out of form is not going to turn those down. And how did you get on in your cricket match?
We lost a decent game. It was we were playing. I play for Hasley Park. We were playing Odium, and they've got an overseas at the minute from Rwanda, and her 100 not out was the difference.
Oh, okay.
She batted beautifully, but no, it was a good game on a nice pitch at a nice club.
Here's Kelly in again to Roderick, and this is pushed out to mid-off. There is no run. Interesting, you call it Odium.
Odium.
Odium. Yeah, every time I go through there, I call it Odium.
Odium. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm obviously wrong, but
I don't know.
I'll go that way very often. Relatives down that way, so but it's like all the place names in the country, and you know, they all have different.
There's many ways to say it.
Yeah, the local is Kelly's in again, and another drive by Roderick. This time he doesn't time it. He indicates that he was probably trying to open it up a little bit and get it to the left of Gubbins and extra cover, but straight at the batsman. 487 for 5. I was remembering a previous life. I was looking for a place called, well, it was spelled Ebrington, which I thought was Ebrington. So I got a bit lost. So I thought there's an old fellow walking along. I said, "Excuse me, where's Ebrington?" He said, "No idea." I said, "Well, look," I said, so I showed him. "Oh, Yubberton." Really? I don't know how you got Yubberton out of that. But yeah, place names and local connotations. We've got a bit of a hold up here. Not sure why. Oh, now we're ready to go.
Just remember, if you do want to email in, we've got a new email address, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Email in your thoughts, feelings and questions for us.
If you're on X, if you want to send me a message, Brad is at BBC, AT in the middle. Scorers are telling me 2.5 minutes per wicket this season. So there we are. It's more than 2. But I did say I was talking through the top of my hat, by the way.
After a brief hold up, Dawson's ready to continue his second over of the day. Libby on strike. A bit more tinkering with the field, bringing in that tight leg side field again to Libby off Dawson as he bowls round the wicket. And worked onto the leg side for no run.
This is good from Hampshire. I did feel there was a period yesterday when the game sort of drifted away from them. It was just sort of meandering, but trying something different here.
Yeah, they are. I've got a very sort of staggered, all in, so all close in field. Coming in, and it's down the wicket and driven over the top of that, and wait to see the outcome if that's a 4 or a 6. And a 6 it is, down the ground, used his feet, well batted Jake Libby. That brings up his 150, he's 151, not out.
He likes playing on the south coast, Jake Libby. Gets lots of runs at Sussex. He's got runs here today, so yeah, good innings. Really he was the foil to Adam Hose yesterday. Hose played more shots, but he was there all day, a long day in the heat, and well batted.
Yeah, and that's you say a good little battle here, because Hampshire are trying something a bit different. They've got a bit of a funky close field going on, and Jake Libby acted that with coming down the wicket and hitting it over the top of everyone. Dawson's in again, and length's a little bit fuller this time, and that's worked onto the leg side for no run.
Yeah, he's inviting that shot, isn't he,
yeah.
Liam Dawson, by keeping everybody in, saving a single.
Yeah, he's banking on Libby making a mistake, but he didn't that time as it sailed over the rope. Again, worked onto the leg side, no run. So yeah, just to explain that field, we've got a first slip, we've got 2 close on the drive. The short legs actually moved back now, just in front of square. Oh, we've got another move. They're tinkering almost every ball here, as the first slip is now going into a shortish leg, not in a helmet requiring position, but filling in that gap, as Dawson's in at Libby again, and tight middle leg stump line worked onto the leg side for no run.
Good little battle, this.
Yeah, it's yeah, sort of you can feel the battle, can't you? As again we're having another change, so another fielder is coming over onto the leg side.
Where's he going to go? No room for him.
So the one that was on the drive, on the catching drive, on the offside, has come in. They've now got 3 very close, just on that sort of short square leg position, and that's down the leg side, and a play and a miss by Libby. So yeah, there's definitely something happening out there. There's definitely thinking going on, and that's the end of the over. Worcestershire are 493 for 5.
Live cricket brought to you by the BBC. We're also on the live stream on the Hampshire stream from, I call it Hedge End.
Yep, I think you're safe with that.
I like Hedge End. Sounds a bit more countrified, doesn't it? Hedge End. Sounds as if it should be on the Archers, who have a cricket team, you know, the Archers. They do.
I've never heard the Archers.
Oh, the Archers is. We were saying yesterday because Ned Larkins passed away. He was called Ned Larkins because of a character in the Archers,
Okay.
which, when he was playing cricket, was very popular. Not so popular these days, but I know people who swear by it. And many years ago, my granddad used to listen to the Archers. He lived in Birmingham, and he listened to the Archers, and it was on at 7 o'clock every night. And if his doorbell rang or if his phone rang, he wouldn't answer because the Archers were on. Anyway, we've got some interesting fields again here. We've got, I'm going to call him a fly slip. I'll tell you the rest in a minute. As Kelly's in bowls and Roderick plays the ball down to that fly slip. Call him short third man if you want to. There's 2 extra covers who are only about 4 strides apart. There's a short mid wicket and then a deep square leg and a deep extra cover and a mid off. So it's different. Now, in fact, there's 2 short mid wickets now. The mid on has come in to short mid wicket as Kelly bowls, and this is Roderick going back, playing the ball down on the onside. Now, Ali Orr, who, as we all know, is sent to the far extremes of the ground, isn't there? He's at a fine leg position out on the boundary. That's as close as he gets to the middle. Not allowed near the middle. Kelly in bowls, and Roderick plays defensively off the back foot, pushes the ball out on the offside. 493 for 5. Roderick on 5. Libby on 151. If you just joined us, Adam Finch, the night watchman, caught by wicketkeeper Brown off the bowling of Fuller for 12, including a mighty 6 over mid-wicket. And then Ethan Brooks, a bit of misjudgment really, left the ball that was coming back into him. Good ball from Abbott. And castled his middle, in fact broke the middle stump. He had to get another middle stump from the groundsman. He went for 7. Discussions here. We were on about this the other day. When the wicket-keeper is the captain, he has to run all the way up the other end to talk to his bowler and then jog all the way back. And the sum total of that is that deep square leg comes in to, the cover fielder comes in to save a single. So apart from Ali Orr down at fine leg, everybody is saving a single or in a catching position. Kelly bowls, and this is down the leg side. That's a good stop in the end by wicketkeeper Brain. Doesn't take it cleanly, but sticks out his left glove. You're a wicketkeeper, you would have appreciated that.
I would have moved my feet over, got my body in line with the ball, and taken it. No,
and put the bails off at the same time.
No, that was a good paw he stuck out there.
Yeah, yeah. As long as you stop it, that's the thing, isn't it? Yeah. I played with a lad for years. He said, "I'm not a wicketkeeper. I'm a stopper. I stop the ball." Kelly in again. This is played up on the onside.
Well, when the bowling's not great, when I'm keeping and they're spraying it, I call myself not a wicketkeeper, a wide receiver.
Excellent. Well, he got 1 ball left of Kelly's 14th over. He's taking 1 for 65 so far, and Worcestershire 493 for 5. Another field change here, as we've now got a leg. Well, he's a leg slip now, gone across. So we got. He's about 10 strides from the bat, and Gareth Roderick plays the ball down into the ground. I think that came off a pad in the end. I'm not quite sure. I lost the trail of that. I was looking at the leg slip to see where it had gone, and I missed the replay as well. So, but that's the end of the over. Whatever it all was, it was a maiden over from Dom Kelly and Worcestershire at the end of that maiden over of 493 for 5.
Have another over for Dawson, so we'll keep you updated with the movement in the fielding plans. And the last over, it seemed to bring another fielder onto the leg side every ball, but he's starting this over with just 2 on the offside, and all the fielders on the leg side are all in a sort of group. It really is quite a funky field. So we've got a leg slip, a short square leg, short leg. Someone on the drive. Well, 3 people you could say on the drive, really.
It's a bit crowded on that side, isn't it?
Yeah, and then Ali Orr at a sort of orthodox mid-on.
So we've got 7-2 split.
7-2, yeah. As he comes in again, bowling to Libby, which he's done most of this morning. And that's just played back to the bowler. Back to Dawson for no run.
We're interested to see how Jake Libby goes about this. Is he going to try and step across and force it through the offside?
Come a little bit further right to see the line. Dawson's bowling a bit better. And he is. He's done exactly as you said. He's given himself a little bit of room there and pushed it onto the offside. It goes to one of the fielders, but there's plenty of space, so he picks up a single. So Roderick's going to be facing Dawson now with this challenge.
We had a load of seagulls came down yesterday, and this field looks not unlike. I'm not being disrespectful, but they look like a flock of seagulls. Hello, here we go. Oh, I thought we were going to have another one over on the leg side, so now we're having 6-3.
6-3, so we've brought a slip into place and 2 in the ring on the offside for Roderick, who works that onto leg. It goes past one of the leg side fielders, but one of the others backs it up, so there's no run there. It is, other than a slip cordon, that's the most fielders I've seen in a sort of square footage, by square footage. You see in a cricket match normally, that's played onto the onside as well for a dot ball. So Dawson being miserly with his runs here, just that 6 really that Libby moved his feet to in his previous over. Other than that, it's been mostly dots with the odd single. And that was what Kev was talking about yesterday, just wearing the batters down, sticking to a plan, and letting the batters have to do something different, which, as I say, we saw Libby do in the last over. And again, that's a fuller ball, big stride, forward defence by Roderick, no run.
Well, there are no outfielders as such now, so the temptation must be, if there was a circle, all the fielders would be inside the circle. You could put another one in there. Gee, it's getting crowded in there.
Dawson in, and a little bit shorter, but worked onto the leg side all the same. No run, just 1 off that over. Worcestershire 494 for 5.
Liam Dawson is not one to disguise his body language, is he? He just took his cap off the umpire and wandered up the pitch as if to say, this is hard work. Yeah, and it is hard work, so they have some sympathy. But it's one of those days where you grovel around, and whether you're batting or fielding, bowling, whatever, where you earn your points on a day like today. If you can pick up, another wicket, and Hampshire have another bonus point, don't they? So you just you scrape out the bonus points.
You scrape to the next milestone of bonus points, or whatever it may be.
We've got a discussion here between senior professional Abbott and the bowler Kelly, and they're ready to go. Jake Libby to face on 152, and he will stay on 152 as he plays the ball back down the pitch. Bowler on his follow through, sticks out a right hand and half stops it and then completes the pickup.
We were just discussing about the bonus points. They have, of course, finished now for this innings. We've hit that 110 over mark.
Yes, we have. Yeah,
So,
I missed that.
bonus points are all done.
Good spot.
And in that first innings, Hampshire picked up 1, Worcestershire 5. So it's 5-1 at the minute, bonus points.
Here's Kelly's next ball, and Libby is going to get runs here. A bit streaky, in fact very streaky, because if there'd have been a first slip, that would have been interesting to the first slip, but it's gone down to the third man-ish boundary. The third man would probably be a bit wider than that. I'm just seeing if they got the ball. Yeah, not what he was intending there, I don't think, Jake Libby, but as he will point out to you, he's played some lovely shots that he didn't get any runs for. But that's the game of cricket.
Absolutely.
So he goes to 156. Worcestershire 498 for 5. Kelly rumbles in again from the pavilion end, but this time Libby does play a nice shot off the back foot, and they are that's cricket summed up. You play a lovely shot, me to the bat, you get a single, get off the edge, you get 4. So there we are. That is the whole game for you, encompassed in one shot. I don't know if that breeze is a bit stronger than we think it is. Pioneer and Blackwell just, well, he may have been readjusting his straw hat, but as Kelly comes in, played out on the offside, and there is no run. But it looks as if he just grabbed hold of his hat, but it doesn't seem to be. I'm just looking at the players' shirts and everything else there. I don't think there's much breeze down there. There is up on the concourse, but I think they're sheltered from that. It is a breeze. It's not. You could not describe it as a wind.
No, it looks quite pleasant at the minute, conditions. I think it's going to heat up a little bit later in the day.
Kelly in bowls and goes back initially. Roderick comes forward as he plays the shot out into the covers. So we've got deep square leg. So we've got 2 chasers out on the boundary, 3 chasers on the boundary. Deep square leg, fine leg, cover point, short third man position, an almost traditional mid-on, a mid-wicket, and 2 men on the drive on the offside. Kelly in bowls, Roderick forward cautiously, plays the ball back up the pitch. Bowler on his follow through does the fielding. Gareth Roderick has 5, and Jake Libby has 157, and Worcestershire have 499 for 5.
I'm going to leave you, Bradders. I'm going to bring Kevin James back
Are you?
on.
That's very cruel.
Apologies.
Yes. So Dawson to continue. I think he's going to have a long bowl today, Liam Dawson. There was something I was going to tell my very good friend Mr. Kevin James yesterday that I forgot about.
Yes. You were going to buy me a beer?
2007, Wiltshire against Herefordshire in the minor counties, now the national counties.
Remember it well.
Liam Dawson was dismissed by which current England cricketer? So Dawson was playing for Wiltshire.
Yes.
But who was playing for Herefordshire? There's a quiz question. I've come up with a quiz question here. There you go, folks. Who dismissed Liam Dawson? Which current England player dismissed Liam Dawson? He was playing for Herefordshire. Dawson was playing for Wiltshire in 2000. I think it's 2007. There we are, folks. Quiz question. The aforementioned Dawson bowls pushed out on the offside.
So answers on X.
Answers on X or on to your email. Yeah, Bradders at BBC, BRADDERSAT BBC, or on your email.
HampshireCricket@bbc.co.uk.
Dawson in bowls. This is turned on the onside for no runs.
So a former England international?
Current England international.
At the time?
No, current now.
Oh, current now.
Yeah. Here's the next ball, which is played back down the pitch, and Dawson himself does the field. So Dawson's playing for Wiltshire. The current England international is playing for Herefordshire in the minor counties, and he took Liam Dawson's wicket. Here's Dawson in again, and off the back foot, pushed into the offside. The ever alert Tilak Varner comes into field.
That's a good question. It's got to be somebody who was young, I guess.
I was young at the time.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, 'cause we're
2007, yeah.
Well, it's 18 years later, isn't it? Dawson in, bowls, played out on the onside. And there is no run. The hand clapping you can hear is from the Hampshire field, trying to encourage their man. We've got back to a bit more of a basic field, not basic, but because there's 3 men in on the leg side. But another over goes by, maiden over for Liam Dawson, 30 overs, 6 maidens, no wicket for 91 runs.
This could be, I think he might end up bowling a few more overs today if Worcestershire bat long into today than he did yesterday. I thought he got away with it, 26 overs.
Yeah. Well, Gubbins bowled a few, didn't he? Press bowled a few.
Yeah, they bowled 9 between them, so yeah. That's a great question, that, brothers.
I suppose I just better make sure I got it right, haven't I?
Yeah, that would be a good idea. Right, here's Dom Kelly from the pavilion end. And Libby plays it off the back foot past a diving Scott Curry in the gully, who's in a deep gully area, and he'll pick up a single. And there's the 500 up for Worcestershire. It's come up in the 113th over, 447 minutes in total of batting time. I've got one answer here. I don't want to give the game away yet, but if you can see here, Brad, can you see that far?
Oh, hey.
That's pushed away. You can see the cricket, so you must be able to see that far. That's a single to Libby, backward of right. Well done to Steve Jenkin, who's got the answer correct. We'll give it a little while yet, shall we?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 5:01 for 5.
Most of the day, I was.
Well, up to probably do up till lunch, can't we? 5:01 for 5 as Roderick is back on strike. He's taking his time over his 6:35 deliveries he's faced. Slight inside edge on that one as it goes out square on the leg side, but he will pick up a single. So well done to Steve Jenkin. I suppose now he said that, it's almost pretty obvious, but I must admit, until I saw that name, I couldn't think.
Wiltshire.
In fact, the name I had wasn't that one.
It was, in fact, 2006, Wiltshire, Herefordshire at Trowbridge.
Oh gosh, I played a game. I'm sure I played a game at Trowbridge, Sunday League game. Well done to Paul Williams. He's also got it right. Nice drive there from Libby, but there is a fielder out in the deep, so he moves on to 159.
Second innings, Liam Dawson opened the batting for Wiltshire, LBW 2 for 14. The only game that the current England player played in the Minor Counties Championship for Herefordshire. He played a couple of championship or trophy matches rather.
So we've got 2 right answers so far. As in comes Kelly, and that's pushed forward by Roderick. Phil Green, Gemma's dad, he's got it right.
Well done, Phil.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. If you think about it,
It's
there
obvious when you know.
there ain't many current England players who were playing that sort of cricket in 2006.
5:03 for 5 here. Worcestershire have added 47 this morning. That's worked by Libby to short gully, where Curry fields, threatens to throw. I think if he'd let the ball go, that would have taken Ben Brown with him, or with it. And we have had 113 overs now. So, yeah, 47 runs added in an hour and 10 minutes. That's a bit more like it from Hampshire.
I think they bowled a lot better this morning.
Yeah.
A lot more discipline. Very few gimmies. It's half volley that Jake Libby smashed through the covers, but the one where he made the shot really when he came down and hit a 6. But apart from that, yeah, bowled a lot tighter. Here's Liam Dawson. And to this one, Jake Libby is forward, pushing out on the offside. And there is no run. Away in the distance above the trees there are some clouds. Goodness me. Little white clouds. Reminds me of the old the Fast show. And this time Libby comes down, plays the ball back down the track. No run. When they used to do the weather, Carolina Hearn used to do the Scorchio, and Scotch in the north, Scorchio. It's a bit like that, isn't it? Scorchio everywhere. Dawson, left arm round to the right-handed Libby, pushes the ball out in the offside. Their own little battle here was a different field this time. He's now got what? One on the drive, one saving a single on the offside, I would say, or one saving the boundary on the offside. As Libby's forward pushes it to Gubbins, one of those on the offside. On the underside, there is a shortish square leg. He's 2 pitch widths away. A man just in front of him, just a bit straighter, and a mid wicket and a mid on. So trying all sorts this morning, Liam Dawson. Libby will get a single here as he nudges this one off his pads down backward a square on the leg side. Kyle Abbott bends his tall frame to pick up and return. 504 for 5 at Worcestershire. That scoring rate, there was 4.8 for certainly towards the closing stages last night, down to 4.4. Not that scoring rates count that much in 4-day cricket, but it's a useful figure to have on the board. We've now got a fairly straight short mid-wicket. His left foot is almost on the cut strip. Dawson bowls, a sweep shot played there by Gareth Roderick, but to no avail. 1 run off the over, and at the end of it, Worcestershire are 504 for 5.
Yeah, that was fairly straight, that sweep shot. It's interesting, isn't it? I think if Adam Hose had been in, I think we might have seen some shots down the ground with mid on and mid off up, and it's a fairly close in field here, despite Worcestershire having got all these runs. But it looks as though Roderick and Libby are just determined to keep pushing that score up, and it doesn't really matter how long it's going to take.
Yeah,
that's the way they seem to be playing at the moment. That may change.
Well, Jake Libby plays the way he plays, really. Gareth Roderick, as you're saying, not been in a lot of form. He can hit a long ball, but
I've seen him play some decent innings over the years.
Depends what the thoughts are.
But it looks very much as though it's just piling on the runs, doesn't it? Even if it takes a little longer than the rate of yesterday. Here's Kelly in again from the pavilion end. He's playing a miss in there. Libby, he's trying to play a very late cut shot there to a ball that's probably a little bit too close to him to be playing that one. But there's no slip in. It's just watching this again, and yeah, that's quite close. That's a bit of a nothing shot, really. It's just a length ball, even though there's a bit of width there. Yeah, I spoke to Don Kelly last night, and talking about how hard it was to pick up his first championship wicket. What did Adam Hose say last night? I mean, just to know what he felt about his knock, because that's turned away down to fine leg, 505 for 5.
Obviously, he was pretty pleased with it. His dad wasn't there to see him do it. Well, he didn't think he was anyway. He wasn't too sure, but he didn't think his dad was going to turn up. As he said, you know, it's been a struggle this season. So to get past 200 after the struggle that most of the Worcestershire batsmen have had this season was amazing.
Kelly's into Roderick, and he's flicked that fine. Now, has that come off the bat or maybe pad? We'll wait to find out. It's 4 leg byes, 509 for 5.
I did ask him about, you know, I said there's a lot of conversation about the Kookaburra ball. What's your opinion? he laughed actually. So I think if you've got 266, you quite like it. Yeah, it was interesting. I said to him, when did you feel that you were going to, you know, get a decent score? And of course, once he got past 111, it was new territory for him.
Kelly in again. That's flicked a little harder through mid-wicket from Gareth Roderick. Runs here. And that ball may make it all the way over the rope. It does. That's nicely timed. Roderick moves on to 11, 513 for 5.
It was interesting, a stat that somebody put out yesterday, that it was Adam Howe's 50th first-class appearance, only his second first-class century, was that Alan Ormerod, who played in the 1960s for Worcestershire, good player, batted 135 times before he got a century in county cricket, which was amazing.
It's Kelly bowls. Libby can't find the angle there as he goes to backward a point. Was he just a batter or was he an all-rounder?
Yeah, he's opening batter. Yeah, middle order to start with, then opened for a long time with Don Kenyon. But I mean, that was in the days when you were playing 50. I mean, I know the one season Ron Headley played for Worcestershire, played for the West Indies, batted I think 63 times in a season. So that was probably 2.5 seasons batting was 120 odd innings.
Kelly in again. Libby gets a straight delivery, plays that up towards mid-off, and that's the end of the over. Brothers, you got a break?
I have.
Yes. Cool. Look, don't say that's so encouraging.
Shall I have a Kit Kat?
Yes.
There are other chocolate bars which you may wish to purchase.
Not necessarily around this area. It's going to be Simon Hughes, the analyst, that's coming in alongside me. Congratulations to Gary Butler. You've got it right as well. He's in Long Hanborough, which is in Oxfordshire. The current England player that got Liam Dawson out playing for Herefordshire against Wiltshire back in 2006. So several right answers coming in. We'll keep it going just for a little while if you want to have a little go. I must admit, the name that came in my head wasn't the answer. So maybe it's not as easy as I thought, although when you see the answer written down 3 or 4 times, then I guess it might be obvious. So Liam Dawson is going to continue. Morning, it's afternoon, Simon Hughes.
I must admit, I'm foxed by that question.
Are you really?
Yeah, I'm still trying to think of the answer, yeah.
Even the analyst can't think of it. Here's Dawson then. And forward is Libby. Out on the offside. So an hour and 17 minutes play. And Worcestershire have advanced from 4.56 to 5.13.
It's easy to sort of just say that, isn't it? But it just shows how scoring rates have changed, doesn't it? They got 415 a day yesterday. We wouldn't have done that 20 years ago.
I mean, 2 days, wasn't it? At least, as Libby pushes forward. And it was the most amount of runs scored in both divisions in a day.
Whatever.
No, I mean yesterday. Sorry, when all the sides that batted yesterday.
Because Surrey got for over 400, didn't
yes. Yes, Dawson's in again. Forward. Oh, did that grip?
Yeah, it just held, didn't it?
Yeah. First time. First time that Dawson has got something. A little bit of something. Yeah, Libby outside half of the bat there, pushing forward. Dawson just takes his time here. Comes in. Bowls shorter and quicker, and Libby just tucks that away behind square. Have to hurry here. It's a good bit of fielding behind point. I think that's Scott Curry there. Comfortable single in the end, but they had to just getting to about 3rd gear. 5.14 for 5. Yes, it was a long day yesterday, Yoz, wasn't it? Really watching.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If you were a bowler, yeah, for sure. I mean, Adam Hose obviously enjoyed it.
He certainly did.
Amazing innings, really.
It was actually, wasn't it? It was actually entertaining. In a general day that wasn't, as that's pushed up towards mid-off, and he's fallen over the ball there as James Fuller. Probably didn't need to, but probably took the opportunity just to have a few seconds lying on the floor, stretched out.
Yeah, I can sort of identify with that, actually.
What, lying on the floor
Yeah.
when you've had a bowl?
Yeah, on a day like this.
Dawson bowls, that's work to mid-wicket, not timed by Roderick. End of the over, Dawson's completed 32 overs now, still wicketless, 93 he's conceded, and it looks like we're going to have a bit of a drinks break here.
I remember actually, I think in one of my last games for Durham, playing against Kent at Canterbury, and it was a day like this, and I think Kent had Carl Hooper and various other quite Mark Benson and some really good players, and I just lay on. We were doing warm-ups for Durham. This was, and we were doing warm-ups on the outfield at the St Lawrence ground, and I just remember lying on my back, looking up at the blue sky, thinking, I've done about 15 years of this. I'm quite looking forward to a day when I haven't got to bowl anymore on a flat pitch against international cricketers, and I just can lie on my back and stare at the blue sky without the prospect of 15 overs into the wind for 68 runs. I don't know. Did you ever feel? I mean, look, it was a privilege to play any kind of cricket, really, and certainly playing cricket for a living was just a joy. But there were days when it was pretty hard work and your body ached like hell, and sometimes you did feel not like it. You didn't feel like it.
Was that the beginning of the end then? Was that you
yeah,
started
I
to think
suppose so.
that's
But
it?
I mean, I had a job in lined up, so it wasn't as if please leave now. You've had enough. You're past your sell by date. I mean, maybe I was past my sell by date, but I had something else to go to in a way. But so you kind of become slightly resigned to finishing. But I think as a bowler, days like this are just so unforgiving. And even one wicket, Dominic Kelly's got his first class wicket. He'll remember that forever because, firstly it's his first wicket, but also everything's against him, isn't it, today? Or this match, the pitch, the ball, and the situation coming on with a lot of runs on the board. It is tough, isn't it? Did you feel like you knew when it was time to finish?
Well, I've mentioned this before.
Or did you just have a tap on his shoulder?
Well, no. Well, I have mentioned this before, so apologies those that listen regularly. But no, it literally happened to me overnight.
Right.
I literally woke up one morning and thought, no, don't want to do this anymore. And that was in May.
Gosh.
Yeah. No, up until then I was fine. But I just woke up one morning and I thought, well, this is a bit of a weird feeling. I don't want to do this anymore. And I'd never ever felt like that. So it wasn't a gradual process. It was literally.
Yeah, me and Botham said that actually. I remember playing with him at Durham, and his last game was against Australia actually in 1993 for Durham, and he just said, I woke up this morning and I couldn't get out of the bath. His warm up was a bath rather than any sort of bowling in the nets or anything. And he said I couldn't get out of the bath, and my body was aching, and I thought, right, that's it.
Yeah, fortunately mine was in between games, so it wasn't like it was during a game. But we had about 2 or 3 days off, so yeah.
So talking of bowlers who need to get stuck in, here's one starting his first over of the day. Scott Curry bowling to Jake Libby, who just milks him for a single on the leg side. I mean, he didn't start that well yesterday, Scott Curry, did he? But he probably dragged it back a bit over time. 13 overs, none for... No, actually, well, I say he dragged it back. He went for 7 and over. 13 overs and 1 ball, none for 92 so far. That's the trouble also with these digital scoreboards, is you can't hide the bowling figures, can you, like we used to? Scott Curry bowls, and it's clipped straight to mid-wicket this time by Gareth Roderick. You know what I mean? I mean, we used to have, didn't we, the scorer, Harry Sharp in my case at Middlesex, would come over at the end of the day with a little piece of paper with the score, with the bowling figures written on it to hand to the captain, because there was no other way of knowing what the bowling figures were. It wasn't on the scoreboard, but now it's there in in Technicolor. You can't avoid it. He bowls again, Scott Curry. That's on the length, just defended by Roderick.
I remember. It's funny you say that now. I remember that, where it was like a printed small bit of paper, so it was all you had to do was fill it in. And, yeah, that's right. And you used to give it to the captain at the end of each session.
And what we tried to do, we had a bad day like yesterday. The bowlers would intercept the scorer on his way back to the dressing room and make sure he gave the bowling figures to the person, and then we could just dispose of them somewhere so the captain wasn't able to see
sorry, they didn't
them
make
in
it
all
over.
their goriness. I don't know what happened to the bowling figures today. Hiding the bowling figures, it was called. One bowler was sent off on a mission to do that. Roderick defends that one from Scott Curry, and there were some shockers. I mean, oh God, 0 for 100 and things like that. You definitely want to hide those.
Yeah, I remember people clambering around that sheet of paper, wouldn't they? Yeah, at tea time or something like that.
Yes, it was like a sort of horror story, wasn't it?
Gosh, did I really go for that many?
And then, if you were in the mean streak, you could read them out.
Yes. Oh, well, I got 3.
How many did you go for? Scott Curry bowls, and it's defended by Roderick. I mean, some bowlers obviously keep count, don't they? I know someone like Angus Fraser would have known exactly how many he went for, and probably would have, stared at the fielder, the guilty fielder at cover who let a couple of singles through. Yeah, my analysis could have been 2 for 24, but for you. on your heels at cover at mid-off. Tuffers was always bad. He was always lingering somewhere, not really concentrating. Here comes Curry, bowls again, driven nicely. And, the fielder didn't even bother there. That was interesting. That was Dawson to short mid-on, and he probably wouldn't have got to it, but he didn't even make an effort, did he? That was just a little block for 4 by Roderick. Let's just have a look at this again. He hardly put any power behind it, but Dawson was already thinking about his next over and sort of starting to walk towards the far end, and the ball just went straight past him.
Thought he'd save himself a few yards.
Well, yeah, because of course he'd had to run all the way up the far end and then come back to bowl. Anyway, that's 519 for 5, and Roderick on to 15, who's had a bit of a battle, hasn't he? 15 from 50 balls. So he's obviously not looking to get on with it. I just feel sometimes with these situations, you need to be positive, because it's not going to be easy bowling Hampshire out on here twice, is it? Which is obviously the Worcester intention. So you want to give yourself maximum amount of time. They've got to be positive, I think, or a bit more positive anyway.
Yeah, it does look as though they're just going for 1 innings here now, haven't they? They've got so far ahead that there's no point in
But, I mean, if they get 600 and then Hampshire bat well and get 450, it's a dead game, isn't it?
Yeah, and if I'm honest, even though it's early on in day 2 still, it feels as though that's not...
Well, yeah.
That's totally not out of the question.
Well, bowlers are going to struggle, aren't they? I mean, it's hot, flat wicket, Kookaburra ball. We've already seen pretty sort of mad field settings, haven't we? And still doesn't seem to help them get wickets.
No, it doesn't. Dawson, well, you're looking for crumbs, aren't you, really? I mean, Dawson may have got one to hold on the wicket last over, but that's all we're talking about.
That was slow, wasn't it? I thought he bowled a bit flat yesterday, and he dragged it down a bit. He was trying to get the ball to sort of fizz, and it just wouldn't budge. That ball that turned in that last over was a bit slower.
So this is a 7-2 offside field now, as that's cut away and missed by Jake Libby. Well, I think he's played and missed, without exaggerating, 3 times this morning, maybe 2. And I think that's more than we saw for any batter yesterday, which is a slight exaggeration, but it just feels as though we've seen the ball go past the outsiders a little more. That's left alone. I've got an email here from Ian Payne, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. We're talking earlier about taking a while to get 100. He says he thinks the former Hampshire all-rounder Trevor Jesty took several seasons to get his first century. That does ring a bell, although I can't be 100% sure. Cut away, well fielded at backward a point. And, there is no run there. So, yeah, 7-2 on offside field.
He was here yesterday, wasn't he? Jets,
yes.
Trevor Jesty.
Yes, alongside many former Hampshire players. Barry Richards as well. Another correct answer to the quiz question, as forward is Libby. Robert Marsh, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He's in Thailand, and he's got the right answer. That's the bowler that dismissed Liam Dawson in a minor counties match back in 2006, playing for Herefordshire, who currently plays for England. That's cut away this time. The gap has been found, although it's not particularly well timed, and it may be pulled up just inside the rope. No, it's been helped over the rope in the end, and that's 4 more to Libby. A little bit short there from Dawson. So have you seen the answer now? Do you know?
I don't, but my guess. Do you want me to guess?
We're going to give it up until...
Okay.
We'll give it another 15 minutes.
All right.
And then I'm sure you've got the answer.
I'm sure I haven't, actually.
Oh, really? Dawson flighted, driven out to one of 2 fielders on the drive out on the offside. That is the end of Dawson's over. 33 overs, none for 97.
Yeah, and that over was a bit slower actually, and he tried to lure Libby into the drive there, and a couple of times, well, it was just a sort of hint of a miscue, if nothing else. So, yeah, Worcestershire going well. Still 523 for 5. I was listening to a bit of the Surrey game. They were piling on the runs there as well at the Oval. I had a load of school kids there actually, cheering away. And I was, funnily enough, I was thinking there was a 6 hit by Dan Lawrence into the school kids.
Yes.
And I was thinking that is quite dangerous actually. If you're not really paying full attention and perhaps not au fait with big hitting that you get in cricket now. Here's Roderick, who pushes that into the leg side, easy single. The man at mid-on Fuller has been pushed a bit deeper now, so he got through for 1. You know what I mean? There are more 6s in cricket now generally, and the batters are hitting the ball so hard, and you get a bunch of school kids who perhaps aren't paying total attention, could get a nasty injury actually, especially somewhere like the Oval where maybe the pitch is quite close to one side. This is Curry, bowls, and Libby defends. Pushed down into the offside, no run. 5.24 for 5. It added to the atmosphere anyway. Really, you could hear it on the stream actually. The kind of the voices of excitement of school kids led out of the classroom for the morning to attend a cricket match. It's good move by Surrey that. Presumably it's free attendance. Curry bowls again, and that's also defended by Jake Libby, who doesn't look in any hurry at all.
No, I think these two are just, they look like they're in for a couple of sessions, don't they really? They don't seem to be bothered about the scoring rate too much, which does suggest Worcestershire are going for a mammoth one here.
Did you go to county cricket when you were a kid? When you were at school?
I remember going to one day of a test match at the Oval with my dad, my late dad. I'm not sure I saw too much else.
Curry bowls, Libby defends into the offside, well anticipated a quick single there by Nick Gubbins, who points at Ben Brown and says, come on, get up to the stumps then. But I think Brown realised there was no chance of a single there.
Probably like you really, I was either playing during the summer or at school.
Yeah.
Really, I'm not
I
sure
used to go and watch Middlesex actually.
Did you?
Yeah. When I was about 12. Yeah. Got taken down there by my dad or by a friend or something. Yeah. Curry bowls, and that's hooked by Libby, a sort of paddle hook. And he's going to get a couple of runs, I think, there. He comes back for the second. It goes right out to the edge of the deep square leg boundary, fielded by Tom Prest. 2 runs result. 5.26 for 5.
You obviously went to the weekends then, obviously.
Well, yeah, or after. You could go after school, couldn't you?
Well, you might have been a little nearer the ground.
Yeah, I was in Hammersmith at school, yeah. But I think it was a weekend, you're right. Or a Sunday League, actually. I went to a few Sunday League games, yeah. This is clipped into the leg side area. Now Press has got to go about 50 metres the other way, having retrieved the last ball. He's got that one in deep mid-wicket area and keeps it to a single. 50-run partnership up between Roderick and Libby. I used to love watching the Sunday League, actually. Yeah, in the 70s, it was great fun.
It was great fun to play as well, wasn't it?
It was great fun to play.
I'm signing off because Gemma Green
Okay.
is coming on next to you. I've just mentioned this email very quickly from Ken Bryant. He's got the quiz question right as well.
When are we going to hear the answer to this?
Yeah, about 1:45.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
You and because Bradders will be on at 1:45 with you, and Bradders can reveal because he set the question.
Very good.
Ken says he had a lovely day yesterday at the ground. Had the pleasure of meeting Barry Richards and David Turner. Remember him, the nippy nudger, the left-hander from Chippenham.
Yes, yeah.
Neither have changed much. Roughly, how many years would you say that you and Simon contributed towards cricket? Was that playing or
about 3 weeks. Dawson's just knocked into the offside there by Roderick, and there was no run. No, it's Libby on strike. Sorry. Well, actually, no, that's a good question. Sorry, Emma, we'll just finish this over, shall we? Dawson gets through his overs quite quickly at the moment. That one's outside off stump, left alone by Jake Libby. I suppose, well, I mean, Kevin, you played till 2000, did you? You played 20 years, 1980 to 2000. I played about 15, so he's winning. He's on top of me on that one. Dawson bowls, cut away, straight to the short sort of cover field, a very unusual field setting. We've got a short extra, well, a very short extra and quite a short extra and a point and a very short point and a backward point. So sort of 5 men in a diamond shape on the offside, and he cuts, and he can't get it past that cover point fielder. Tilak Varma hurls it back to Ben Brown with enthusiasm. I bet he can't wait to get out there and bat. But he's certainly showing his enthusiasm in the field. So Dawson with just 2 men on the leg side, 7 on the offside. Libby tries to work that away to mid-wicket to get a single, but doesn't get it square enough, straight to mid-on. So no run. So this is 5 dot balls in this over from Dawson so far. Trying to induce a mistake here from Libby, who's on 170. Dawson bowls again, tossed up and cut, but straight to cover point. End of the over, good over, maiden over. He claps. Dawson claps. Thank you very much, he says to the fielders for stopping any runs. Just trying to build up a bit of pressure here, Hampshire, aren't they? It's a bit late, really. 520 odd for 5, but at least it's better than nothing.
Absolutely, and the worst thing you can have at this point is Hampshire giving up and it's drifting, and they're absolutely not doing that. Just before you came up, Simon, Dawson was bowling to Libby from this end, and he had a 7-2 leg side field.
Yes, yeah.
And obviously it's mirrored that now with the 7 strong on the offside, so they're trying things. Absolutely trying things on this flat wicket, batting conditions, the Kookaburra ball, but they are at least trying to make something happen. Scott Curry's coming in from the pavilion end and bowls, and that's pushed up to mid-on for no run.
I hear you were keeping wicket, did you say, yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah.
Warm.
And I liked your description of when the bowling's a bit radar-like.
Wide receiver.
Wide receiver, yeah. Very good.
Yeah.
Dave Bradley enjoyed that.
Give the bowlers a bit of a stare and identify as a wide
It's
receiver.
been hard work keeping yesterday, because you've had probably would have had a helmet on for most of the match, would you?
For the whole match, yes, I did.
Standing up to the stumps.
Curry's in again for defence. They just turned that onto the leg side actually, and pinch a quick single. Yeah, I had fielders moaning it was too hot and wanting to field under the tree. I was like, I'll put pads, gloves and a helmet on and stand here for 40 overs. Yeah.
Where did you play?
Odium.
Odium, right.
Yeah.
Is that Sussex?
No, it's from North Hampshire.
Oh, right, yeah. Nice ground?
Lovely ground. Lovely little village, lovely ground, lovely club. Yeah, very enjoyable day other than the result for us. As Curry's bustling in again. Libby on strike now. Good line and length. Pushed up to mid-on for no run.
So you said there was a Rwandan girl who made 100.
Yes, we've got some links with, I think it's the Cricket Without Boundaries.
Yeah, it's a good charity, that, actually.
Yeah, a lot of the girls from here, from Hampshire, go over and do some work over there. And yeah, we have sort of
a reciprocal arrangement.
A connection. And there's been a few Rwandans over, but yeah, she was very good. Moved her feet well, and yeah, didn't give us any chances really. And that was the difference. Her innings, really.
I think it's been transformative, girls' cricket in Rwanda, hasn't it? Big time. Yeah.
It really has. Yeah, a lot of our girls have gone over there and had a very enjoyable experience. That's shorter, and Libby tried to pull that, but no timing, little bottom edge, and it's just gone to Dawson at short mid-wicket.
I suppose she would have been content yesterday because of the temperature. I mean, it's hot in Rwanda, isn't it? So she'd have felt at home yesterday in those steamy temperatures in North Hampshire.
Absolutely, yeah. It's like when you see the West Indians or the Indians playing here in April and they've got 3 or 4 layers on, and
feel for them. Yeah,
it's totally different, isn't it? So this is when they can thrive, when it's more suited to them. That's worked off the legs by Libby to square leg. There's a deep fielder there, so they pick up just a single. They move on to 529. I was just looking up Libby's highest first-class scores, and his 7 highest first-class scores, 6 for Worcester, one of them was for Nottinghamshire, has never been in a winning cause. 5 draws and 2 losses. So
has he got a double?
He's got 1 double.
Yeah.
Against Sussex, I think. But yeah, never in a winning cause. His highest score. So he'll be hoping to put that right in this game. Curry in again to Roderick, and that's a last-minute leave outside off stump through to keeper Ben Brown. So yeah, Worcestershire 529 for 5. That's the end of the over. Libby's on 171. Roderick on 17.
How many runs did you concede yesterday then as a team?
Well, we batted first, and the sort of the real issue was that we didn't bat the overs, and that was a crime yesterday. It's always a crime, really, but even more so yesterday because there wasn't a bowler that ran through us, and we had a decent batting lineup, and we only batted about 36 overs of the 40, and that probably would have made the difference. Well, it certainly would have made a difference. And we scored 172, and we had them 6 down.
Okay.
But we couldn't. We had
so
no.
100. She got 100 out of 173.
She
That's
did.
pretty good, isn't
we
it?
had no answer to her.
So Dawson carries on with this eccentric field. 7 on the offside, 2 on the leg side. That's left alone by Libby, who's on 171 from 348 balls. Strike rate of 49 at the moment. I think he just needs to up that a bit, really. And I think Hampshire are hoping he will as well, and maybe give them a chance. But he's not being tempted to hit the ball against the spin and into the leg side at the moment. He's just letting the ball come onto him and hitting it into those 7 fielders on the offside. So just a square leg and a mid-on the leg side. Dawson over round the wicket, a little bit short, backs away, cuts, and this time manages to get it through. Threads the eye of the needle, gets it through between all those fielders, and Varma gets it down at deep cover. Just keeps it to 3 runs, keeps it just inside the rope. 532 for 5, so it just shows even though you've got 7 men on the offside, you can still find a way through. England's women got a pasting yesterday as well, didn't they? 100 lost by about 100 runs in that T20.
They did. There was that strange, I call it a drop, but Alex Capsey sort of obviously couldn't see it. Almost hit her on the head, didn't it? And that
I didn't see that.
Did you know that was Mandana early on, which obviously ended up being costly. Yes, it sort of I didn't really see. I sort of came into the room to see what was going on when I heard the TV sort of a bit louder.
Dawson bowls to Roderick, who drives but can't get that pass mid-off. No timing.
But yeah, they've got 5 match series in that T20.
It'd be interesting to see how it goes, because obviously England beat West Indies quite easily, but India will be a challenge. So much talent now, and so much kind of grounding. Now Roderick goes over the top this time, hits it well, just short of 6 over the mid-off fielder. 1 bounce, kind of was a ladling sort of shot. Got low and hit that without wasn't the most graceful shot. It was like a kind of slightly crude straight drive, but with his weight outside the leg stump. And Dawson keeping his men in, so inviting that shot. Roderick hit it well. 21 he's on now. Worcestershire 5-3-6 for 5. Another slow delivery from Dawson, this time turned into the leg side. He had to wait an age for that ball, Roderick, but actually he played it quite well in the end and picks up a single, end of the over. 5-3-7 for 5. Yeah, I mean, I've been really interested to see that series, because I mean, obviously the 3 sides are good in women's cricket: England, Australia, India, and Australia clearly always the best. But India just starting to show their mettle, aren't they? And there's so many more girls playing in India now, and they've really professionalised women's cricket, which probably they hadn't so much before. So it's going to be, I reckon England will be challenged.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been some very fine Indian players for a while, but there's not been an Indian team.
Yes, I think that's a good point. That's well put.
So they're just coming together, like you say, as a team now, and certainly making that top 3, with Australia still out and out the top side, but they're making that top 3 quite interesting as Curry comes in for the first ball. That's worked onto the offside for 1 run. Yeah, it should be an interesting series. Obviously, with Charlotte Edwards now in charge, there's a few changes and a few new players getting opportunities, and so I know she's been addressing all those issues that England faced with criticism from various sources. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Like you say, West Indies was a nice warm up, without being disrespectful, in terms of England's new era. And that's Libby's just played that behind square on the offside, no run. But yeah, the sort of real test starts now to see if England can turn this round.
Just watching Libby here, actually. I mean, it's interesting. His concentration must be fantastic. Look, we're looking at him on the stream here now, and he's got this quite meticulous pre-ball routine. where he does a bit of fiddling. He's a bit Steve Smith-like, actually, and then he's very precise about, as all batsmen are really, about where he puts his feet, and the bat resting between his feet rather than on his right toe.
Carrying just slightly back of the leg, worked onto the leg side. Dawson picks that up. There's no run there.
There he is, walking away again now. Every ball he does this little walk to square leg, and just this is his method of switching off briefly and just kind of trying to clear his mind. And now that little adjustment of his two pads, like Steve Smith does, he steps back into position, and now he's adopting his stance again. Quite a wide stance actually for a shortish player.
It is a Scotsman again. It's driven just behind square on the offside, no run.
Let's see if he does it again now. So he walks away again, just stands around, looking around, holding the bat up like an axe almost. There he is again, just fiddling with the top of his pads and adjusting his thigh pad. I think it's all part of the drill. Right, now time to switch on again. Takes his bat into his stance, bat up, head upright.
Curry in and Fullen on the stumps. Push for no run. That's very much a routine thing, not a superstition. But we were talking yesterday at our club game about all the superstitions in cricket, and there's some crazy ones, aren't there? You know, it's very rife in the cricketing world, and I've got my own. Everyone's got. One guy I was talking to, yes, he was scoring for the women's team. He has to have all the toilet seats down in the clubhouse.
Oh my God.
Well, he didn't say in the club. He said I'd have to make sure all the toilet seats down. I was like,
God,
what? In the
that's
clubhouse,
OCD, isn't
in
it?
Odeum, in how far do you have to go? But I've never heard that one before.
No, I've never heard that one.
So,
All the toilet seats down. What about
yeah.
there isn't a toilet seat? It's missing.
Curry in and pushed onto the leg side. No run again. So just the single off the first ball of that Curry over.
That's a good one. What about yours then? What's your superstition?
It's kind of developed. It's I keep my pads on all the time. So I keep wicket in the same pads that I bat in, and when I put them on for the day, they stay there. So yesterday I opened the batting, I didn't last long, and then I had about 2 hours to wait until I was keeping wicket, and in that heat my pads still had to stay on the entire time. But that's the extent of mine really. Looks like we're going to have Dawson to continue, although Gubbins, interestingly, is winding up, loosening his arms, and he's taken his cap off. I think we are going to have Gubbins into the attack today.
Nice. Listen, I'm just going off, but I just want to say, I don't know the answer to this question that Dave Bradley's suggested, but my suggestion for the answer, a current England cricketer who played for Herefordshire and got Liam Dawson's wicket playing for Wiltshire in 2007, was it? 2006. I'm guessing Chris Wokes, right? That's my guess. I mean, only because he comes from the Midlands, and he's old enough to have been playing cricket in reasonable standard in 2006. But I've no idea if that's right. And Dave hopefully will tell us if it is right.
He will, and I have seen a couple of emails come in, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, but a couple of them are relating to this quiz question, and I know we're waiting for the big reveal from Bradders, so I haven't ignored those emails, I just haven't referred to them.
Okay, I won't give it a big build-up.
So we're having Nick Gubbins into the attack. He bowled 5 overs yesterday for 32, 0 for 32, and he's bowling his first over of the day from our commentary end with his leg spin, and that's driven into the offside, no run.
It was indeed Chris Wokes who took the wicket of Liam Dawson. He played one minor counties championship match for Herefordshire. Played a couple of knockout games as well, I think.
Driven onto the offside again for no run, so I should give Glyn Berrington and Steve Clark a shout out, as they did email in with the correct answer.
Did your dad get it right as well?
And my dad, yeah.
Okay, well done, your dad.
Yeah. This time driven up to long on. They'll pick up a single as Ali Orr does the fielding there.
We'll have to think of another one this afternoon, just to keep our brains ticking over. Not that our brains are not ticking over watching watching the cricket, of course.
Gubbins in again, flighted delivery, pushed onto the leg side, no run.
The score overnight 456 overnight, so 83 added today. I think Hampshire have bowled a lot better today.
Yeah, the run rate's... well, there's a bit of an appeal there for Courtheim, but no one's interested other than Ben Brown. Yeah, the run rate today is just a fraction over 3. So Hampshire showing a little more control and having obviously picked up those 2 wickets earlier. One was the Nightwatchman Finch, and then Ethan Brooks had a short stay at the crease as the middle stump was broken in 2. Dot ball finishes Gubbins first over the day, just another single off that. Worcestershire 539 for 5.
Yeah, as we head towards the luncheon interval, how many overs we got? So the over rate must be pretty good. What's he got? 68 left in the day. So if they were to bowl 32 in the morning, it would be 64.
Yeah, we bowled 28.
Just, comprehensive education,
Too
that
bad.
was, you know. A school of 15. Did well to work that out. What we're doing now then, folks, there's a general stroll around. There's no great... And I'm not criticising because it's very hot out there and there's a lot of runs on the board, so nobody is exactly rushing around. Ben Brown, the wicketkeeper and captain, walking down the pitch with a couple of helmets. Tom Prest is going to bowl. Bowled a couple of overs, 3 overs yesterday. He's going to bowl from the pavilion end.
I think most people had a go yesterday.
Yeah, eight bowled yesterday.
Yeah.
We're setting the field as well. Well, I'm not, but Hampshire are. So, what have we got? A few scouts out. Deep square leg, long on, cover point out on the boundary. Pressed in around the wicket to Gareth Roderick, who covers up, plays up on the onside. Very patient innings this from Roderick. 24 off 62 deliveries so far. Waits again. Fairly open stance, even more open because he's bowling around the wicket, and then plays the ball down the ground. Bowler himself just gets hand on it. Could have been a single, but Prest goes across to the offside and manages to prevent the aforementioned single as Roderick goes across and plays the ball gently to mid-wicket. 1 or 2 heading towards luncheon. Crowd, that is, not players. And this time a sweep shot played by Roderick, but doesn't really get hold of it. Doesn't beat James Fuller, who's inside the circle if there were to be a circle, at fine leg. Pressed, ready to go again. This time Roderick goes onto the back foot. It's gone off an edge down towards third man. Won't make it to the rope. Good stop there by Alior, who's not out in the Ponderosa. What's he doing down there?
Gone AWOL.
Oh dear me, it's completely ruined the day, that has. Don't field there. So does that mean that Tom Prest got a little bit of turn there? I missed the replay. Certainly came off an edge.
Did Hampshire take the new ball at 80 overs yesterday first?
They did, yeah.
So this ball is sort of 40, 45 overs old.
Well, if it is starting to turn a little bit, the Worcestershire spinner, who is Callum Parkinson on loan from Durham, would be very interesting. I've got a slip in now. The slip is standing so close that he's put a helmet on. Pressed around the wicket again, and Libby just goes back and nudges it away on the side. And there is no run at the end of the over. Worcestershire 542 for 5. They have eclipsed their second highest score against Hampshire, which came in 1997, 538 for 2 declared, of which Graham Hick made 303 not out. Tom Moody got 100 as well. So they're very close. 547 is the highest ever.
Highest ever.
Worcestershire score against Hampshire.
Well, they should eclipse that quite possibly before lunch, but if not, certainly in the day, as Gubbins is on for another over. Slip's now taking the helmet off in a more regular position, and low full toss pushed back to Gubbins for no run. In again, driven onto the offside for no run. Bit of energy in the Hampshire field.
I tell you what, he does fun and does like to get the ball back into the wicketkeeper.
You think when you're 542 for 5 and you've had a day and a half in the field, as that's defended back to the bowler, you'd feel a bit jaded and ready to go in for lunch 5 minutes before lunch. But yeah, Varma was quick on that, whipped it into the keeper like it was the first ball of the day. Good to see. Driven again to Varma, who fakes attempts at a run out, but Gubbins ball in hand again. He's getting through this over nice and quickly. Good for that run rate over rate we were talking about earlier. And that's tickled down to fine leg. Fielder there, they'll come back for a second. 2 runs to Roderick. He moves on to 29. Yeah, he's very quick through the over, is Gubbins. Dawson's obviously Hampshire's frontline spinner for the last few years, but he's not the quickest. He does tinker with the field a bit more and take his time, but slightly back of a length. Roderick gives himself a bit of room, cuts that onto the offside, and they'll pick up another single. End of the over. Worcestershire 545 for 5, 2 runs away from their highest ever score against Hampshire.
Yeah. Records are being broken. And what I was surprised yesterday was that Adam Howe's 266 was the high score by a batsman batting at number 4 for Worcestershire. I thought somebody might have got near to 300, but that was the record. So we've got the slip in it again. Scott Curry is in there with a helmet on. Wicketkeeper Ben Brown is telling him exactly which blade of grass, or which brown spot, because there's not much grass out there, that he needs to stand on. Off the back foot, nudged away on the leg side. Gubbins, ever alert, sweeps to pick up, and there is no run. Tom Prest into his 6th over. To this ball, wide of the off stump. And Gareth Roderick has nothing to do with it apart from watching it go by into the gloves of wicketkeeper Brown. Still the nice bit of breeze ruffling the trees away to our right hand side. Pressed in bowls. This is good work. Stop the ball with your foot, lad. I like to see that. It's not the normal cricket that I've ever played, you know. Stop the ball with your foot. You don't have to bend down there. Stick your boot out. You know, the fielding coach is probably going mad at the moment, if there is a fielding coach. What are you doing? Stop the ball with your foot. Pressed in again. Forward comes Gareth Roderick. And again there is no run. Last ball of the over. This time Roderick forward once again. It wasn't the last ball of the over, that was the 5th ball of the over. This, folks, is officially the last ball of the over, unless it's a wide or a no ball. And to this ball, it is a nice drive there by Gareth Roderick. He's going to pick up a single. He's there again. Tilak Vala twirls and hurls the ball at the non-striker's end. It's a good job that Prest was alert then, because I don't think there's anybody backing up. They could have gone away for overthrows, or buzzers as they're called very often these days. Anyway, end of the over. 546 for 5. We will have one more over before the luncheon interval.
Yeah, Gubbins is quick through his over, but there are only 2 minutes left, so almost certainly the last over of the session. A session that's been pretty controlled by Hampshire, given the status of the game, where Worcestershire are very much in command at the minute. As Gubbins comes into Roderick, pushed back to him for no run.
Yeah, certainly bowled a lot better than they did yesterday. After those 2 early wickets went down, it rather got away, particularly in the afternoon session.
Pushed onto the offside, no run again. Building up those dots as we have 4 balls going into the lunch break on day 2 here at the Utilita Bowl. That time Roderick stepped back and tried to cut that onto the offside. Little bottom edge, dribbles down to slip gully region for no run.
Tuck it down on bottom edge onto his pad. He's bowling again already before we see the replay.
He's in again, rolls his wrist over that and push back to the bowler, no run. Very much just making it through to lunch now, Roderick. 2 balls to go. Gurbin's in. This time he cuts again, but fielder at point blocks that for another dot. So 5 dots, 1 ball to go. And the clock has ticked over to 1 o'clock now, so this will definitely be the last ball. And seen off with textbook forward defence. So that is the end of the first session on day 2 at the Utilita Bowl. Worcestershire resumed the day on 456 for 3, with Libby on 137 and Nightwatchman Adam Finch on 1. The current state at lunch, they are now on 546 for 5. The 2 wickets, the Nightwatchman was caught behind off Fuller, and then Ethan Brooks was bowled by a stump-shattering delivery for 7. And in the session, Hampshire have bowled 31 overs, and they've gone at just over 2.8 an over. So good session for Hampshire, good control. There was a lot of innovative fielding positions in that, some much better disciplined bowling, but Worcestershire very much in a healthy position after 4 sessions of this game. We'll leave you there and we'll join you back for the afternoon session.
And the two Worcestershire batters are making their way out onto the field of play, and we will shortly be getting underway. The afternoon session on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Worcestershire. Yes, Worcestershire are still batting. They've been batting for 128 overs now, and their first innings, which was 456 for 3 overnight, has now increased to 546 for 5. 2 wickets this morning then in the first 20 minutes of play. Adam Finch was caught behind off James Fuller for 12, and Ethan Brooks was bowled by Kyle Abbott, leaving the ball alone for 7. That gave Kyle Abbott his first wicket, and for Fuller his third. But Jake Libby has been batting since 11 o'clock yesterday morning, and having resumed this morning on 137 not out, finds himself on 174 not out, and Gareth Roderick is 31 not out. The pitch is still bland, the ball is doing absolutely zilch, and we're getting hotter and hotter as the day goes on. Your commentary team for this afternoon is as it was this morning. A little later you'll hear from the analyst Simon Hughes, also former Hampshire women's player Gemma Green, but it's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Hereford and Worcester it's Dave Bradley.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome.
What do you reckon? More of the same this afternoon?
I think so. Whether Worcestershire will maybe attempt to up the run rate. 90 runs this morning's session. Hampshire bowled better than they did yesterday. Had a bit more of a plan, I thought, today. Or several plans. But whether Worcestershire will want to kick on.
Here's Fuller switching ends, bowling to Libby, who works it away on the leg side. I think they just looked a little tighter. They went for a bit more boringness, didn't they, the Hampshire bowlers, which is something we didn't quite see yesterday. Looked like they were trying to force things a bit. It wasn't quite working. There's not enough in this pitch, not yet anyway. So yeah, I think this morning they clearly had a chat as a group and just said, look, we need to bowl more dot balls. And Libby seemed to be quite happy. Whatever came his way, he would play accordingly. He's played superbly, hasn't he? As Fuller's in, bowls. Libby just gets turned around there a fraction as the ball makes its way up to mid-off.
Yeah, I was thinking he plays within himself. Jake Libby knows his game. As I was saying yesterday to Michael Carberry, we were talking about, you know, you get to this stage of your career, Jake Libby, as you know which shots you can play. You know which ones you don't play. So you're in. Once he gets in his little bubble, it takes a bit of shifting.
Yeah, I've seen him play quite a lot for you guys and also for Notts. Here's Fuller, length ball, no single there, square on the offside. It's certainly the best I've seen him play.
Well, he loves the South Coast because he gets runs at Hove every time he goes. I mean, a lot of runs. I could look it up, but I think he averages about 70 odd against Sussex. He got runs there when he was playing for Nottinghamshire before he moved to New Road. And one more run for Worcestershire to equal their highest ever score against Hampshire.
It's pulled away, and there it is.
There it is.
Down to fine leg, 547 for 5. Well, another stat amongst many in this Worcestershire innings. I'm going to look that one up for you. So against Sussex, he's had 15 innings. He's scored over 1,000 runs. He's hit his highest first-class score of 215. He averages 75.
Yeah. Which is quite remarkable, really.
It is, isn't it?
I mean, it's generally a good pitch, isn't it? Hove and very quick outfield. But you've still got to get them.
Well, overnight, Jake Libby averaged just 23 against Hampshire, and that included his overnight total of 137. So marked contrast there. He's going to get a quick single out into the offside, and he moves on to... Oh, it's Roderick, sorry. Moves on to 32, Roderick. 548 for 5, so that's now the highest.
It is, yes.
A bit of a cheer and a clap.
1903.
There we go. Another record from many, many, many moons ago expunged. It's uncanny how many records from around that era, 1920s and 1900s and what have you. That,
yeah.
I mean, there must be some amazing games in those days.
Probably the bowling wasn't that good.
Well, no. Fuller's in. And Libby pushes that out square on the offside. end of the first over after lunch. Just 2 runs conceded by James Fuller. 22 overs, 3 for 111. And Worcestershire still batting, and they've completed 129 overs of their first innings.
This looks like it's Nick Gubbins going to open up from the hotel in post-lunch.
I think the seam bowlers are spent.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
I think you've almost got to the point now where can it really make a difference? A spell of 2 for 20 at this stage.
Yeah. 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 So we actually had 64 overs this morning. We did, yeah. So at least the over rate is pretty decent. So Gubbins going to bowl. Looks like he's going to bowl around the wicket, and there's a slip. The mid-wicket area, which has been very heavily populated earlier in the piece. There's only a couple in there at the moment. Gubbins a couple of practice deliveries. In fact, sorry, I'm talking nonsense here. It's Tom Prest who's going to bowl from the hotel end. And he is going to bowl right arm round. Bowls nudged away off leg stump by Gareth Roderick, who suddenly puts the afterburners on halfway down. Maybe he thought there was a couple, but no chance of that. Total goes to 549 for 5 on a sultry afternoon. A couple of gentlemen I was talking to, kind of know, a bit hot in it. They said, yeah, we come over to the other side because there's a bit of breeze. It seems warm. The wind seemed warm when I was walking around there at lunchtime. Here's Libby driving out on the offside, and it's not the usual man out there. It's Tilak Varner. It's out in the open spaces. Ripple of applause. Worcestershire's 550 comes up.
I think that's the furthest away he's fielded in the bat.
Press bowls, a nice little reverse sweep for a couple by Gareth Roderick.
Farmer again.
Yeah.
I think he fancies a little run out. I think he's probably felt a little bit stiff out in the field. He knows he's going to bat at some point, and he said, do you know what, Skip? Get me in the deep just so I can run around a bit.
Let me have a wander round.
Yeah.
Pressed around the wicket. A sweep this time by Roderick. That could well go for 4. It does go for 4. I'm just wondering, I'm probably thinking too deeply here. Worcestershire had a chat at lunchtime, and maybe Gareth Roderick saying, yeah, I'll try and push on. I mean, if he's out, Matthew Waite would probably come in next. And he is not afraid to hit the ball, let's put it that way. Likes to whack it around a bit. And this ball, Roderick is back forward defensive. Big stride in, bat and pad close together. Pressed in again. Once again, Roderick comes forward. A bit more force in the shot this time, and only plays it back down the pitch to the bowler. And at the end of the over, Worcestershire total is 556 for 5. Roderick has 39, and Libby has 176.
So I talked you into having the salmon salad at lunch.
Which was excellent. Yeah. I mean, it's that time of year when those big lads are in danger of getting salad poisoning, to be honest. But it's clearly not doing us any good, is it? But it's good for the conscience, you know. Yeah. I shall feel better throughout the afternoon. If I'd have had pie and chips, I'd have thought, I shouldn't have had.
Oh, you'd have been laying flat out.
Yeah.
Fuller from the pavilion end to continue. Comes in and bowls, and Libby drives that one up to mid-off. Hampshire seems to, though they've dispensed with the slip altogether now. I don't think we've had a slip for a while. My mind is wandering to the South Africa-Zimbabwe test match, or Zimbabwe-South Africa test match, and Hampshire fans will remember that in the first innings of the South Africa innings, Luandre Pretorius, who played a handful of games in the T20 for Hampshire, it became the youngest ever centurion for South Africa on debut, I think it was, or somewhere around there. He only made 4 in the second innings. That's pulled away out to Varma at deep square leg for 5-5-7 for 5. And Diovolt Brevis, who made a half century in the first innings, was out for 3. So the youngsters not making any impression at all in that second innings. South Africa lead by 5-0-3. Similar game there by the looks of it. 3-3-6 for 7 in their second innings. We still got this. This is not actually the highest score now in Division 1.
Really?
No, Surrey have got 613 for 4 against Durham.
Oh, dear.
But they put on a spurt this morning.
They've gone mad, haven't they?
Well, they were
Who's that?
407 overnight.
Is that Sibley?
They've still they've lost 1 wicket. So let's have a look. Here comes Fuller. Sibley's still there. Oh, it's outside the off stump, quite close to the off stump. Sibley is 251 not out.
Goodness me.
169 not out overnight, and Dan Lawrence, who was 58 not out overnight, was out for 178. They really have got a move on there, haven't they? So they've added about 207 this morning. Oh, gosh. And just a little bit into the afternoon. Wow, they really have got a move on. Looks like the Durham players are melting in the sun.
You wouldn't want to catch the captains, are they, would you?
No. So this is not now the highest scoring game in Division 1. Just push that out on the offside.
Yeah. I'm all right, Skip. Well, just wander down here. Third man, fine leg. Don't worry about me. I'm not too bothered about bowling. There's a bit of breeze though here.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Yes, it's a cooler breeze up here than it is on ground level, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're right, it was like a warm wind.
Yeah. Another person at lunchtime said, "Yeah, you'd be right up there in your air-conditioned box." No.
No, because the sun isn't directly shining into us yet.
No, no.
We've got that to look forward to.
Yes, with joy.
Yes. Here comes Fuller. Quietly played up to mid-on by Gareth Roderick, who, like 1 or 2 others in the Worcestershire lineup, are getting some good batting practice here.
Well, yeah.
They are, aren't they? I mean, they are playing themselves into form.
Yeah.
Which, let's be honest, Worcestershire currently sitting bottom of Division 1. It's an ideal scenario, isn't it, going into the second half of the competition?
Well, yeah. As we've been saying, it's been tough this summer for them. Not really. I think got runs at Taunton and battled away at Chelmsford, which wasn't a high-scoring game. But the batting has been a bit fragile.
In comes Fuller to Roderick once more. Bowls. Another link ball. Roderick plays that carefully out on the offside. What's the 1 run off that Fuller over? 557 for 5. I'm not used to saying 500 and something. It's very rare.
Got an email from Dennis Hill. Said, "Is this anywhere near Worcestershire's record score against everybody?" No, nowhere near. 701 is the highest against Surrey in 2007. There's lots of 600s as well. So at the moment, it's not. It's about. I don't know,
Doesn't even make it on the leaderboard, does it?
19th, 20th.
Plenty of time.
Oh yes.
Oh,
If they're going to get 700, though, I'm agreeing with you. Oh yes, but if they're going to get 700, they're going to be batting till tomorrow.
yeah, at this rate.
At this rate, yeah. Pressed into Jake Libby, and Libby is forward, pushing down the pitch. So there was that little flurry from Gareth Roderick, but I can see no great intent in the Worcestershire batting at the moment. Just wait for the bad ball. Libby clips this one away, down to fine leg for a single. 1 more to the total, which chugs along to 558 for 5. Jake Libby's personal total goes to 178. Pressed in again, and there's a little paddle shot from Gareth Roderick. I'm not going to get 2 here though. The big frame of Kyle Abbott comes in from fine leg. Total goes to 559. 4-5. Had a brief conversation with umpire Jack Shantry last night. I was in good form. Next ball worked away for a single by Jake Libby. Yeah, discussing the merits of yesterday's play and several other things, really.
Did he enjoy it?
Several other things, really.
No, it's his old county, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean,
A little bit of satisfaction.
as he said, wouldn't quote him, of course. Next ball played back down the pitch and no run.
He allegedly said.
I would not repeat. Alden, in the strictest confidence, the next ball was just swept away for a single. No, they might come back for two. Good bit of fielding down there on the fence. Is that Fletcher Middleton down there?
It might be, yes.
Yes. Whomsoever it was, nice, good bit of fielding. Prevented 2 runs. Roderick has 42, Libby 179, and the total is 562 for 5.
Is he the umpire at this end or the far end?
He's at this end.
Oh, he's at this end. So he has given one LBW.
Yeah. Yeah, but as we were saying earlier, according to the analytical people, there were only 5 LBW appeals. And I think a couple of those were sort of going to have a shout because I can. I don't think they were genuine. We've got him here appeals.
Now, we were surprised at one point late yesterday afternoon, weren't we? We said, oh, God,
Yeah.
there was an appeal.
An appeal.
Wow, that's what they do. 562 for 5. The Worcestershire innings goes on and on and on, and shows no sign of changing course. Briefly, you were right, just after lunch, Gareth Roddick played a couple of nice looking sweeps, but he's gone back into his shell as Libby pushes that Fuller delivery out square on the offside. 371 balls for 179. Wow. It's not his highest first-class score. He has a double hundred to his name, doesn't he?
Yeah. Dare not.
Yes.
Oh.
Stephen Clark is back on the emails. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, glad you're enjoying your cooling breeze. He says it feels like a sauna where he is at the far end of the ground. Don't we? As he knows, that will change when the shadows come across. That'll be the best part of the ground later on. It's played up to mid-on.
As we often say, we don't mind the shadows coming as long as Cliff Richard isn't with them.
Boom.
Boom, boom. I got a message from my good lady wife, which is unusual in itself, to be honest.
Is he asking where you are?
Don't get me. Yeah. Were you at home last night? I can't remember. Yeah, we got 2 dogs. There's 3 electric fans going, and they just lay there, not moving. Too hot. It's remarkable how many people would take their dogs out at noon on a day like today. Oof. Ridiculous.
It's like people running.
Yeah. Yeah, they're all mad, aren't they?
No way. Early morning, late evening, apparently. That's turned away on the leg side by Libby. I'm sure he'll get 2. Varma comes racing in from deep square leg. Does well.
He's quick.
Oh, we like that. Now we like that. We are into the 133rd over. I mean, he's obviously used to fielding in hot temperatures, but that's a great bit of fielding when you've been out in the field that long. Clearly enjoying being out there. A few others wouldn't, I don't think. I'm sure I'd enjoy still being out there. I think the legs might be starting to feel a bit heavy.
Yeah.
Captain says, come and have a 7th spell.
Yeah.
And I said, can you give me half an hour to warm up?
Yeah.
Or stretch, or warm up. Libby drives, he's pushed that onto the stumps, Fuller, but Libby's behind the line at the non-striker's end. It's Roderick.
Yeah. Have a couple uphill against the wind. It's a famous, I think it was Reg Perks at Worcester, captain. Probably Ari Bird, the amateur captain. They were getting hammered all day. It was about 5:30 when he called out and said, Reg, What do you think we should put on now? And he said, put the clock on and let's all go home.
563 for 5. First walking back very slowly to his mark. He's into his 24th over in bowls, and it's a good length ball to Roderick. Yes, coming collectively, Hampshire have bowled straighter, a better length. You know, that run rate, which was 5 and over for large periods of yesterday and probably just dipped a fraction under 5s, has been slowly dropping. It's now 4.2. So Hampshire have improved their accuracy, but you do feel it's a little too late, really. But it still has to be done. There's no shirking. Fuller's last over went for 2. This one's gone for 1. This is the last ball. And there will be a single out of armour. 564 for 5.
I am going to go and have a rub down with the Sporting Life and find a cool spot.
Yeah. Other sporting papers available, of course. Probably not as many as there used to be, but choices nevertheless. Gemma Green, former Hampshire women's player, is back with us. Welcome back, Gemma.
Hi, Kev. I hear you enjoyed your lunch.
Very much so. That smoked salmon is gorgeous.
I went for the pork schnitzel.
And?
Also very good.
Yes, that's one thing. We're very, very lucky here. The food is very good indeed. And when you're into some long hot days, it's a welcome distraction.
Absolutely. Looking at the other Div 1 schools, it's only Durham that's suffering like Hampshire and haven't yet bowled out the side.
So, yeah, lots of runs in that game this morning as it's played out on the onside by Roderick. Moves on to 44. And Worcestershire on to 565 for 5. Yes, I think we worked out just after lunch that Durham had conceded about 200 runs today.
Yeah, they have. It's Sibley and who was it? Sibley and Lawrence.
Well, Lawrence was out.
They put on a lot in the first hour, I think.
Oh, did they? Oh, right. That's played out on the leg side. Single to Libby. 181 he moves on to. Tom Prested is bowling into his 9th over here. Still no turn for anybody. None for Dawson this morning. None for Gubbins, the wrist spinner, who, if there was anything there, you think might find something. Nothing for Prest as that's turned to mid-wicket. Fielded by, I think that's Gubbins.
Yeah, so the bonus points are done now, so Worcester just very much working towards whatever target, whether it be time or runs.
Let's turn to Gubbins once more. Yeah, I mean, they've got to... I still think you've got to go more than 600, don't you?
I do. With 4-day game, there's been a lot of talk, hasn't there, about the 3-day, moving to 3 days, 4 days. They've got 4 days in this game, obviously. A lot of time left.
Just turn square on the leg side and there is no run. Somebody was telling me there might be a little bit of rain around on Wednesday. I'm looking at my weather app. And at the moment it suggests there's some in the morning, but will be cleared by lunch. .566 for 5. Prest comes in and that's blocked once more by Gareth Roderick. So Worcestershire are very much playing just a normal game that they've been playing, apart from Adam Hose. It was a little bit more adventurous. But Roderick, Libby, playing very much in a way that suggests they are going to bat for a lot longer yet.
Yeah, Libby, as we said, playing very much the second fiddle yesterday to Hose, but he did accelerate through the sessions. Run rate of 2.26 in the morning session, 2.87 in the afternoon, and 3.97 come the evening session. So, yeah, if he bats another long day today, or most of the day today, we may see a bit of acceleration there.
I can see why your stats are in so much demand there, Jim. I'm very impressed with that.
Do numbers, that's what I do. So Fuller getting ready at the top of his mark. with Libby on strike, 181. Incoming, and that's worked behind square on the offside. Down to third man, where Ali Orr is there. They'll pick up 2. As I say, Bradders was saying Ali Orr was stuck on that huge leg side boundary from this end all of yesterday, but he's been doing a bit of third man work this morning. We have got very one-sided boundary here, a big long, say, leg side at the moment, with the right-hander and the bowling at the pavilion end, and a much shorter offside boundary. The wicket's far over to the right as we look at it from the commentary box. And Fuller's bustling in again. Libby facing, flicked away onto the leg side. 2 fielders back on the leg side, so they just pick up a single.
Libby's just been unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, he's playing in exactly the same way as he did at 11:30 yesterday morning. I mean, it's great. It's great concentration. It's great. You know, surely somewhere along the line, you know, I'm sure a lot of players by now would have said, "Oh, I want to do this, I want to try this, and I want to hit down the ground, do this." But he's just refrained from everything.
Yeah, we saw that one moment where he moved his feet to Dawson earlier and hit him down the track for 6, but that was very much a calculated risk as everyone was in at that moment. And other than that, he just seems happy to knock it around and keep Hampshire out there. He's in again. Worked onto the leg side, no run. Pressed it, patrolling that short mid-wicket area.
He's got to be tired now, surely.
What, Libby?
Yeah, he's got to be, hasn't he? He's got to be tired. He's got to be hot.
Well,
surely.
I think so, but the modern athlete, I don't know.
There's got to be something in there that suggests that, you know, there's a weakness somewhere. So having a joke with the umpire as well.
Fuller in, he's balling over the wicket to Roderick now, who attempts to cut that, but bottom edge, and it goes to the left-hand side of the keeper and down to fine leg for 4.
I'm not sure it's meant to go that fine. Watching this again, if you're watching the live picture feed, I don't know. You can see what he was trying to do. Oh yeah, he's got a bottom edge.
Bottom edge, it's gone to the
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
gone to the left-hand side. A little bit of luck there, but as I say, I wasn't here yesterday, but I've not seen anything today. No appeals, quarter of an appeal, if that. No drops, just nothing.
You're right.
Just going through the motions.
It's like a net.
Fuller's walking back to his mark very wearily, but he turns and he's in now. It's Roderick, who drives that nicely, firmly, but to the mid-on fielder for no run.
What's the longest you batted, Gemma?
This season,
Ever?
okay, this season I think it's 24 balls. I think I've batted pretty much through a 40 over innings. Best part of a 40 over innings, so that's probably the longest.
So what's that, 2 and a bit hours?
Yeah. But yeah, this season, not so much. So, Fuller in again. And it's blocked to mid-off, and there's no run there. End of the over. Worcestershire are 573 for 5. I relish the idea of batting longer, though. Obviously, there's not. Yeah, absolutely. I would. I would love to have that kind of challenge. Whether it's batting out for a draw or whatever, I would love to have that kind of first-class challenge as a batter. It definitely suits my run rate. But yeah, I've played 50 overs. It's the longest format I've played, but I don't sort of bat in that. So yeah, 40 probably.
Would you like to see women's cricket go multi-day?
Well, I would from an idealist point of view, but you know, with the modern era, and you know, there's never going to be a situation where things sort of retreat so much that happens. I know obviously a few countries play a little bit of Test cricket.
Press bowls. He's down the wickets. Hits aerial over mid-on. Does Jake Libby. We were just saying that he's very rarely afforded himself a shot over the top, and there he has. He's done it, and there's the 100-run partnership between these two for the 6th wicket, and it's come off 206 balls. 577 for 5. Sorry, you were saying. So you reckon? I mean, would you reckon there'll be a time when the domestic counties might play just the odd one? They'll arrange a couple of games here and there between themselves as that's played out on the onside.
Well, you're talking about the women's
Yeah.
sort of professional tier 1.
Yeah.
I just don't see. I don't consider it a backward step. Obviously, it's the best form of the game for most of us. But
Pressed bowls, it's cut away by Libby, but finds backward a point. Curry.
in terms of the way professional cricket's going, and that obviously certainly the domestic first class game is under the cosh a bit in men's cricket, and for surviving as a format. So I just don't see it becoming a format in the women's game. Sadly, I think that sort of time has passed.
Okay. Pressed bowls. Forward is Libby. He was looking for a quick single, but James Fuller's lurking there in the covers.
But that's very much different to what I would like to happen.
Yeah. Well, they're talking about 12 championship games from a men's point of view in future, so it's played back to the bowler. I have to say, if they decide to play with a Kookaburra ball, all 12 matches, I'd be quite happy if they cut it to about 6. That's turned away to mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. Preston completes 10 overs, none for 50. And Worcestershire are 577 for 5. Just quick calculation since lunch. So we've had, what have we had since lunch? Oh, just over half an hour.
Yep.
And Worcestershire have added
31.
31. You are good numbers. So they're about a run a minute. So if we're looking at that, and we're looking at what, another hour and a half to tea. Is that another 90? Worcestershire, if they are still batting at tea at this pace, we're looking about 650, 660.
Yep.
And if they come out after tea,
Best case scenario.
gosh, if they come out after tea, let's not think about that for the moment.
Got a change of bowling at the pavilion end, and Dom Kelly's going to take the ball from there. I think he bowled. Did he bowl this end earlier?
No, I
he
think he's
wasn't.
bowled all his overs from the pavilion end.
So he replaces James Fuller. He's bowled 17 overs in this match, 1 for 79. And he's going to be bowling to Roderick as he's in past the stumps. That's cut away onto the offside. There is a fielder at point who has a shy at the stumps, but it's a no trouble single for Roderick.
Scott Curry there. Scott Curry had another 4-over spell this morning, which cost 13.
Yeah, Dom Kelly, so he got 1 wicket in the match. It was a big one, that of Adam Hose. He's bowling now to Libby, who's on also a huge score, and pushes that onto the offside for another single to his total as he moves on to 189.
Well, he's very slowly inching to his highest ever first-class score.
Is that 215?
It's around there.
Against-
Sounds like you know.
Against Sussex in 2022, I think.
Yeah.
Keeper stood up, Ben Brown up to the stumps for Dom Kelly. As he comes in, worked onto the leg side, no run.
Well, you wouldn't rule it out, would you? I mean, the way things are at the moment, I mean, everything's in the batter's favour. And if they are going to bat for a while, you wouldn't think actually 215 is going to be that much of a problem.
No, so there's been nothing that's looked like it's troubled him in the morning session or so far in this session. So he's at the other end at the minute with his hand on his hip, taking a breather as Kelly's into Roderick. On the leg stump and worked away on the leg side. Straight to pressed, short mid-wicket again, no run.
Sorry, still going well. 647 for 4.
What's the highest total you've conceded bowling first?
Playing?
Yeah.
Oh, I think I've been on the receiving end of some 500s, certainly.
What does it do to you mentally?
It's horrible. You just want to get off.
Kelly in and forward defence by Roderick.
Yeah, the thing is, and I know you should feel like it every now and then, but you do feel a bit worthless as a bowler, or you feel like I'm just running in and bowling, but I haven't got a chance of taking a wicket. But there's always a thing in the back of your mind that suggests, well, I might just get one. So you know, that's what keeps you going. But yeah, plenty of times I've bowled and you think, I'm never going to get a wicket.
Just hoping the batsman makes a mistake. That's all you can do. That's guided down to third man. Ali will do the fielding down there once again. It's another single to Roderick, and that is his 50. So on the back of not a lot of form this year for him, he brings up his 50 in 114 balls.
Yeah, he's played nicely. These two have just played proper cricket, haven't they? Really done nothing really to get anybody excited.
Yeah, we had two quickish in the context of this game wickets this morning in the first 20 minutes or so, and then these two since then have batted on with no dramas and put on a 100 partnership.
Only Gareth Roderick's second 50 of the season. So here's Prest around the wicket, continuing with his off-spin. There's a little sweep that's gone very fine from Roderick. He does seem to play that shot quite well, actually. He's played a couple of sweeps where he's swept quite hard around the square area, and there he's just holding the bat there in position, allowing the ball just to glance off the face. Plays it nicely. 581 for 5 is the total, and we are into the 138th over now of not only the game, but of the Worcestershire first innings. Single on the leg side to Libby, moves into the 190s now. And Worcestershire sedately onto 582 for 5. No Adam Hose to provide a bit of entertainment today. Nice talking to his dad at lunch when we were walking around there. Said, "You're here the wrong day." Just said he couldn't make it yesterday. 583 for 5. Another sweep there from Roderick.
So you were saying earlier this pitch hasn't been used since 2022. What's the reason for that? Do you?
No, I didn't. I spoke to Simon. He just said that was the last time this pitch was used, but I didn't ask him why. It's down the leg side, and Ben Brown is lying flat out because he couldn't quite take that cleanly. It was very wide, and it's been signalled by his poor Ben Brown.
Yep.
And that looked a bit hard work getting up. You're bending up. So you're a keeper, eh? Bending up and down all this time. It plays havoc with your legs, doesn't it? Your thighs. As that turned away on the leg side for another single. 585 for 5.
It's an underappreciated role, Kev. Always. In any form of cricket.
Well, it is, and it's particularly tough, isn't it, when you think the fielders are having it tough out there, but when you've got pads and a helmet on and gloves on, cool. Can you imagine what his hands are like?
Yeah, and your concentration, you've been in the field for 4 sessions and someone darts one down the leg side like that.
Yeah. It's played out on the offside end of the over. 585 for 5. Gemma, do you want to come this side?
Okay.
And we'll let Dave Bradley from BBC Hereford and Worcester come back in. So, there are 54 overs left in the day. Yes, I'm already counting. Oh dear. Welcome back, Dave.
324 balls, mate, if you want to be precise. So it's going to be Tom Kelly from the pavilion end, bowling to Gareth Roderick, who's 53, is taking him 117 balls. No close catches, as you would imagine. And this is worked away by Roderick. That's probably going to race away. Is it going to make it over the rope? It's not going to make it over the rope. Pulled up short. And they will come back for 3. A nice on drive just to the left of mid wicket. So Worcestershire go to 588 for 5. Of which Gareth Roderick now has 56. We did see some rather funky fields this morning. It was pretty straightforward. This field for Kelly, and this is flicked off the hip for a single by Jake Libby. The ever alert Tilak Varner gets his throw back in. Not the best throw of his career, but one more to the total. 589 for 5. Jake Libby 191. Kelly, right arm over to the right-handed Roderick, who plays a little bit loosely here. Takes his bottom hand away as he plays it. Looks as if he's rehearsing more of an on-drive. The ball just squeezed away through to extra cover. No run. Roderick just goes up and does a bit of pitch patting. Had the glasses on the pitch earlier, the binoculars, can't see anything that the spinners can work with as yet. Next ball is, I'm not quite sure what he's doing there, Gareth Roderick. The ball outside the off stump, and it's been played down to fine leg. I was thinking was he maybe thinking of a paddle or a sweep or something?
Scoop.
Yeah, and he found the ball wasn't there, so he just kind of dabbed it off his hip down to.
Ben Brown hit the ground again.
He did.
He was, yeah. It was a scoop from very wide outside off stump.
Strange shot in the context of this game.
Yeah.
590 for 5. Ribby to face. That single takes Roderick to 57. This ball is whipped away by Roderick down to just marginally backward of square on the leg side, where Varner bowls the ball back in this time. And Worcestershire go to 591 for 5. Just having a look round a few minutes ago. There's one or two that have nodded off in the afternoon sun as this is driven up towards mid-on, half stopped, and they will come through for a single. And one more to the total, and then completion of the over. And Worcestershire 592 for 5. Roderick has 58, Libby has 192. If you've just joined us, out today, seems a long time ago now, Adam Finch, the Nightwatchman, a couple of lusty blows, and then he went for 12, the bowling of Fuller Cup while we keep him round. And then Ethan Brooks just misjudged one from Kyle Abbott. They just came in a bit and took out his middle stump, and he went for 7. Yeah, I had a look around here, there's one or two getting some Zs in their heads.
Do you know what? I don't blame them. It's a good period of play for that. Because if you've just had if you've gone to the atrium and had a big meal, the sun's out, and it's that lovely kind of gentle noise of bat on ball, and it's that kind of hypnotic session. So I can understand that as Roderick's hammered that down the ground. That will go for a 1 bounce 4, I think. I haven't quite got the vision there, but just looking at that again. Yeah, ball quite wide outside off stump. He's just thrown his hands through that. 4 runs to Roderick.
Yeah, smash that away.
I was just saying it's one of those peaceful moments of play, and then it clatters into the advertising board. And this time he swept and swept hard, but there was a fielder out at deep square leg, so he'll pick up a single. Yeah,
sat in a deck chair in the shade of a tree.
And that clattering may have woken 1 or 2 up.
Yeah.
Pressed again, he's round the wicket to these right-handers. That's driven onto the offside, another single. So really just much the same. Roderick and Libby just picking up what's on offer, rotating the strike, keeping that scoreboard ticking at a decent lick, and looking in no trouble at all really, as Press comes in again for his 4th delivery. Fuller ball driven down to long on. A lot of fielders set back now. We had a phase earlier when Dawson was on with no one on the boundary. We've now got 4, and Ali Orr's just fielded that. Another single to the total, another single to Roderick. And Press coming in to complete his over. Was it the 5th ball? Sorry. Worked onto the leg side, no run.
Yeah, we did have some funky fields this morning. Something a bit different, but it's just a bit
Lackluster.
ordinary. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's down the leg side. Libby turns it to square, and they do come through for a single then. So Worcester, that is the 600 up for Worcestershire. 605 off 140 overs in the middle of the second session on day 2.
Well, the two batsmen out there having a conversation at the moment. So Jake Libby is the Worcestershire skipper in this game. So if he thinks that something might be changing, then he's the man out there.
Yeah, they haven't got to be looking up to the balcony for their instructions. The captain's out there in the middle, and like you say, will be dictating what's the next plan as he's on strike now.
Tom Kelly to start his 20th over, and this time Libby pulls, but to mid-wicket, where it's a tumbling, rolling, diving Fuller who manages to get something behind it. He got all of that as well, Libby. So either side, you imagine it might have raced away for 4, but a good stop. That short mid-wicket, I'm going to call that.
Yeah, it's a very in-outfield, isn't it? We've got four boundary rollers and then 2 sort of quite close in on the drive, or that was a pull, but 2 very close in.
Kelly to Libby, who drives into the offside once again. Good bit of scrambling fielding down on his knees from Scott Curry. Prevents any runs. Not Libby, what are you thinking? Oh, middled a couple of there. Could have got a few runs. Could have got a couple of boundaries, but decent.
And that's the thing, there's been barely any player misses today, is there?
No.
It's just not one of those days.
No.
This ball's not beating the bat at all.
Kelly to Libby, and this time Libby plays 2 mid-off, comes half forward and pushes the ball rather than drives it. Umpire Blackwell and non-striker Roderick in conversation. I wouldn't think there's any other sport where the officials, the umpires or the referees, talk to the players as much as cricket. I know rugby they talk a lot to the players, but cricket talk about all sorts of things. Kelly to Libby gets that one away through extra cover off the back foot. Only going to pick up a single. One more to the total, which advances to 601 for 5, of which Libby now has 195. Approaching the second double century of his career. He likes it in the south, does Jake Libby. Loves it at home, he's enjoying it here. Kelly's next ball, and Roderick, it's expansive drive out through the offside. He's still only going to pick up a single. Fletcher Middleton, I think, is patrolling the boundary there, as he's been for much of the game.
Definitely seen an increase in tempo from Roderick, with that shot down the ground followed by a hard sweep, and yeah, he's definitely looked to accelerate.
Roderick has 65, Worcestershire have 602 for 5. Libby to face the final ball of the over. And this time he's working the way through mid-wicket. Shouldn't get 4 for that, might get a couple. They might get 3. No, they are going to get a comfortable 3 in the end. I think everybody agreed it was going to be 3.
And all jogged 3.
And all jogged 3, yeah. It's too hot to race about. So.
Yeah.
Worcestershire at the end of the over are 605 for 5. Gareth Roderick has 65. Jake Libby has 198.
I think we're going to have a little bit of Dawson again from our commentary end.
And bowled for a while, isn't he?
No, I don't think he's bowled this session, is he? So
No.
He's drying his hands on the dust.
As we were saying earlier, though, you don't really want to catch the captain's eye, do you, at this stage of it's this stage of the game.
But it was very much Dawson that we were talking about earlier with those funky fields. We had 7 on the leg side for the first half of his spell, and then at some point there was 7 on the offside. a bit later in his spell. Everyone's in now, in that would be circle, but it's not quite as compact on one side or the other as it was earlier. It's I'm not going to say how many is on the offside until they finish tinkering, because keep moving people.
Oh,
there's another one. Yeah. So it looks like he's going to a more like the back end of his spell where another one's coming over or coming in. Yep, coming over. So contrary to what I said, we're going for a 7-2 offside field.
Well, at least he's trying something different, Liam Dawson.
I say that one's now walking towards the leg side.
Oh.
So
we'll let you know,
we'll
folks.
let you know, yeah.
When it happens, we'll send you a postcard.
I thought they were settled at one point. He's coming to slip.
Yes.
No, we're in a 7-2 field. That's my final answer. And Dawson's getting ready to bowl. We have got a slip in place. Pushed up to mid-off, no run.
Your final answer, and you didn't even phone a friend.
Slips on a very wide stance as Dawson's in. Bowls cut away behind square. Fielder there, but they do come through for the single. He's set back enough to allow them through. Libby onto 199. So Roderick on strike, so we're tinkering with the field again. Change of field to him. Couple are coming over. This is what I know this game situation obviously is demanding a little bit of thinking and trying things, but yeah, this is what I was saying earlier. Dawson's overs are often not as quick as you would hope a spinner's would be. Yeah, he's got 4 on the leg side now, 2 set back. Roderick on strike, Dawson round the wicket, and he's pushed that on the offside for no run. Just a single so far off his first 3 balls.
We have Sports Extra with us, and you are most welcome. I'll give you the details of what's happened today, or what's not happened today, at the end of this over, I imagine.
Dawson in, cut behind square again on the offside. There'll be a single there. Come through. Libby's on strike, 199 to his name. 2 balls left in the over.
Yeah, we'll Dawson gets to his overs fairly quickly, so we'll update Sports Extra listeners. Although it has been fairly straightforward since about 20 past 11 this morning. Not much has happened in terms of bowling and wicket taking or near misses or anything.
Okay, Dawson bowling to Libby, who works that on the leg side and has come through for his double century. 200 off 399 balls.
Yeah, he's taken his helmet off. He came out to bat at 11 o'clock yesterday morning, Jake Abbott. Great exhibition of concentration in very hot conditions, and not an over exuberant. He didn't do any cartwheels or anything along the pitch. Libby just raised his bat to his teammates and to those in the crowd.
Or a forward flip for those watching Rishabh Pant at the Headingley last week.
It's a bit special, that.
Dawson into Roderick, last ball of the over, swept and swept firmly, and that has gone for 4. It's beaten the 2 fielders out in the deep there, dissected them. 4 runs to Roderick. Worcestershire 612 for 5.
The story of the day for those of you who joined us on Sports Extra, 456 for 3 Worcestershire overnight. Adam Finch, the night watchman, was caught by wicketkeeper Brown off the bowling of James Fuller for 12. And then Ethan Brooks shouldered arms to a ball from Kyle Abbott. He was bowled for 7. All that seems a long time ago now. As I say, it was about 20 past 11, I think. And Worcestershire, in the meanwhile, through Gareth Roderick and Jake Libby, have moved along serenely, I suppose. They're not smashing it around. There's probably up the tempo. I mean, compared to yesterday, when Adam Hose hit 266, more than a run a ball. It was quite exceptional, but this is sort of chugged along in its own little way. We're going to have Tilak Werner bowling at the pavilion end. Werner who bowled 2 overs for 5 runs yesterday. One of 8 Hampshire bowlers used. He's very meticulous about where he wants his field here. Somebody moved at least 2 metres to that. Oh no, well, what he wants is his mid-wicket to go to square leg and the deep square leg to go to deep mid-wicket. No close scratches, as you would imagine at this stage of the game. So, Varner jogs in, right arm around the wicket, and his first ball is pushed as much as driven out to long on for a single. Worcestershire 613 for 5.
The only team in Div 1 that will be more forlorn in the field than Hampshire at the minute are Durham, as Surrey are 688 for 4.
Ooh.
Sibley 287 still going.
Ouch. Next ball is driven, but not really timed by Gareth Roderick. Driven back to the bowler. I think he was looking for that gap, or maybe a little bit straighter out to mid-off. Doesn't get a run for his efforts. Waits again, and this time plays the ball back to the bowler. Gareth Roderick's 70 has come off 130 balls so far. Been very patient, only his second half century of the summer. In first class cricket, I should put in brackets. Next ball he goes for the reverse sweep and gets it very successfully down to backward a point, and Worcestershire get 4 more, and they go to 617 for 5. And we did have somebody saying about Worcestershire record innings scores. And I did say at the time that I think they were about 20th on the list, but they might be, since they got over 600, there's still quite a fair few. 701 I think is the record score. Varner in and just dabbed away fairly delicately there by Gareth Roderick. Picks up a single.
Hampshire have used, this is the 23rd over of what you would call part-time spin, I think, which shows you a little bit of how the wicket's been playing. And Hampshire, let's say they've used 8 bowlers, but yeah, 23 overs of part-time spin to try and see if somebody can find something. Just a little bit of whatever it is.
Varner jogs in, and this is turned away to square leg. No run. End of the over. And on a sultry afternoon in Hedge End, I like to call it Hedge End, Worcestershire are 6.
One run, 246.
246, Stephen Moore against Derbyshire at New Road in 2005.
It was Nichols that faced the first ball of this game.
It was, thank you.
Was.
Yeah. I keep forgetting that you're an analytical person.
No, I'm just looking.
No,
I'm
I'm
just looking at the scorecard.
Oh, I didn't.
But thank you.
Didn't mean that with any disrespect.
Dawson in, bowled on leg stump, worked away just behind square on the leg side. They'll pick up another single. So we don't know what they spoke about in the middle of the change of overs, but they're still just taking what's on offer, ticking along, and causing Hampshire more and more of a headache. So Roderick on 76. Reverse swept, and that's gone fine, and that will go all the way for 4. Nicely played, well controlled reverse sweep. 4 runs.
Yeah, the what have we got? What does that figure say on there? Your eyes are better than mine. Everyone's eyes are better than mine. Does that say 48 overs left in the day? Yeah, after this one.
Yes.
So that would be 12 overs. Have I got that right? No. Hang on, I'll shut up.
I don't know what you're trying to work out.
No, I'm
Oh, there's a chance here, and taken. Oh, Roderick swept one, got a top edge, and it's just ballooned up to short, fine leg, and there's the breakthrough. Broke through this partnership. Roderick, a very fine 80 off 136 deliveries. But there's that mistake that you need in these situations. You need the batter just to give you one little chance, one little foot in the door, and Hampshire have taken it.
Yeah, a wicket. It's a rarity. A very, very straightforward catch for Tom Prest. And nice round of applause for Gareth Roderick. Now, it's interesting that this should be Matthew Waite, and I think it is Matthew Waite, who doesn't normally like to hang around for too long and might want to clatter it around a little bit. Improve the scoring rate, I think, is the phrase I'm really looking for. Not really clattering it around.
Gemma was on commentary and there was a wicket.
I know.
How lucky was she?
I know. I'm going to complain to my MP, actually. Terrible.
We were on the ground when we saw a wicket.
We were here. We were here. We had 3 today.
I know.
Yeah, I don't know what you want.
Well, more of the same.
Well, we had about 3 yesterday, 3 today.
That's the first wicket that's been taken in an afternoon session in this game. Do you know that?
It is. Well done, Stato.
That's taken me ages to work that out.
Well done. Yeah. I think we're having a drinks break as well. Now, what I was trying to say in my garbled fashion is there's 16 overs till tea. Although the spinners on at each end, it might. Lord, if ever it was at 3:40, we would have to have a celebration. But I mean, Worcestershire thinking back till tea, and then pull out.
Which day?
Yeah. So 16 overs. Let's say they scored. Put another 50 runs on. They'd be getting up to 700, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
And to be honest, I think if Matthew Waite stays out there for a while, they might well go beyond that. People are wandering around the ground. Nobody's rushing. There's various people, some of the players, some of the backroom staff, they have a stroll round. And a lot of spectators, but nobody, trust me, nobody is rushing around this afternoon, including those out on the pitch because they've just had a drinks break.
I was going to say, they're taking the lead from the players.
Yeah.
Waiting for the play to resume. Steve Clark emailed just a little earlier. I don't think Gemma read this out actually. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. She said he saw some stats for you, Gemma. He spotted on a cricket chat group. Kookaburra watch, he says. 3,065 runs at 48 wickets yesterday. I don't know if that was mentioned. Maybe by Bradders actually earlier.
There was something that came up this morning, wasn't there?
Average day one score was 340. Each wicket cost an average of 63 runs yesterday. Great. So,
I think we're going to have some cricket in a minute.
yeah.
Cricket is going to break out here. So Jake Libby, if he's thinking of declaring at tea, he won't know about record scores or anything like that. He'll just keep tootling along.
Is it you or me this over?
You can if you want to.
Oh, that's very kind.
I knew you wanted to.
Well,
I detected your enthusiasm.
well, it's still there. Varma bowls, that's pushed back to him by Libby, who's 202 not out and closing in on his highest first-class score. Hopefully he'll make it before tea.
Yeah.
Farmer in again. Libby works it away, slightly in the air. I'm getting excited about absolutely anything that's not out in the middle of the bat or straight along the carpet. 6.25 for 6, and Libby's moved on to 203. Yeah, so it's Matthew Wade, isn't it? You did say he puts back to ball.
Yeah, he generally likes to get on with it.
Well, I can't say that I would be too disappointed if he did that, as it's played back to the bowler. Having seen Libby for a day and a half, as well as he's batted. Be nice to see a bit more Hose-esque batting. Varma in again, and Wade just tucks that away to square leg. I think he was in two minds there, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. It looks like he was going to play a pull shot, didn't he? And he almost scooped it up.
Yeah. Almost. Varma from the pavilion end. Bowls to Wait. Wait gets almost a full toss, which is hit to Cummins at mid-wicket. So the run rate is around 4.3 for the innings, which has been sort of static, hasn't it, for quite a while. That's a quicker ball turned away on square by Wait. End of the over. Just the one run off Farmer's over.
Well, it was getting towards 5 and over yesterday.
Yeah.
And Hose was going.
A bit slower today.
Yeah, I think that bit of praise there for Hampshire, who I think have bowled tidier and bowled better and bowled more to a plan in this innings. Certainly Dawson has tried to do things differently, tried to mix it up. But it's still a meandering game, this. Nothing over-exciting happening for either team. Worcestershire trying to bury Hampshire in the dust. Grind them into the ground. Liam Dawson is going to bowl to Jake Libby, not for the first time in this game. And to this one, did that turn a bit? Did it go a bit? Because Jake Libby played that off the outside edge of the bat.
What?
It certainly wasn't off the middle of the bat. Well, whatever next, we'll be having an appeal next. Haven't done many of those. 5 appeals all day yesterday, apparently. Dawson bowls. He's given a bit of air here. Libby forward, just eases it into the leg side. No run. Bit of breeze coming across the ground here. Might aid Dawson. Might just make the ball drift away slightly. Dawson bowls off the back foot. Libby plays out into the offside. That'll come through for a single, half stopped by James Fuller, who completes. He doesn't complete it himself. The ever alert Tilak Varner is round behind him to pick the ball up. One more to the Worcestershire total. 626 for 6. Dawson in bowls to Wait, who pushes down the ground. Won't get anything there. To mid-on, who's Ali Orr, who's not been patrolling the great expanses of the stadium as he was yesterday. Spent most of the day on the boundary, miles from everybody. Not miles, but several yards from everybody. Dawson bowls, slightly quicker, pushed away on the offside, and there is no run. This game needs something to happen. Matthew Wade, can he make it happen? Liam Dawson, can he make it happen? And the Wade goes back, plays the ball down to mid-off. And we've completed yet another over. The 146 of the innings, just one run coming off it. Dawson 38 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 119. Libby has 204. Wade has yet to get off the mark, and Worcestershire are 626 for 6.
Mohammed Riaz has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, seeing Kelly bowling yesterday without the hop and skip was strange, as was his lack of pace, he says. I guess someone been working on him and turned him into a medium pace bowler. I think he's always been a medium pace bowler, if I'm honest. I've only seen him play in some 50 over cricket over the last couple of years. For me, actually, I thought he looked a little stronger. It's played up to mid-on. That's a good quick run by Libby, who moves on to 205. A new over from Varma. This one says 1 for Bradders.
Oh, go on.
Oh, gosh. I better read it first.
You
just
better
in
read it
case.
slowly if
Yes.
it's for me, mate. Cause
Well. Okay, yeah, I've read some of it. That's played back to the bowler, and there's no run. I just wanted to make sure that you know,
it was readable.
it was all in order.
Yeah.
It's from Jeff Budden, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, first email from me. If I'll read it again, and waits quietly playing that away. Just to say thanks for the great commentaries as always, that's very nice. Have you been watching, or sorry, have we? Have been watching the stream, says Jeff, but don't recall mention as to why Brett D'Oliveira is not playing. Perhaps injured?
Yeah, got a
Question mark.
foot injury.
There we go. Wade pushes that into the covers, fielded by Ali Orr, whose cap falls off once more.
Although he was here and he was doing some running around this morning, so one assumes he would be back for the T20, which resumes on Friday.
He's on the ground, yeah. Farmer bowls and Wade works that up towards mid-wicket. He does put back to ball, you're right, but he's faced 11 balls so far and he's yet to get off the mark.
He's just doing that to make me look silly.
Well, yes, he's playing himself in there, isn't he? Spare a thought for Henry Nicholls.
Yes.
Who got naught yesterday morning. That's fielded by Varma and thrown back to Brown at the end of that over. That's a good over. 6:27 for 6. So Jeff goes on to say, he's presumably injured, and you've just explained. Basil, his grandfather, was one of my favourite players at the time.
Yeah.
He was. Born in Bournemouth, where I still live.
Ooh, Basil D'Oliveira.
Well, I
don't think so.
Well, no, this is what I thought because it sounds like it on the email, but I presume Jeff is born in Bournemouth.
Yeah.
Where he still lives. Oh, it does. Yes, that's right. Makes sense now. Which, when I was born many years ago, was in Hampshire.
Yeah.
That's right. And
Yeah.
still follow the team. Sorry, Dorset, he says. Please say hi to my great nephew, Oliver Arnold, who's a regular contributor. Yes, he is. Yes, we get emails from Oliver from time to time.
Jolly good. And of course, Hampshire for many years played that. We discussed this yesterday.
Yes, we did,
He
didn't we?
played in the last game at
The old Dean Park.
Dean Park. Right, we haven't got any cricket because Liam Dawson and his captain Ben Brown are in conversation. And there you go. You don't see that very often. One of the fielders is actually, I think it's Nick Gubbins, has actually sat down in the outfield. Nothing really is happening, folks. This is the 10th highest Worcestershire innings total, equalling the 627 for 9 declared against Kent in 1905 and the 627 for 6 declared against Middlesex at Uxbridge in 1998. I remember that game. That was turgid. I remember that game because as Dawson is in and bowls, pushed out on the offside. Kevin Hann, a good friend who covers Middlesex for the BBC, I turned up on the first morning and said, "Hi Kev, you alright?" He said, "Yep, it'll be a draw." And it was. I think Tom Fell was bowling on the last day. As Dawson bowls and a little skip down the pitch there from Jake Libby and picks up a single out to mid-on. Ali Orr is the fielder. So Worcestershire go to 628, which equals, I'm boring you with this, aren't I?
Certainly not.
628 for 7 declared at Taunton in 1988, when a certain G.A. Hick got a few runs there. He loved Taunton. Put a few into the River Frome. And Matthew Wade is about to face. He does not have a run to his name. A wicketkeeper and captain Brown meticulously setting the field. Dawson left arm round bowls and Wade pushes to mid-off. A stooping Dom Kelly does the fielding. Slip the only close grabber, although there's a shortish mid-wicket about 3/4 of the way up the pitch. And down he comes and has a smash at this one. Oh, now there's a bit of a schmozzle going on. He's out. He's run himself out, Matthew Wade. He came down, tried to crack it over mid-wicket somewhere. Didn't get it, and went almost straight to square leg. Wade had come down the track and basically didn't get back. So in amongst all this, Worcestershire 628 for 6, there's been 2 ducks, including Matthew Wade.
Well, that was incredible. Libby started to go. So, and I'm not sure sort of Matthew Waite was really sort of communicating much. And in the end, Libby had to do it all, really. Even though he went for a few yards, I think he then had to make the decision. And Waite was just sort of meandering, really. Good fielding from Carl Abbott. Pinpoint throw. Waite sort of goes, then stops, and then starts to go, and then gets sent back by Libby. Smart work behind the stumps with Ben Brown, but it's the throw right over the top of the stumps, which has made the difference. So we've had 2 wickets in the space of 4 runs.
Oh, it's madness. Like the pitch is gone.
Yes.
Yeah.
The cricket's gone mad.
Yeah. It's just way too exciting. I may have to go take a green tablet and have a lie down in the dark room. Well, having been sat there for a long time, Matthew Wade, he will be very disappointed to have gone out there and not contributed. Tom Taylor is the new batsman. Would that make any difference now to what Worcestershire are thinking as a declaration? Certainly in the last few overs they've not been really forcing the issue as if they are going to pull out at tea time. Tom Taylor, another who likes to hit the ball a long way. But that doesn't seem to be Worcestershire's intention. As I say, the skipper Jake Libb is out there, so he can sort of say dictate the tactics from a batting point of view.
I'm just looking at this total. Just to change the subject, sorry brothers, only because I've literally spent about 5 minutes looking for it and I've finally found it. I might come to it at the end of this over.
Okay. Dawson in, Taylor misses. I think that came off the wicket-keeper's glove, did it? Or did it come on? I completely lost the trail of that one. Anyway, it's not a run, it sort of bobbled away on the offside. I got the impression it came off the wicket-keeper's glove, but here is a quicker delivery from, flatter delivery from Dawson, which is played off the back foot by Taylor to mid-off. The over is completed, and Worcestershire are 628 for 7. What were you going to tell me?
I was going to tell you that currently this total is the 3rd highest ever on this ground.
Oh, right.
628 for 7. It's behind Surrey, who scored 637 for 7 back in 2016 against Hampshire. Thank you, brothers.
Very good.
Simon Hughes, the analyst, still come alongside me. And I think I remember that game because a certain Mason Crane bowled something like 50 overs in one innings. Yes, he did. 51 overs. So if you think Liam Dawson's had it tough, who's bowled 39, not quite as tough as Mason did on that day. That's played out square on the leg side by Jake Libby. And there is no run. So, and they're not only a few runs behind that. Welcome back, Yoz.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
It's interesting, isn't it? 3rd highest total we're witnessing here. There's Varma bowls and Libby works that to mid-wicket.
I suppose it's only been a ground for what, 25 years, has it?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Unlike Lords or the Oval, which
about
goes
30.
back a lot longer. Yeah.
Many. Well, you'll know off the top of your head.
Oh,
That's a lovely shot off the back foot, wasn't it, Libby? That's 4 runs. 210 he moves on to now. And Worcestershire move on to 632 for 7.
Well, the Oval have had a 900, haven't they? 903 for 7 declared in the 1938 Test match. And they've had 800 at the Oval, haven't they? Do you remember that year when they went to the low-seamed balls and Lancashire Surrey was 800 and I think maybe even Lancashire got 900. One team got 800 and one team got 900.
Lovely drive by Libby up to mid-off and he'll pick up 1. He moves on to 211.
I don't know what the highest score is at Lords, actually. I'm sure we'll have
I can look.
eager listeners will tell us.
Oh, I can look for it, actually. I could find it. Let's just hang on for this because we're getting close to the 2nd highest one. I just need to remind myself because I've forgotten what it was already. But we'll look to Lords. Yeah, definitely. Farmers around the wicket to Tom Taylor. Pushes that up towards mid-off. Score remains on 6:33 for 7. Yes, they are 4 behind, reckoning the equal second high score. I think they might struggle to get the highest, although...
How many is that?
7:14
Wow.
for 5 declared. Hampshire against Nottinghamshire back in 2005, as that's played out on the leg side. I hesitate to say who got runs there. I think I know, but I just might need to look it up.
That wasn't the Carberry Neil Mackenzie partnership, was it?
No, that was Yorkshire.
Oh.
Carberry didn't play this game. It was John Crawley, 311 not
yes.
out.
Right, that's the highest score here, isn't it? Individual score.
I think it might be as well. Yes, it is, yes. So 7:14 for 5 to go. If we're talking about that, it was a little bit later.
Yes, well, well, I wonder if Libby will still be batting. It's extraordinary, isn't it? He's been not out there since ball 1 of the match.
Yeah.
Must be one of the longest innings played here, I should think. Individual innings. He's not on strike. He's a non-striker at the moment. Dawson bowling to Taylor, who defends. So no obvious urgency from Worcestershire at the moment. 634 for 7. I suppose they're thinking bat another hour maybe. Maybe they will get to 714 if they put that to ball a bit. Put it back for another hour, and then get Hampshire in for an hour tonight. Dawson bowls, and that's quicker ball. Taylor plays. Certainly, there's no sign of the pitch deteriorating, is there? It looks absolutely flat. Beautiful. Maybe it's the ball. Maybe it's the Kookaburra ball. So Dawson just a slip and a short mid on to Taylor, who turns it into the leg side, easy single. I wonder how many singles have been pushed into that area in this innings. just by sort of towards the square leg umpire. So Libby on strike, having faced 414 balls in this innings, 211 not out. Still the field are fairly tight, really. Mid on and mid off are in. Deep square leg, the only man back. I suppose indicative of the way he's accumulated rather than attacked, and he just defends again, props it out on the offside.
Actually,
no shifting of him.
Sorry, Dos. That
right.
714 was scored off 146 overs, so we're past that mark. So that innings was a bit quicker than this one.
This is 149, is it? 149 overs. Dawson just gets ready to bowl, tossed up slightly quicker ball, that one. He's into his 40th over now, 1 for 121. What was the most overs you bowled in a game? Or in an innings, maybe?
Oh, gosh. I have no idea.
Did you ever get to 40?
No, I don't think so.
No.
No. I think 20s was my most.
I did 34 in one over.
Did you really?
Once, yeah. Dawson bowls, and a slower ball that time. Libby wasn't deceived, let it come to him, just propped it back up the pitch. 6-3-5 for 7. Quite a breeze, actually. I don't know if you've been out, but it's a sort of cross breeze, which is keeping the spectators reasonably cool, even despite the 30-degree temperatures. There's the run out again. Just now of Roderick, was it? Gareth Roderick run out there? Yeah, he sort of started. Libby sort of. Oh, sorry, Matthew Waite. Libby started to respond to his call and then sent him back. There was a lot of hesitation there, actually. Did he make it? But sort of, that's a tight one, that wasn't it? It's a tight run out. Could do the DRS to check that one.
Yeah, there wasn't much in it. Farmer to continue from the pavilion end, starting his 7th over. He's been economical, now for 19. There's a drive from Taylor up towards mid-off.
So you don't remember the most overs you bowled?
No, I don't. It was probably late 20s, I think.
Right.
I certainly don't remember going into the 30s. No, not at all. 40. Mind you, obviously when I finished, well, towards the end, we were only playing 4-day cricket, start and end, weren't we?
Yeah.
We were playing all through.
Yeah.
So that was, there was a couple of those games I think I got close to that. But that was all, gosh. I had to bat as well, remember yours? You could just put your feet up for a few hours.
Yeah, that's right.
6:35 for 7, his Varma bowls, and Taylor's off the back foot, showing absolutely no inclination.
I think one of those games when I bowled 30 plus overs was when Middlesex were a bit shorter bowlers, and Wayne Daniel had gone broken down, and Phil Edmonds, who was captain.
Oh, he's almost caught bowled. He's forced that shot back off the back foot, almost carried.
This during the Test series, and Brearley was captain of England, so Phil Edmonds was made vice captain and captained this game, and he wasn't the best captain actually. I think Middlesex won the championship in 1980 and 82 when Brearley was largely in charge. In 1981, when Edmonds was largely in charge, became pretty much bottom.
You're only saying that because Breers loved you, and
Yeah,
Edmonds
I suppose.
didn't quite in the same way as that's played out on the onside, fielded by Varma.
Well, you say that, but anyway, in this particular game, Edmonds was captain at Hove, and Daniel had gone bust, and Edmonds he wasn't a big fan of Mike Selby, so he left him out. So we had 2 spinners and me.
It's down the leg side, and it's clipped the pad, I think. That'll be a leg by. Umpire is singing now. 6:36 for 7.
And so one of the spinners was Edmonds, the other spinner was Dermot Monteith,
Oh, I remember.
the Irishman,
Yes.
who was a great character, and he was the other spinner. And I was the seamer, and it had a bit in the pitch, Hove, so I must have bowled, I don't know, 28 overs or something in the day. And Imran Khan batted for ages for a very slow sort of 40. And eventually, after about 7 overs of one spell, Edmonds said, right, have a break. So Imran said, "Oh, are you coming off now, Yoza?" So I said, "Yeah." So he said, I'll get rid of my helmet. So because there were only spinners bowling the other end, he got rid of his helmet. And then Edmonds said to me, "Oh, he's got rid of his helmet. Have another one." So I bowled another over, and Imran was sort of caught slightly by surprise. And so anyway, and Edmonds said, bounce him without the helmet. So I thought, oh, okay, really? Imran Khan? Dawson bowls, and it's forced into the offside no run. So I did. I bounced him, and he fended it off with his gloves, and his sun hat that he had replaced his helmet with fell on the wicket.
No.
And he was out.
Oh.
He walked off in an absolute fury. And of course, then let us have it with the ball. Took about 6 or 20, so it was counterproductive. But that was the kind of captain Edmonds was, really. A provocative character.
Was there ever a player that you thought twice about bouncing because you knew you were going to get it back with interest?
Most fast bowlers probably. But yeah, well, with Sylvester Clarke definitely was one. I mean, driven up to mid-off, and they thought about a single there, but in the end it was quite well fielded actually. So they decided against it. Dawson just giving it a bit more air here to Taylor, the number 9. Libby still on 211. I mean, Sylvester Clarke was one, but the thing is, it didn't matter what you did or said to Sylvester Clarke. If he wanted to bounce you, he would. Defended by Taylor that time back up the pitch, and you try things like when you were non-striker, you go, oh dear, Sylvester, his footholds aren't great here, aren't they? Be careful, things like that, hoping he'd just go easy on you, but then he let you have it just as much as he did anybody else. Tried to placate him, but no, it didn't work. Dawson bowls, and it's defended. I mean, there were some bowlers like Waddy Macram didn't play the bouncer very well, so I didn't mind bouncing him, and you could get him out actually doing it. But I don't know. It was a bit futile. But there was no such thing as a bowler's union. That went out with the arc, didn't it? Driven down the ground. That's a nice shot by Taylor. Got down to meet that one from Dawson. Just drove it majestically for 4. Good shot actually to finish the over. 6:37. No, 6:40 for 7 now.
And that is now officially the second highest score on this ground, beating that Surrey Hampshire game back in 2016. 6:37 for 7 declared was Surrey. So just one other score in 25 years of cricket here has been higher.
Must have been lovely to have been in the same team as Malcolm Marshall, because you probably if you were bounced by someone with Marshall on your side, you just say, "Oh, Malcolm, get him back" or something.
Well, sometimes you joke on the pitch, wouldn't you? Have you had that? You would have had that at Middlesex, where somebody does. If you're batting alongside Malcolm, and somebody bounced him, and at the end of the over, Malcolm would sort of walk up at the middle of the over, and he didn't need to say anything. That's turned away by Libby out on the offside, and you knew as Malcolm gave a little smile, and he thought, "I know you're going to give it to him back with interest." And then, and similarly, if somebody took him on, hooked him, you know, some of us be in the slips or close by, I'll be in the gully or something, and we'd look at each other and thought, you shouldn't really be doing that. Because he's going to let you have it with about a yard quicker. And that's pushed out on the
Do you know, actually, I think there's a lot of similarities between Bumrah and Marshall. I mean, not just their incredible test record. Bumrah's got a test average now of 19.4, which is amazing, and only Marshall, of bowlers who've taken 200 wickets, is close to that, really.
Wow.
I mean, he's in second place.
There's a drive by Taylor. I think it hit the ground
Yeah,
before
I
it
think
got
it
to
did,
extra
yeah.
cover.
So Marshall's bowling average is 20.94. He's second of all time,
Wow.
200 wicket takers. Bumrah's top with 19.4. And I think the way they bowl, you know, with the wrist, using the wrist so cleverly and being deceptive, and obviously having a quick bouncer at your disposal, is quite similar.
It is. Low full toss hit hard back to Varma.
You know, I mean, Marshall could bowl those late in-swingers and out-swingers with just a little canting of the wrist, and Bumrah's the same.
Yeah, well, you think all the hype around Bumrah, you think back to a few decades, that was Malcolm Marshall.
It was.
To a T.
It was.
Frightening, fearsome. I used to be scared at slip. They've gone for a cut. As Taylor, there's a shout for a caught behind. And not out.
You used to be scared at slip
Oh, a couple of times, yeah.
with
when he was
Marshall bowling.
Yeah,
Well, scared for the batsman or scared for the edge that
because
you're
I
going to
thought
have to try and catch
yeah,
it?
if it's coming at me, it's coming at the speed of light. Yeah, and I wasn't a great slip fielder, so for some it would make it look easy, wouldn't they? Like your Paul Terrys or Raj Maroos who were really good in the slip. But I remember fielding, especially if the wicket was slow, and you felt that you were probably fielding a little closer, but you had to, otherwise it wouldn't carry. I mean, that sounds stupid with a bowler like Marshall, but you know what it's like. Some pitches it doesn't carry as quickly as you think. And so the captain would say, look, move up a bit, move up. And I'm thinking, I'm already standing closer than I feel comfortable with. Because if somebody does sort of go hard at it, you know, those edges, they come at you, they fly at you, don't they? I mean, speed of light. Well, it feels like it. So, yeah, there were a couple of times in the slips I thought, I don't really fancy this. I hope there's not an edge coming, which is not actually the attitude to have when you're fielding in the slips.
It's hard to describe, isn't it, how fast, you know, those bowlers are. You know, we've often tried on TV to show the serious pace of someone like Bumrah, but it's very difficult to do it on the flat screen. And you know, I suppose the best way of looking at it is you've got less than 0.4 of a second to react,
That's right.
which is a click of your fingers, and that's it. That's how long you've got to react to the ball.
Which sounds crazy when you put it like that, and you think, how have batters got time to work out
Do
the line,
everything,
length, and play a shot at it?
Yeah,
But I mean, you know, you do. But
sort of instinct, I suppose.
It is.
Well, I mean, and some batters have a better instinct and quicker instinct than others, I suppose, in the end. Well, it's odd talking about pace bowling when we're watching two spinners bowling, but at the moment the pace bowlers are just finding it a fruitless exercise bowling on here. So that one from Dawson was cut away behind the square, but fielded agilely at backward point. I think he did himself a bit of a mischief there, James Fuller, when he stopped that. He's just bruised his hip slightly. Means he'll be first in the queue on the physio's bench when they get off. Just this time Libby doesn't time it, and he tries to find the gap on the offside. He's amazing, really. He's got 212, and there's still no one back on the offside. There's no boundary fielders except a deep square leg, and in fact a long off now as well. So mid-off has retreated a long off, and in fact now Tilak Varma is going back, perhaps to give Libby one, and he takes it as well. Hits it straight out to Varma at deep cover point. Thinks about a second, actually. He's insatiable, isn't he? But he keeps it to one in the end.
closing in on his highest first-class score.
Which is what?
215. Against Sussex, apparently, according to Bradders. And I think Gemma mentioned that as well. All sorts of records in this game.
Yeah.
And we're not even halfway through yet.
So it's Dawson again, round the wicket, into his 42nd over now. Taylor defends. No sign of particular purpose with that shot. Defending back up the pitch. 642 for 7, Worcester. A bit of a cross breeze, but maybe helping Dawson to try and drift it in. And that actually just turned a fraction. Quicker ball that took the outside edge, but there's no slip fielder. So it went to short third man.
I was joking about that game that Mason Crane bowled 51 overs in. I mean, Dawson, depending on how long Worcestershire bat here, Dawson might come close to that.
Bowls again. Tossed up, turned into the leg side. Thought Libby thought about a single, then thought, no, it's the last ball of the over. I can keep strike. In fact, he's walking off now, but maybe just to have a chat with the other batter.
You're also going to stay on.
Oh yeah.
And Gemma Green's going to join you.
Okay. Right. So 6:42 for 7 is the score. Libby on 213. Taylor on 6. Libby has faced 421 balls now for his 213. Dawson 42 overs, 1 for 126. Tilak Varma quite enjoying his little spell bowling from the far end, bowling his off breaks. I don't think he signed up to Hampshire to improve his off spin really, but he's getting a decent little bowl now. Gemma, do you want to do this over?
Certainly can do. Tilak to Libby. Worked on the leg side. No run there. Yeah, 2 wickets in this session, 2 wickets in the morning session.
Yeah.
It's pandemic.
It's a torrent.
Yeah.
It's a pandemic. It's a wicket-demic.
Tilak Varma in again. Bowls and worked away on the leg side. They will come through for a single this time. Balls quickly into keeper Ben Brown, but slightly wide of the stumps, and I think the batter was home and dry anyway.
It's Fuller who fielded that. And again, he's fallen down on the square and bashed his hip. He'll be definitely in line for a massage as soon as they get off the field here. Bowled his fair share of overs as well, of course.
In again. Bowls and reverse swept and swept fine, very well. Lovely controlled shot, 4 runs down to third man. 4 runs to Taylor. I've been following the Surrey score, obviously.
Yeah, how are they doing?
Surrey are doing well. Yeah, that's in one word. They're 756 for 5.
Wow.
And I was sort of comparing how Durham must be feeling to Hampshire, but I didn't realise Durham chose to bowl.
Really?
So yeah, I hadn't picked up on that.
Oh,
So,
I hadn't either. Gosh.
yeah.
And who's got all those? So Dan Lawrence must have smashed a few, has he?
Dan Lawrence was out for 178 this morning,
Right.
and then Sibley went on to get 305. He's out now as well, and
Wow.
Sam Curran got 100
Yes, I
yesterday.
know, yeah,
So yeah, and Will Jacks is currently on 79.
Go on,
So
I bet that's not slow. And what about Jordan Clark? Has he made any?
he's just come in. He's on 7.
No, he could smash it.
Yeah,
They could get 900 then.
they certainly could. And that's
Oh,
driven
shot.
and lofted and driven well over the infield, over extra cover for 4.
That's a great shot.
It was.
Lovely, actually. He didn't come down the pitch, Taylor, that time. He just
He just
let his
stood
bat sort of swing through the line.
It was all hands, wasn't
yeah,
it?
it was a beautiful shot.
Hands through it. Yeah.
Absolutely lovely, like a golf swing. Lovely shot.
650 runs for Worcestershire. So yeah, you had Ben Stokes on day 1 getting a bit of flack for sticking India in,
Yes.
and then that. But yeah, Durham might be regretting this slightly more.
I can tell you another good story about a put-in a minute, actually.
Verma in, floated delivery and driven down the ground, driven well. Might beat the fielder there. No, he doesn't. They'll get a single down the ground. So 10 off that over. Worcestershire moved to 652 for 7.
And still a ball to go.
And a ball to go.
Or maybe there's a no ball. Was it no?
1,
No,
2,
it's 5
3.
balls gone.
10 runs off this over so far.
Must be I bet that's easily the highest, most expensive over the gap. Oh no, early
They've
on
made
there was
12
more.
off the second over, I think,
Yes,
of the day.
yeah, that's right.
And that will make 11 runs off the over as they jog a single up to long on.
Yeah, Scott Curry went for a few, didn't he, early on?
He did. Nightwatchman Finch smashed him for 6 and then a 4.
But actually, even on the first day, I remember Scott Curry went for a few in his first spell, didn't he, actually? Putting in, decisions to put in. So I've just done an interview, actually, with an author called Richard Whitehead, who's here today, who used to be one of the Times sports editors and has done a lot of writing over the years for different publications. Very well known in the cricket world, Richard Whitehead. He's written a book about the 1954-55 Ashes tour, which is often regarded as England's greatest Ashes win because they went behind in the first test in Australia, and it was because Len Hutton, captain, decided to put Australia in Brisbane, as you don't do, and
As
as NASA
NASA famously
obviously
did.
also remembers. And Hutton put Australia in Brisbane, and they got 602 for 8. And of course Australia won that Test match, but England amazingly managed to turn it around and win the series. So he's written a book all about it, featuring obviously Len Hutton, Typhoon Tyson. It was that series when Frank Tyson took a stack of wickets, bowling like the speed of light, and actually disappeared without trace almost after that. But fascinating turnaround in that series, with Hutton putting Australia in and then eventually winning the series after that huge first innings score by Australia. That one hit out to deep mid-wicket, and that I think is Jake Libby's highest first-class score. 216 he now has off 425 balls, beating his 215 against Sussex. Lots of people in the crowd clapping, obviously aware of that stat, and I think Libby just acknowledged that as well. He knew his highest first-class score. We do lots of quizzes with current players actually on one of the a virtual cricket club that I run. We have an interview every week with a player, and we often ask them, what's your highest first-class score? And quite a lot of them don't actually know, amazingly. But a guy like Jake Libby, who's very meticulous in the way that he bats, I'm not surprised he knew. Dawson to Taylor, who's down the wicket, but actually almost yorked himself there and manages to just jab it out for a single down to long on. So the field spread a bit for Taylor now, and actually a little bit more for Libby as well. There's a long on, and man just slightly retreating at mid-off, but Dawson now going over the wicket, so he's bowling with more of a leg side field. Libby backs away outside off and hits it into the offside. Varma retrieving the ball in the extra cover region. They get a single.
Do you think they all genuinely don't know their top score, or some of them being modest?
It just depends. Some of them maybe are. No, I don't think many of them are being modest. I think some are not that interested, and they're not stats people. You know, I reckon if you ask Ben Stokes, you know, what would he know his highest first-class score? He probably knows his highest Test score, 257, was it 258 against South Africa? But I don't know whether he'd know his highest first-class score, because it's not a sort of stats man particularly, is he?
No, and I get people not being stats people and not knowing all their milestone stats, but your highest score, I would have thought.
Yeah, it seems to be one that would stick in. Yeah, but maybe. Well, I certainly know, you know, people I've asked about their best bowling figures. They're not sure. So, yeah, interesting.
It'd be a nice position to have so many runs and so many high scores, you don't know which is the biggest.
Now, is Libby going to cut loose now he's got his highest first-class score? Well, not according to that shot, because he went back on his stumps and just worked it into the leg side for a single. There's no tempting him to come out of his comfort zone.
Don't forget our new email address if you wish to contact us is hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk.
Perhaps you can tell us what is the highest score from Lords, or at Lords rather. We've got the Oval one. And sorry, they're threatening that today, aren't they? In comes Dawson again, cut away by Taylor. Actually, it's a good stop, but backward, or sort of shortish third man actually in the end. The fielder, I can't recognise who that is, but he's looking very weary after he dived and stopped that. He's sort of barely can stand up and walk to his new position at the end of that over. 658 for 7 is the Worcestershire score.
Yep, Surrey cantering now 772 for 5. Jacks on 90 off 76 balls.
Sorry, what's the total?
773 for 5. They're going quite a canter. They're 10 runs away from owning 4 centurions in the match.
That was an interesting stat in that Test match. The first time a team in any cricket, first class or Test, has lost a match in which they scored 5 individual centuries.
Yeah.
Even it was announced at the time that it's a stat in Test cricket, but in fact someone put on Twitter that it's also true of first class as well. In something like 6,000 first class matches or something. It's never happened before.
Got a change of bowling at the pavilion end. Nick Gubbins is coming in with his wrist spin. He bowled a few prior to the lunch break. He's bowling over the wicket now. Is that a play and a miss?
Yeah,
I think it is.
it was.
We've not seen many. I was looking to see where the ball went because I'm not used to playing misses today. But
It's a tired stroke actually by Libby, a little
it
bit.
was. There
Really.
was
Didn't move his feet
no
much.
footwork whatsoever.
No.
And Ben Brown's just walked up to Gubbins to give him the ball. Obviously, I imagine there's a verbal message as well somewhere.
Well, maybe they're not rushing through their overs here, are they?
It's, Gubbins in again. Another play miss. A big,
Ooh.
expansive drive there. Again, little footwork from Libby, who's on 218.
I'm not sure that's good news for the Hampshire batters actually, because that one actually
It
turned.
turned and bounced, didn't it? Bit of lift there. Ben Brown took it sort of shoulder height.
Yeah.
There. Gubbins in again, and this time he does make contact, but it's an outside edge. But I think it will run away from the fielder. It just does, I think. Oh, that looked a bit fourish for me, but it's going to go down as a single.
What a shame we didn't have a slip there. That would have been a nice catch. The
It would
first
have been.
slip.
So we've had 2 playing misses and an edge in this over, which is about as much excitement as we've had from a bowling front all day.
It's given us 2, so the umpires have
Ability.
decided that stop was legitimate. It was good commitment again, wasn't it? That was Scott Curry.
Scott Curry, yeah, it was great commitment. And this is a little bit shorter, and I'd say that was pulled. Again, it was a high effort shot for little reward. A tired looking.
Yeah.
There was no sort of extension of the arms or anything. It was just there was a bit of a tennis grunt as well, I think.
I think the grunt was coming from the bowler.
Oh, was
It's a
it?
sort of Rafa Nadal grunt as
What's
Gubbins
the
lets
spinner
go the
doing
ball.
grunting as he comes in, and that's it's driven extra cover. They'll pick up another single there.
It's just deception. It's attempting to deceive the batsman with noise rather than clever deliveries.
Effort ball from the part-time spinner. He's up again for his 6th ball of the over, and again that's tried to cut away, but I don't think he meant it to go that fine. But he'll get 4 runs for his efforts. That's 4 more to Libby, 225 to his name. Worcestershire 666 for 7.
I wonder if he did mean that actually. I don't know.
I think he
might
meant to
have
play
done.
it there, but that
Yeah,
fine, I'm not
yeah,
sure.
Yeah, maybe. It's quite effective, slicing it for 4. Are you coming in, Dave? Yeah, Dave's coming in for me.
Go to make way for Bradders, and that's the end of the over here. Fielders are converging very slowly. There's not a lot of energy in between overs at the minute, as you would imagine, having been out the field for 4.5 sessions. So they're making their way round, and we're going to have Liam Dawson to continue.
Got some yet more statistics. Sorry to bore you with these, folks. 666 for 7 is Worcestershire's 5th highest total in first class cricket.
Of all time, anywhere.
Of all time, anywhere. Here's Dawson, bowling left arm round off the back foot. Taylor cracks it into the covers, but won't get anything for his efforts, doesn't get it past Nick Gubbins. And there is a distinct danger that we will go to tea on time today, which is also unheard of, which is more unlikely than Worcestershire going past 700. Here's Taylor off the back foot, plays it down the ground for a single. Jake Libby must be absolutely tired.
Yeah.
I was going to say something else then, but yeah, he must be. He's been out there since 11 o'clock yesterday morning.
In all that clobber.
In all that clobber in this heat. And he pushes the ball down the ground for a single. And he's stayed in his little bubble for most of that, hasn't he? Every now and then he's
Absolutely.
clattered one away, particularly straight, but yeah, remarkable. 433 balls he's faced. Dawson around the wicket. Taylor cautiously forward. Plays the ball away on the onside. I don't think Worcestershire are going to declare it tea, judging by the way that they are approaching tea. I think they're just going to, as we were saying earlier, try and grind Hampshire into the dust. Dawson bowls. Taylor gently opens the face of the bat and just runs the ball down towards third man. Won't get anything for his efforts there. Is that Dom Kelly there? Just a backward Well, he's a short third man
Yeah.
position.
Dom Kelly's down here.
Oh, he is, yeah.
Long off, sorry.
Don't know who that is down there. Could be Fletcher Middleton, but he's been out on the boundary, so they've changed them around a bit today. Taylor comes forward defensively. Dawson bowls the ball and then stoops over like a rag doll, as if to say, I've had enough of this. Yeah, so we got 8 minutes till tea and 2 overs to bowl. It's just ridiculous. Whatever. Be finishing at 6 o'clock next. Never heard
Don't
of.
speak too soon.
No. No, as I say, I don't think Worcestershire are going to declare at tea because they're not clattering on. So perhaps they're thinking an hour. But if they're still batting, of course, could be all out by then.
Yeah, they've just steadily increased the run rate. They went at about 3 in the first session. They're going at roughly 4 in this session. So it's just a gentle acceleration, like you say, nothing that shouting out declaration.
So what's going on here? Is the umpire, the captain, looks to me as if it might be Tilak Varner, all in the discussion. Second new ball, bizarrely, is due in 2 overs. So are they looking at this ball now? What they're trying to do, I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to stop tea coming at 20 to 4. That's what they're doing. It's a cunning and devious plan.
Gubbins again. Tosses it up, and that's driven by Libby. Driven out nicely to the on the offside, but there's a fielder deep. He'll pick up a single. Yeah, I think you're right, Brad. I think they heard you. Looking forward to tea on time.
Yes.
No such chance as he's in again. And that's cut away by Taylor, but only finds backward point. Dom Kelly for no run. I've seen Gubbins a lot lately playing paddle tennis.
Is it?
Driven to the short cover fielder.
Which is very popular, they tell
It's
me.
hugely popular and hugely addictive. And I've been playing at my local centre, and I saw a lot of the Hampshire boys there pre-season, but I see Gubbins there a bit now at the minute. And that's cut away by Taylor. This time they will pick up a single to the deep fielder on the point boundary.
Oh, right. Very good. I'm not... Oh, I've seen it, but never played it. As I say, very popular.
Very popular, yeah. Good fun. As he comes in again, that's on leg stump, and Libby gets a leading edge, just pushing it back to the bowler. And down leg side, he tickles that down to short fine leg. I think it's going to be a leg by, but it's one more to the Worcestershire total. Yep, leg by.
Which is now the 4th highest in their history.
4th highest, 671 for 7. New ball due in 6 deliveries time.
They probably won't want to take the new ball before tea, would they?
No.
No. Let's go have a cup of tea. Put dry socks on
Yep.
and come out with a new ball after tea. They're certainly not rushing around here, and I'm not criticising them because I don't blame them. With the scoreboard showing 671 for 7, they've had 5 sessions in the field, very hot days. Liam Dawson, who I think was fielding at long on, so it's taken him a long time to come in and present his cap to the umpire. He has bowled 44 overs and taken 1 for 133.
Batter's had a long discussion as well, discussing what their plans are. They're in the driving seat. They've got to be making the decisions, whether it's imminent or a bit later in the day.
The sun just glinting off the logo on the back of Jake Libby's bat. He's got 227. There's definitely a move to make sure this is the last over before tea. There's a helmet coming out now, and Liam Dawson's just gone walkabouts talking to Tilak Varma
I'm going to have to use my tea break to try and research the biggest score by a team ever being put into bat. Because Surrey is currently 793 after losing the toss.
Well, if they keep going, they could go past that 900 score that we were 901, wasn't it? 901 for 7, the highest score at the Oval, I think. Jeepers.
We're dangerously close to starting this over.
We are dangerously close. Yeah, I like that. Right, we are ready to go. No, we're not. Now we are. Liam Dawson, left arm round to Libby, who pushes away on the offside for a fairly comfortable single. Walked the last part of it, the two batsmen. You don't blame them. That ball was bowled all along the ground from the boundary from James Fuller. And wicketkeeper Brown just stuck his boot out in that sort of trick that they do. He bounced up in the air. Dawson in. Oh, down he comes, Tom Taylor, and that's in the crowd. Lovely shot. Mighty blow as Jack Chantry raises his arms. Just a couple of steps down and boomed it into the crowd. Last over before 50-run partnership between Libby and Taylor, which has come off 70 balls in 40 minutes. That information provided by the big scoreboard, by the way, not by me. I was saying yesterday, I remember once saying it's two balls to go before lunch. Graham Hick batted and they would just play these two out, and he hit Jack Simmons for 2 sixes. The last 2 balls before lunch. We lost the ball. We haven't lost the ball. Carl lost the ball. I think there's it's because the crowd is quite sparse down there. It's taken a while for somebody to go and get it back. Umpire Chantry will have to inspect it now. 2 balls before tea and a minute on the clock before tea. It's all very tense. 678 for 7, Worcestershire. And this time Taylor lets the ball go by outside the off dump. And there is, as there generally is as the ball goes by to the wicketkeeper outside the off stump, no run. Last ball. Is it the last ball? No, it's not the last ball, is it?
No, it's three to come.
3 to come. What am I on about? Thought that was a quick over. Pushed into the offside. But straight to Tilak Varner. Yeah, 340. We're safe now, boys. Okay. Dawson to Taylor, who nurdles this off the pads, just basically lets the ball come onto the bat. As the ball hits the bat, just opens the face and turns it down to backward a square on the leg side. Can't have it, it's the fielder. 1 more to the total, and this is the last ball before tea. Liam Dawson calling mid-on and mid-off. Well, calling them to mid-on and mid-off. They were long on and long off. Calling them into the circle. As this one is floated up. I gave that one somewhere. Jake Libby just nudges it on the leg side. That indeed is tea. At lunch, Worcestershire were 546 for 5, so they've added 133 for 2 wickets. I make it, but don't quote me on that.
Agreed.
We're going to have a refreshing cup of tea, and you folks can join us in about 20 minutes' time when we will resume for the 6th session of the game. See you later.
the heavy roller appeared and went up and down the wicket that we've been using, which obviously means that Worcestershire have declared. They batted for 160 overs and reached 679 for 7. With Jake Libby, who's been on the pitch for every single ball, still there, unbeaten on 228, highest first-class score for him. Tom Taylor was 27 not out. 679 for 7 declared is the second highest total ever here on this ground. I haven't quite yet worked out what the follow-on figure is, but we'll do that in a moment. It'll be high. Gemma Green is still with us. Simon Hughes is still with us. He'll be around later. It's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Hereford and Worcester, it's Mr. Dave Bradley.
430 follow-on.
Wow.
I reckon. That is also the 4th highest total in Worcestershire's history. 679. They got 670 against Somerset. They've only eclipsed that on 3 other occasions.
That's amazing. In over 100 years of history. It's amazing. What follow-on figure did you say? I'll make it 530.
What did I say? 430.
Yeah.
Yes, it is 530. Yeah, sorry, mate. We didn't do sums at our school. Didn't do arithmetic. I don't think it had been invented when I was at school. Arithmetic. What's this? What's this new thing? Arithmetic.
Suddenly came in when you got your first pay packet.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We could add up then.
To the nearest penny.
Yeah.
Wow. So, yeah, I'm probably going to say Jake Libby at some point is batting out there. So apologies if I in advance, because I've been so used to saying it over 5 sessions. This won't be easy. I know it sounds silly because we've watched one batting team make it look ridiculously easy out there, but from memory, it's never that easy. When you go out to bat, you suddenly think, hang on a minute, how comes these guys have got all these runs? But I'm hoping, keeping my fingers crossed, that Hampshire will make it look equally as easy.
They'll be batting on a different pitch.
Yeah.
Tom Taylor opening the bowling from the hotel end, right arm around to the left-handed Ali Orr, who lets the first ball go by outside the off stump through to the wicket-keeper. Now, there's 3 slips. We haven't seen that for a long time in this game. What we got? Cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket-ish, and a fine leg. And I tell you what, that fills you with confidence. Who's batting number 3?
Number 3,
For Hampshire.
Gubbins.
Next ball is steered away, but to backward point, where it is fielded by Kashif Ali. So who's that warming up with pads on at the far end? It is Gubbins.
I think it's Gubbins. Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't fill me with confidence if I was opening the batting and he's on the boundary edge practicing his shots. You know, you think he'd be happy to be sat up in the pavilion thinking, I might get a bat at lunchtime tomorrow.
Oh, actually, it might be Farmer.
Oh, I think it. Yeah, you might be
It's
right.
Farmer. Now, that doesn't surprise me. And well, you'll see when he comes in. Very precise.
Here's Taylor round the wicket, bowls to Orr, who lets the ball go by outside the off stump. The Worcestershire fielders very chirpy, as you would expect if you'd got 679 runs on the board. Your chances of losing this game have probably disappeared. And well, there's 1 or 2 of them have been sat in the pavilion kicking their heels, including the on-loan spinner. Here's Taylor in bowls, wide of the off stump, through to the wicket-keeper. Callum Parkinson, who has not taken part and done anything in this game so far, he must think playing for Worcestershire is great fun. I tell you what, looking at Durham's score today, he must think, well, Surrey's score today, he must think playing for Worcestershire is great fun.
They're still
Well,
batting.
They're just over 800 they were last I saw.
803
Yeah,
for 8. That is ridiculous. Sibley made 305.
yeah.
Lawrence 178. Will Jackson is 103 not out. That is ridiculous.
Taylor in bowls wide of the off stump through to the keeper. Almost a little wafted it my alley-all there, but he raised his bat at the last millisecond. I see Ben Rain only bowled 10 overs in that innings for Durham, and it's the sort of day where you might just tweak hamstring, isn't it? The writing's on the wall. Skip, come on 12ers, you're on now for the rest of the game. I'm not suggesting that he did that, but you wouldn't put it past anybody, would you? Last ball of Tom Taylor's over. The first of the Hampshire innings, and this time, ooh, there's a play and a miss there from Annie. Definitely had a little nibble at that one. Through to the keeper. Of course, Worcestershire lost a wicket in their innings with just 3 runs on the ball. Nichols was caught behind. A maiden over from Tom Taylor. And it's almost certainly going to be Ben Allison, another one who's yet to. So here he is, after tea on the second day, his first impact on the game.
2 top wicket takers opening up for Worcestershire. 31 for Taylor, 20. Oh, sorry, it's Matthew Waite's got 27. We'll see him shortly. 26 for Ben Allison. Got 5 wickets in the last game against Surrey.
He did his first 5 in Worcestershire colours.
Was that all white?
Yeah. Well, with a splash of green.
So he's going to be bowling from the pavilion end. The sun's not quite shining into the gantry. We've got that to look forward to shortly. It's not far away. As he comes in and bowls to Fletcher Middleton. Middleton's on the back foot, steers that out to point. As regards the Hampshire batting, Fletcher Middleton this season averaging 33 with the bat, just over 400 runs. He's got a career average of 29, so he's slightly improving on that. And at the other end, Ali Orr just back into the side after a long injury layoff. Just his second game after being injured last May and missing the rest of the season. Mark Stoneman, seemingly his Hampshire career over. Oh, his edge, oh, it's dropped. Or has it carried? Maybe not carried.
It's Adam Hose at first slip.
Oh, it just dropped short, I think. We'll have another look at that. It went very quickly. And
yeah, just in front, I think. Yeah.
Well, we've had a play and a miss, and we've had an edge in 8 balls. Surprise, surprise. I did say it's always a little bit harder for the team batting after being in the field for so long. You think, surely it's just as easy, but it never seems to be. Oh, he's playing a missing. Oh, my word. That's a great delivery from Ben Allison. Let's watch this one again. Comes in now, bowls, and oh my gosh, that's pitched and straightened. So yes, live picture feed. Hampshire cricket website, going to the Worcestershire cricket website, where also BBC Sport Online and app around the ground when it works. Yes, and we're on most smart speakers. Come to that in a moment. As Allison bowls, Middleton steers that up to mid-on. You just say to most smart speakers, you say, smart speakers even, ask BBC Sounds to play Hampshire versus Worcestershire. Ping. There it will come.
Does it go ping?
My one does because it's quite old.
Oh, okay. Sometimes kicks off on its own, doesn't it? The old Alexa.
It does. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Other makes available, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, mine every now just pipes up for no reason. Allison bowls. It's a little fuller, driven up to mid-off by Middleton.
My niece is called Alexia.
Oh no.
Yeah. So Alexa kicks off about every 10 minutes in their house and never goes to tidy her bedroom. Yeah.
That's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah.
You might have to get the other one that answers to another name, doesn't it?
Yeah. What a wonderful world we live in.
They were great fun when I first bought it. I'm quite bored with it now, actually.
Yeah.
Initially it was fun. Here's Allison. Just get turned around there a fraction, Fletcher Middleton, as the ball goes out to extra cover. We've had 2 overs and not a run has been scored, but we've had a play and a miss and we've had an edge. But of course it is against the new ball, which won't last long, I can assure you, not this Kookaburra.
Yeah. When they originally came out, those pieces of equipment that we were talking about, you could, of course, ask them to say naughty words, which was most of... Oh, you could, yeah. Or they would say, oh, I'm not saying that word.
They didn't, do they?
I haven't worked out how they got the woman in that little box. It's very clever. Here's Tom Taylor. He's bowling from the hotel end. Right arm around, bowls pushed away on the offside. No run. No runs scored on the first 13 balls. Worcestershire made 679 for 7. Their 4th highest total in the history of playing first-class cricket since 1899. I say that to remind some people who on social media are complaining.
What?
Oh, yeah. Oh, batted too long, batted too slow. Oh, well, we'll see. Taylor in, bowls outside the off stump. Or with that little flick of a lead, just flicks his bat up over it as he leaves outside the off stump.
I cannot believe there is a single Worcestershire fan complaining.
Well, there we are. You pays your money and you takes your choice, don't you? I always say. Everybody is entitled to an opinion.
That means there must be a few Surrey fans complaining.
Taylor in, bowls pushed away on the offside. And there is no run. Cashy Valley Fields. Yeah, I expect it's... Durham fans will be very happy.
Oh, gosh, yeah. I don't want to see our side score 800.
No. They're boring. I mean, it's entirely possible that Hampshire could score 600. It's not unlikely. But that figure of 530, it's a lot of runs to get, isn't it? You know, one or two rash shots and one or two good deliveries. Here's Taylor attempting a good delivery and dropped at second slip by Jake Libby, I think. No. Who is that? That's Henry Nichols in there, I think.
Is that a good game?
Did it go straight to him? Yeah, it did. Yeah. So, Ali Orr gets a let off there. To be honest, it wasn't a difficult chance.
No. Wow.
What a start that would have been for Worcestershire. So a disappointed Taylor races away again and bowls and all turns this one up to mid-on. Matthew Waite, the fielder there. Taylor in his second over already wiping the sweat away from his brow. What's the temperature out there now? 30, do you think? Got to be, isn't it?
Yeah, I would have thought so.
I still work in old money. 28's 82. So above that, don't even bother to work it out. Off goes Taylor. And this time Orr is working the ball away on the other side. They'll get some runs here. They'll get a couple. Finch on the chase. Might get 3 actually. You see that with a bit more power than I suspected. So Hampshire have runs on the board. 3 without loss. Could have been. None for 1. But there we are.
It's been a bit of a struggle to reach 3, isn't it?
Yeah.
Steve Clark's back on the emails. HampshireCricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, great to hear you. So obviously the ground commentary is working. That's good to know. Our aim now should be to bat for the rest of the match so that Jake Libby spends all 4 days in the field. That'll teach him. He's bitter about Jake Libby's innings. great effort from him. If you're just joining us, just a reminder, 228 not out. He finished on, batted from 11 o'clock yesterday morning. His highest ever first-class score. So, Hampshire trail by just 676. As in comes Allison. Length ball to all.
Chasing down that target at a rate of knots. I suspect Mr. Parkinson will get a decent bowl this evening. Although we've only got 28 overs after this one. I say only. But in case you missed it, the big news of the day today, well, two big news is Jake Libby got 228 not out, and we went to tea on time.
Yes.
At
When was the
3:40.
last time that happened?
Oh,
There's got a lot to be said for the Kookaburra ball. Here's Allison. Oh, a lovely shot through mid-wicket. Lovely shot, Ali Orr. He's strong through that area. Both his scoring shots have already been in that region. And he moves on to 7. That's exactly the same score for Hampshire.
it's very still. The breeze appears to, well, no, as I say, that breeze appears to pick up again and ruffle the trees around the ground. But anybody that sat out there all day, hardy souls.
There wasn't somebody sitting away to our left by the tunnel area. They've gone. I guess they must have been absolutely burnt. So that's turned away to mid-wicket once more, and there's a misfield. And being the short boundary side, that's going to run all the way for 4. And Ali Orr moves into double figures. He moves on to 11. Hampshire 11.
I think that's Adam Finch. Should have cut that off at mid-wicket, but didn't. Yeah, there's a few that have lasted the day in the sunshine, but well, on a serious note, you've got to be very careful, haven't you?
Oh gosh, yes. And it's warm, isn't it? I mean, I know it sounds silly in the sun, but it's the air is warm around you. It's not like there's a breeze to go with it, or not much one. In fact, it was a warm. Up here, we've had a bit of a breeze, which has been cool, but down ground level, I think when we walked round for lunch, it was a warm breeze, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was bouncing off the concrete.
Yes, oh yes. Allison into Orr once more. Orr goes to cut and misses.
Played over the top, that,
Didn't bounce much, did it? Just watching this again. He's around the wicket here, Allison. Maybe kept a fraction low. It's a bit of width. So 11 without loss. It's a long haul, isn't it? I mean, you can bat brilliantly well and get to 529 and be asked to follow on.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to be happy to get 529, haven't you? It's wide of off stump and Orr does not go after that one. You come in with, 3 blokes having scored hundreds, worked themselves to death to keep Hampshire in the game. And you think, well done, lads, 520. It's top score of the season.
Yeah.
Now go out and bat again, follow on.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a bit
Bit of a crusher, isn't it?
mind-numbing.
Yeah. Here's Allison again. He's got 3 slips waiting. Or in behind that one, pushes that up to mid-on, end of the over. 4 overs gone. Dave Bradley is going to stay on.
I am.
You are.
I am.
He wants to talk even more about the Worcestershire batting. As if there isn't anything left to say. And Gemma Green's coming.
Still over the shock of going to tea at 20 to 4, mate. So it's going to be Tom Taylor, bowling from the hotel end. And he will be bowling to Fletcher Middleton, who has yet to get off the ball. How are you, Gemma? You all right?
I'm good, Pradis, thanks.
Good.
Yeah, surprised with that declaration. Not so much of the situation of the game, but the lack of acceleration just before.
Yeah.
It sort of took us by surprise because they didn't give anything away.
No. Taylor into bowl to Middleton, who lets the ball go by outside the off stump. Maybe a little bit psychological in that they're walking off. They haven't said, because you only got to give them 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So maybe they just walked off into the dressing room and then said, actually, we're going to declare. I was talking yesterday to Michael Carey about the time here when Hampshire got a lot of runs and Wayne Warne was captain, and 20 minutes before lunch they declared. So Worcestershire had 10 minutes batting, lost 2 wickets, basically because the openers
Weren't prepared.
psychologically they weren't ready to go back out there and bat. Taylor in bowls, and this is clipped away off the pads towards mid-wicket.
So you're saying that they Worcestershire ran Hampshire ragged for 5 overs, 5 sessions physically, and then played mind games with them. It was a cruel game.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, they might have, when they were walking off a team, Jake Libby might have said we declared, but we didn't.
We don't know.
We didn't realise until the heavy roller came on. Thought, where's that going? And then we got a message to say that they had declared. 11 without loss, Hampshire. Taylor, the bowler. This is wide of the off stump, and once again, Fletcher Middleton lets it go past. You'd suspect that Worcestershire, having batted on this pitch for 5 sessions, will have some sort of plan in their mind as to where they're going to bowl it, what we're going to do. I mean, obviously the first 10 overs with a new ball, you're going to try and get it to do a bit. That's why you got 3 slips in. But once the ball goes a bit softer, I just thought yesterday morning, Hampshire took a couple of wickets, and Kashif Ali went, and then just the pressure seemed to come off then. Didn't seem to keep it on.
Yeah, it's the first time I've seen the new ball in this game.
Oh yeah. Taylor in bowls, flicked away nicely off the pads down to fine leg for a single. Who's that down there? I think that's Callum Parkinson down there. In that he threw the ball in left-handed, which gives us a clue. Middleton's off the mark, and Hampshire at 12 without loss. One of the good names in cricket, I think, Fletcher Middleton, which is spelled Fletcha. You imagine he might have turned up in Treasure Island or something. You know. As with Fletcher Christian, of course, who wasn't in Treasure Island, but you know what I mean. You know what I'm getting at. Taylor in bowls and driven nicely, but straight to extra cover. No run. There's a kind of a haze over the ground, almost like a heat haze.
Heat haze, making it look a bit wobbly.
Yeah, it's the sun's reflecting off the car windscreen. Sorry, folks, we do keep on and on and on about how hot it is, but we don't normally have heat like this during an English summer, although more often of late. Taylor in bowls and slightly with the bat away from the body is pushed to Kashif Ali, who is at backward point. Completion of Tom Taylor's over. He's taken he bowled 3 overs for 4 runs. Could well have had a wicket as well. Catch put down at second slip. 12 without loss, Hampshire. Needing, if you needed a reminder, 530 to avoid. Following on 676. 679 rather, to equal Worcestershire's score.
I'd imagine getting through this first hour would be the first step in the Hampshire batter's mind. I think they would be wanting to focus on the follow-on avoidance at the minute. It seems a long way off. Allison comes in, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Middleton. Through to keeper Roderick. Scored 80 earlier on, the latter stage of the Worcestershire innings. 80 off 137 deliveries.
Yes. He's in danger, Jake Libby. Let's say Hampshire were asked to follow on in the unlikely event. He could be on the field for the whole game, which has happened before.
Yeah. Allison in this time, it's a tighter line. Middleton just gets high, his hands high above the ball there, and knocks it down into the offside.
I think from memory, Brett D'Oliveira did it at Cardiff, batting twice. I think somebody will tell me I'm wrong. I'm sure he carried his bat in the first innings, got quick runs in the second innings, was not out, and fielded for the 4 days.
Oof.
think he might have slept well at the end of the fourth day.
That's a shift. So yeah, we've got the 3 slips, Ringfield on the offside, and a staggered 3 fielders on the leg side, 1 deep at fine leg, as Allison is in, and maybe I'm going to say that's pulled his bat just inside the line there. Ball carries through to Roderick.
Got everybody excited.
Certainly seen a few more go through to the keeper with this new ball than we were getting used to this morning.
When do you think it goes soft, this Kookaburra ball? 20 overs, 30 overs? Not that it ever goes soft. You know, we talk about the ball going soft. It's still hard, but it's not as hard as it was at the start.
Yeah, Kev was saying to me sort of a bit earlier than that, maybe with the Kookaburra ball, it just sort of loses its zip, and that's again left alone outside the off stump, follows through to Roderick.
Yeah, not as bad as those pink balls that we had. That was it one season, day-night
Oh,
cricket.
the day-night.
Pink balls,
Yeah.
they were. I think they were soft before they even started. I remember John Hastings opened the batting for Worcestershire. I think Joe Leach at Durham, with the plan was to just smash the ball around and get it soft after about 10 overs.
There hasn't been one of those for a few
No,
years, have they?
Thank goodness.
They still play the odd test match
Yeah.
day-night, but dispense with the domestic experiment. And Allison's in to Middleton. Again, gets high above the ball and happy to just pat that back to the bowler for no run.
We found, I mean, that game I was talking about was at Durham, but we found that everybody went home at 6:30, 7 o'clock anyway. The ground was empty, 9 o'clock
okay.
at night, close of play. And I went to the day-night test at Edgbaston against the West Indies, and that was, you know, we were back home in the pub
Yeah.
at close of play. I mean, it's only an hour away, but a lot of people left before the end.
Extra slip come into the corner now. Allison in, and Fletcher plays this into the offside. That's a maiden over for Allison. Hampshire remain on 12 for no loss.
Yeah, we don't, because in other countries you sort of get, the sun suddenly goes, doesn't it? In this
Yeah.
country we sort of had twilight, don't we, dusk, and
Yeah.
I don't know, just for me it doesn't work, but each to its own, or his or her own. Oh, joy. It's alright. My laptop is just doing a system update. Could there be anything better in the world than a system update?
Always at the most convenient time.
Oh, yeah.
Just as you're going to look up some incredible statistic.
Well, we've had a few of those in this game. It's been a Stato's dream, this has. Here's the next ball, which is a wrap on the pads, probably a bit too high, and to be honest, Tom Taylor joined in after everybody else. My initial thought it was quite high. Let's have a look at a replay. Yeah, that's going over, isn't it?
Hit him above the knee roll on the up.
Yeah. Apparently I've loaded 4% into my laptop. It's hardly a third world problem, folks, I know that. But it is just slightly annoying. The best part of my recent technology is setting the aircon in the hotel room where I'm staying at 17 degrees Celsius, and I shall go and just stand in it after today. Not doing anything, I'll just go and stand in it. Here's the next ball, which is pushed out on the offside. Well, as I say, that nice bit of breeze suddenly
It did, didn't it?
comes wafting
That was
in.
a joy.
Yeah, as if on cue. Now there's a blue bus. It's the first one I've seen. The Mayflower bus going up the hill, because they park some of them at the back of the ground here. And that's the first one in 2 days. Well, yesterday was Sunday, so they probably didn't have many out. The Mayflower. Why is it called a Mayflower bus when it's in Southampton?
We have the Mayflower Park in Southampton.
Oh, right.
Mayflower Theatre.
As Taylor is in and bowls, pushed out on the offside, and there is no run. But surely the Mayflower went from Plymouth, didn't it, when it sailed?
It did. The ship did. I'll do a bit of research because your laptop's
Yeah.
offline. But yeah, we've definitely got the Mayflower Theatre Mayflower Park in Southampton,
Oh,
and I'll see if it was named after the ship.
was it maybe built? Because there is the famous Francis Drake playing bowls on Plymouth, though. Didn't want to get into the battle quite yet.
I'm sure one of our listeners will
Oh, I'm sure.
be able to email in to hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk.
A quickly taken run here, a well taken run by Alior. Pushed the ball down the ground. Good work by Matthew Waite coming across to cut it off. And Hampshire are 13 without loss. If you have just joined us, Worcestershire scored 679 for 7 declared. Jake Libby 228 not out. Personal best for him, eclipsing the 215 he got at Hove in 2022. So he likes batting on the south coast, Jake Libby. Tom Taylor. Sorry, did I pinch that ball at the end of your over? No, I didn't.
No, it's still.
It's not the end
It's
of the
still in-
over.
it's still
I
in
keep
yours.
doing that. I've done that loads
You
of
keep
times
pushing
in this
the
game.
overs away.
Is Tom Taylor in bowls? It's not the end of the over. It's nowhere near the end of the over. Jake Libby fields at extra cover. It's all right, folks. It's the heat. It's the heat and my old age. Can't cope with both. There is one ball left in this over. Tom Taylor has conceded 1 run in it so far. Lots of clapping and geeing each other up from the Worcestershire fielders. Away goes Taylor, bowling over the wicket. And this time, wide of the off stump. Comes back a bit, but comes back really after it's past the batsman. And that definitely is officially the end of the over. And at the end of it, Hampshire are 13 without loss.
I'm going to have to appeal to some of our listeners because I am reading up about Mayfield Park, etc. But it's a lot of literature, and I'm missing a few balls by doing so. So I'll let some of our listeners that have
They are far cleverer than us,
yeah,
and they got more time.
and they've lived. Some of them lived here a long, long time. So I'm sure they'll be able to answer the link between Mayflower Park, Mayflower, and the link to Southampton.
We need to know, folks. We might not be able to sleep.
Okay, Ben Allison to continue. 3 slips in place. He's coming round the wicket and or pushes that into the offside for no run. I can see what you mean, Brad, about that haze. It's doing funny things in my eyes,
It is, isn't it?
especially if you're looking at sort of top level of the atrium.
Yeah,
There's a bit of a wobble going on.
just feels it looks a little bit misty. It was quite misty early this morning around here, but by the time I'd gone for my morning walk, oh, another blue bus, that's exciting. By the time I'd gone for my morning walk, the mist had sort of disappeared.
In again around the wicket, and this time
Oh,
it's
good
cut
shot.
beautifully, well timed, just in front of square on the offside. 4 runs to Alior. That was sweetly timed.
Yeah,
No, no flourish, just caressed.
too much width there from Ben Allison. Probably the first bad ball that Worcestershire have bowled in this innings. Or poor ball, let's call it that.
Surrey have declared
Oh, have they?
on 820 for 9.
So they won't get over 900, which is the record
They
score
won't.
at the Oval. It's a lot of runs, though, no?
That is a lot, but Durham have chipped 7 away from that total in reply. As Orr just pushes that down to mid-on for no run.
How many did they get? 800 and...
20 for 9.
So the follow-on there would be 671.
Yeah.
GB. As Kev was saying, you get 670 and you have to follow on. Now, that would be disappointing.
In again and worked onto the leg side. They will take a quick single as they scamper through. 1 more to Alior. Score moves on to 18.
field's changing again. It's not the end of the over.
A couple of people have emailed in, but they've sent me links to web pages that I was trying to avoid reading because I get sucked in and
Yes.
miss the cricket, so I'll have to...
Just tell us why, folks. We don't want to know. It's like talking to a BBC engineer. I don't want to know how it works. I just want to know which button to press. Why is that?
And this time Fletcher just sort of works that with no intent really onto the leg side. No run there. There's 5 runs off the over so far. I nearly did what you did and called the over.
Yeah. We're wishing our lives.
It's a good job we're not umpiring, isn't it? Although we probably get the 96 overs in a day, no problem.
Yeah, I was saying this the other day. I'm all right umpiring. You know what's going on. Scoring. I'm sat there and I've got 3 balls going. They've scored over and I missed 3 balls already.
And then again, this over the wicket to the right-hander, who just pushes that into the offside. No run. That is the end of the over. 5 runs off it. Hampshire at 18 for naught. We've had an email in from Gillian Todd. I don't know if this is in reference to anything that you and Kev were talking, or if it's just a standalone comment. It says Ali Orr played for Eastbourne first team against Buxted first team, first game of this season.
Okay.
Is that?
Yeah. Well, I know he's an Eastbourne boy, Ali, because I spent some time with him at Sussex. When did we do that? Last year. He came up and did a bit of commentary with us for an afternoon when he was injured. Got a nasty ankle injury, as far as I remember. Yeah.
Mohammed Riaz is answered our Mayflower questions.
Oh, good lad.
He's lived in Southampton for 60 years. The Mayflower Park is definitely named after the ship. There you go.
Right. Okay. Here's Tom Taylor. He's in and he bowls, and this is pushed away. Just backward of square on the offside. Lots of excitement from the Worcestershire fielders. Looked as if he got plenty of bat on it. To me, no run. So that was the Mayflower was built in Southampton, was it? Is that what we're saying?
It just said it's named after the ship.
Oh, right.
And the Mayflower Theatre was previously known as the Gaumont Theatre. But yeah, that is the link. The ship is the link in some respect. So there we go.
Okay. Jolly good.
Thank you, Mohammed.
Thank you very much. You can't have too much information. There's a trio of persons just heading for the exit. As Taylor bowls around the wicket and comes forward, plays the ball straight away. This could be close if he hits. Well, Jack Shantry would have had a decision to make. Don't think it missed by much. My initial thought was that he probably got home there, Ali Orr, but it was a risky single. And just looking at the replay, it doesn't really tell us much because it's not exactly side on, but yeah, it would have been a decision to be made. Well, he would have made a decision if he was home by 10 yards, but a close decision to have been made.
I've opened a can of trivia worms now.
Oh, is that right?
Chris Cook has followed up saying the Pilgrims originated from Holland.
Yeah.
They sailed and anchored the Mayflower at Southampton in order to wait for the other ship Speedwell.
Oh, right. Inside edge onto the pad, pushed away on the offside.
And they then
And there is no
sailed
run.
onto Plymouth to anchor again and prepared to sail to the New World.
Well, thank you very much. Every day is a school day.
And there's no knowledge base like county cricket listeners.
There's not
It's better than an encyclopedia.
is there not a Mayflower archive, like cricket archive, we can go on, find out who went? I know one of the original Mayflower persons was from Droitwich in Worcestershire because there's a statue of him in the middle of the town. Don't ask me what his name was, or still is, I suppose, his name, even though he may well have passed many centuries ago. Here's Tom Taylor, he's in and he bowls, and this is wide at the off stump, well wide this time. So Middleton has lots of time just to raise the baton. So you go for a couple more people just wandering off. Maybe they got to catch a blue Mayflower bus to get home.
They just heard you on the comm. Tell them it's here.
Yes, your bus is here. The X72 from Hedge End to Chichester, which is it's a good journey on my bus to think of it.
I was supposed to be playing a store ball match tonight, and it's just been cancelled because of the heat.
Oh well, yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's Taylor. Bowls.
Oh.
Oh, there's a big appeal here. A big appeal.
Given.
he's gone. Yeah, it looked a good shout, and it was a prolonged shout from the Worcestershire fielders. It wasn't one of those maybe appeals. It was a really good shout, just angling back in. And Jack Chantry's finger was up, so Worcestershire have an early wicket. Middleton gone LBW to Taylor for 1.
Yep, the Worcestershire openers have made a little bit happen with this new ball. We've had the drop catch of Ali Orr this morning and a few player misses, but and a couple of LBW shouts actually, but that one pitching outside off and just angling in and keeping relatively low, so yeah, that's gone all day. And Jack Chantry sends Fletcher Middleton on his way.
Yeah, I just got a message from a friend of mine. The Mayflower Bus Company was named after the Mayflower pub that used to be in Dines Green in Worcester. I don't think it was. but thank you very much for telling me that.
That's certainly what Worcestershire need. They need. They'll be hoping to take 20 wickets without having to lift a bat again, and that's certainly a start they'll need with Hampshire 19 for 1. Nick Gubbins is coming out to join Ali Orr.
I think they're all the batsmen are having a drink. Well, I wouldn't think Nick Gubbins is because he's just coming in, but Ali Orr certainly is. And on some days you think when cricketers get a drink, they bowled 3 balls of an innings and the wicket goes down and they come out with the drinks. You think, what's that about? But certainly on days like today, you can't complain if people are having a drink.
They must have to take some kind of rehydration supplements as well, because sometimes it's so hot you can't take on enough water or liquid. You just can't consume enough to keep you hydrated. So all kinds of science these days with their salts and their electrolytes and what have you.
Yeah, it's not ideal running around with a stomach full of gallons of water either.
Yeah.
4th slip coming in here. Jake Libby puts himself in there. Taylor around the wicket bowling to Gubbins, who lets this one go by outside the off stump. Who's an arse from the Worcestershire fielders, but I think it's a bit of kidology, because from what I could see, that wasn't too close to anything. Well, I think we could have a change here. This is a bit like Morris dancing. I'm not quite sure what's going on here.
I think we're having a double change.
Are we?
I think we're both going to go.
I did that Zumba dancing once. I ended up the opposite way around to everybody else. Right, you and I will go, Jem, and then the rest of them could sort it out themselves.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Smooth as sandpaper, that one. Somebody mentioned Morris dancing. I watched some Morris dancing a couple of days ago, would you believe? Jeff, I can't believe it. I was generally.
Where the hell was that?
Well, just where was that would have done. But
Yes.
it was in a village just outside Chippenham. It was their village fete, where my daughter lives. And we went down there for the afternoon, and the first thing I saw was some Morris dancing. Yeah. Ever thought about that? Yours?
No.
No. Is that a no maybe or a no? Here's Harrison. There's a lovely drive alley all through extra cover. And that should make it all the way, and it does. All moves on to 22, 23 for 1.
I don't mind Irish dancing. I was doing a bit of that. Went on a brief holiday to Ireland a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
West coast of Ireland was quite good fun. Bit of dancing in the pubs there.
Did you?
To some fiddly dee music.
Fiddly D. Right.
Oh, river dance style.
Yeah. So your hands by your sides.
Sort of,
No, you're not supposed to move your hands.
oh no, that's right. Yeah.
So you clearly
No, I haven't got it.
weren't doing proper Irish dancing, or leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Did they all look at you funny because you said you were
Yeah.
doing Irish dancing and you were moving your hands?
Probably. Well, there wasn't much room in this pub, so you couldn't
Was it?
do much anyway. You sort of
No.
jumping up and down.
Yeah. That's very
Yeah,
good.
so you're right. I think that's true actually. Not moving your hands are quite right.
That's right. Yes, I used to sit and watch River Dance for hours when my girls were younger. They used to put the tape on 3 times
Well, I
a
went
day.
to Riverdance in Dublin actually.
Did you?
Yeah,
Good.
at the Gaiety Theatre where it all began. Yeah, it was brilliant. It was amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Hampshire 23 for 1. Here comes Allison, and it's a length ball to Orr. Just pushes that into the ground square on the offside. Yes, it's been hard work for Hampshire. Worcestershire have made them work hard. They've let them off, or they've let Ali Orr off. That was a regulation catch. It's a second slip when he was on 0.
Yeah, they have made them work hard. I think they've been a bit defensive. Only got 3 slips. They've got 679 on the board, and they've got 3 slips and 3 men in the covers. I would be leaving that extra cover region open and have an extra catcher.
Yeah, true. Allison's round the wicket to Orr, who leaves that one alone.
You know, you might go for a few 4s. Well, in fact, he's just hit a 4 through there, hasn't he? Even though there was a fielder there, so you'd be better off having him as a catcher at this point. I mean, we saw how hard it was for the Hampshire bowlers to take wickets on here. You've got to have an extra catcher for the first 10 overs, surely.
Yeah, I agree. And also, Worcestershire are committed to taking 20 wickets, aren't they?
They are, really.
I mean, they've put themselves into a situation where they have to take 20 wickets. I mean, runs are no object now. Orr gets a length ball in behind that one, plays it up to mid-on. Yes, they've kind of batted to a point where you can afford to give a few runs away, can't you?
And actually, when you take the extra cover out, it's just giving the batsman a bit of encouragement. Go on, then have a drive. See if you can get it through that gap, and you never know, you might get the edge. Speculate to accumulate.
Yes. Yeah, Worcester can afford to let runs flow a little bit. It's about taking wickets as Allison comes in and bowls, and Orr tries to flick that away on the leg side. Goes through to keeper Gareth Roderick. End of the over. Allison has completed 5 overs, none for 17. Hampshire 23 for 1. Just trail by 656 now.
Very left-handed orientated Hampshire batting order, isn't it? After Middleton, you've got 2 left-handers in there now, and we're just looking back actually at that LBW decision against Fletcher Middleton. It did look a good shout actually. I mean, he didn't look that happy, but what batsman is when they've been given LBW for a single? But 2 left-handers in now, and then Tilak Varma scheduled to come in at 4, another left-hander. So we're going to see a lot of round the wicket seam bowling, I suppose.
Yeah.
Right arm seam bowling. This is what Tom Taylor certainly is doing, bowling round the wicket to Gubbins, who leaves it alone. Goes through to the keeper. 3 slips for Taylor as well, and 3 in the covers. And just a couple of men saving a single on the leg side. Sprinkling spectators around the place, but it's not really that spectator friendly, is it? Unless you're a man for or a woman for stats and records and so on.
Yeah, we've had to dig a few out, haven't we?
Well, you have.
Well, Brad has as
You're
well.
very good at that. You're
That's
very good.
kind. Thank you.
Taylor bowls round the wicket, left alone again by Gubbins.
Well, here's another one, because Surrey have finally declared.
Yes.
Well, in fact, 8:20 for 9. If you think what's going on here is a run fest. And Durham have already lost a wicket, 11 for 1.
Gosh.
Poor bloke. Who's that out? Let's have a quick look before I go on.
Could be Ben McKinney, I suppose, if he's opening.
Emilio Gay,
Okay.
bowled by Matt Fisher for 7.
Right. God. Yeah. Well, of course, the thing is, it's inevitable, isn't it? Because you've got a huge number of runs on the board. You've had bowlers with their feet up for 2 days, spurred on by the opportunity. Another wide ball from Taylor that time, which Gubbins doesn't have to play any shot to. And batters who have been out there for 2 days or a day and a half, and they're exhausted. The batters are physically tired, probably mentally quite tired.
Yeah.
They're very hot. They know the importance of trying to get through this sort of 20 overs when the ball is hard, and the bowlers with purpose and ambition, energy. So inevitably the balance between bat and ball just shifts slightly. Well, there is a bit of a balance between bat and ball rather than bat paying ball paying total homage to bat. Defended that one by Gubbins. Straight back up the pitch.
Yeah, I think we both played in games where the side batting second has found it notoriously difficult. I remember one game actually at the old ground against Somerset when Eddie Caddick was playing for them, who I had a food with the other last week, actually.
You had what?
Taunton had some food with him.
Did you?
Actually,
Andy
didn't I?
Caddick?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, he's a good lad. He's quite
Yeah.
fun. And us and a few others after the T20 game. And it was at the old ground.
Taylor bouncer pulled away by Gubbins. I think a top edge and 4 down to fine leg, not where he intended at all. That caught him out slightly, or caught him by surprise, but he's got 4 for his trouble. 27 for 1 Hampshire.
I'd have to look up the game exactly, but you can remember at the old ground, Northamptonshire could be flat, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Seriously flat, and they got millions.
Somerset.
Yeah, and then we went about late in the day, and he got us about 5 down for about 30. And then the guys were playing a miss in and duck in and everything. And you think, this is not what we've seen for the last day. It often goes like that.
And the Hampshire batters would have been saying to the Hampshire bowlers, what have you been doing?
That's right, yeah, quite often.
For the
you get
last
that,
day
don't
and a
you?
half.
Look,
But
he's
it's
making it do this, making it
but
do
it's
that.
the psychology, isn't it? It's that slight psychological shift with the onus, the positive vibes in the bowlers' bones and muscles, and the batsman feeling fairly pessimistic. And that one just shaves the off stump as Gubbins left it alone. It came back a bit from outside the off stump, but no damage done to the batter. 27 for 1 is the Hampshire score.
Just going back to that Surrey-Durham game, I believe that Durham put Surrey in.
Yes.
They did, that's right, because I've got this email from Stuart Cullen. We are using Hampshire cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says he's copied this to save us looking, but he says the highest score recorded in first-class cricket for a team put into bat was 1107.
Wow.
Scored by Victoria against New South Wales in 1897. But putting them in 1107. That makes 820 for 9 not look too bad. Good decision, Skip.
Yeah, and I was just talking about the 1954 Ashes Brisbane Test when Len Hutton put Australia in and they got 602 for 8 as well.
Here's Allison. Orr's driving. Good stop by Allison on his follow-through.
But amazingly, and Richard Whitehead, the author, chronicles this, amazingly, England came back from that innings defeat in the first test in 1954-5 and won the series 3-1. So a very good rear guard from England. And Hutton, not the villain of the piece, ultimately, became a hero as the captain who won the Ashes both home and away.
Here's Allison again, staying around the wickets and almost get a little low. Almost leaving that alone. Was somebody talking about the Mayfair Theatre earlier? He wasn't. Gemma's just nodding her head because Mohammed Riaz emailed. Mayflower Park, which is in Southampton, is definitely named after the ship. You didn't mention this. Oh, did you read this one out? Oh, great. Okay, sorry. Apologies. It just looked like it hadn't. Actually, I'm looking at a different email because I'm still getting emails on the old email, but of course we're trying to use the new one, so I'm getting confused. But yeah, we've all seen skippers make wrong calls at times as Allison bowls, and again it's outside off stump, but again Orr leaves alone.
What's the mentality of a batter now in this situation? So you're conceding a lead of 679 originally, and you're thinking, are you thinking 10 runs at a time? Are you thinking let's get to 50 as a total? Are you thinking overs? Let's just get through the first 10 overs of the new ball. What's the mentality, do you reckon?
I think a lot of batters think about it differently, don't they? I also think a lot of the modern players now, they play the same way no matter what, don't they? The thing is not to look at the scoreboard, I think, is the main thing. Always forward to a good length ball.
Not to look at the scoreboard.
Well, I mean, you look at it. I mean, if
not to be daunted by it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you look at the deficit.
Right.
I mean, 652, and that's still going to be. What have we got? 20 overs left tonight. It's still going to be in the late 500s, even come 6 o'clock. I mean, I think that's quite a scary thought, isn't it? Really. I mean, you could walk off here 50 not out, and you're still 590 behind. But I don't know about you, but I was too much in the zone to even look at the scoreboard half the time. Just played what was going on out there, don't you? Really. Outside the off stump, plenty of times I've batted when we've been millions behind. It just feels as though I think the worst thing is it feels like the opposition's on top of you, doesn't it? Because they're all cock-a-hoop, and it's annoying actually. Because the first thing you want to do as a batter is actually quieten everybody down.
Just silence them. Yeah.
And you want the bowl. The worst thing is when a bowler feels he's on top of you. That's the worst feeling as a batter in the world, I think. Whereas if you can do whatever you do, if it's batting for a long period or it's scoring with relative ease, you can suddenly just feel a drop in intensity from a bowler. That's a great feeling. As that's pushed away into the gap through third man, should run away or will it? Good contest, yes, just runs over the rope below us. 31 for 1. I don't know, when you were bowling, did you ever sort of try not to show that, or maybe you never lost your intensity? But I think as a batter, that is always a nice little. That's always a nice little moment.
I think as a bowler, I think even if a guy is 140 not out, I always felt one good ball could get a wicket, and I think you just have to keep coming in with that optimism. I was never particularly worried about run rates or keeping it tight, which perhaps was my fault. I should have perhaps thought about that more, and certain captains wanted me to be more economical, but I always thought wickets. I always thought if I just make this one move a little bit, it could get the edge or could just get through between bat and pad or something. So, and actually bowling is really fun as well, even in these terrible kind of batting friendly conditions. Playing around with the grip on the ball and just sort of changing your grip slightly, changing the position of the seam, can produce stuff. This is Matthew Waite now, who's come on to bowl, and it's tickled down to fine leg, and that might be well, it's a couple actually, so they get back for a second. Nice little shot from Ali Orr there to pick up 2. So I suppose in fact it was Gubbins, sorry. I suppose I think it's a good challenge actually as well. I mean, obviously if you've been out there for 140 overs and it's 30 degrees, it's quite hard to be optimistic. But I always found it quite fun trying to kind of even if they were 200 partnership, to find just a slower ball or try something that could unsettle them. Wait, bowls edged, didn't carry to third slip. Nice stop actually. Soft hands from Gubbins there. Ball went all the way along the ground into third slip.
Yeah, you do have to play little games inside your head, don't you, in a way?
Yeah.
When situations are like this.
And actually just the relief a wicket can bring, in terrible batting friendly conditions as well. For the whole team, you feel you can lift a team with just one little piece of magic. And it's all going against you. Waite bowls, just swung in a bit, but Gubbins defends. Nice and solid bat and pad together. 33 for 1 Hampshire. Just before 5 o'clock here at the Utilita Bowl. Sun beating down, just a little bit of breeze actually, makes it quite pleasant. Most of the fans, the supporters, are sitting in the shade wisely. Few sun seekers in the sun down to our right, but mostly people are keeping in the shade. Waite bowls, slightly short of a length, turned into the leg side, no run for Gubbins. The breeze actually is quite alleviating. It's like a cross breeze, and the white sheet at the far end as a sight screen is sort of billowing like a sail. Be a nice day for sailing actually today, because there is a good breeze, a good sort of steady breeze. Been lovely on the water.
Have you done a bit of sailing?
No. A bit. I mean, I wouldn't call it sailing. We used to do twilight sailing in Sydney, which was quite fun. Waite bowls, short, cut away, and actually Gubbins should have done better there. That was a long op, wide, asking for it, but he just managed to find the fielder. No, they've got this tradition in places like Sydney and Auckland, where they go twilight sailing in the week, and you jump on a boat with a few mates and sail around a few boys, and then have a few beers.
Okay.
Lovely.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't call it sailing. It's more kind of joyriding, really. I have once been on an America's Cup yacht, actually, and done a sort of one leg stint just out to sea and back. But again, I was a passenger rather than a helper, really.
That looks a bit physical.
I think I haven't got my sea legs yet. Round the wicket this time for Waite, and no impact on the batsman. That Gubbins just defends it, and pushes it up to mid-on, end of the over, 33 for 1. We're dead on 5 o'clock, and the deficit is what? 642, is it?
6.
No, 646.
Are you off now?
I'm going.
Thank you very much.
It was a pleasure.
Simon Hughes, the analyst. Always good to have him down here. Lots of interesting stories. Very wise man in the world of cricket. 33 for 1 then. Gemma Green, former Hampshire women's player, is coming in alongside me. The sun hasn't quite yet reached its full capacity, shining into our camera gantry. It's beginning to make its way in and intrude. Hi, Gemma.
Hi, Kev. Oh, what have we got? Finch.
Oh, right, it's got
Finch
double
coming.
change.
Yeah, Finch coming into the attack. Played a cameo Nightwatchman role this morning, hitting a 6 and a 4 before putting his feet up for the day, and his first ball is full and straight. And Orr just works that onto the leg side for no run.
So Adam Finch, one of the 2 changes in the Worcestershire side for this game. Averages 37 with the ball.
Worcestershire got 2 slips now. They had 3 or 4 when I was last on comms. So over that 20-minute period, they've dispensed with one of those as he comes in round the wicket. Again, full and straight and pushed to mid-on for no run.
Yeah, that's career-wise. This season, these 3 wickets have cost him 72 apiece. I wouldn't bet that. I wouldn't bet against that. Well, I wouldn't bet on that coming down
With the Kookaburra.
significantly. I'm not on this one, no. But you never know.
We have seen a wicket already in this innings. Fletcher Middleton, LBW. This, Finch is in round the wicket again, and once again full and straight, bowling to a plan, and it's pushed to mid-on for no run.
And you are working hard there. 26 off 45, and being dropped on 0 at second slip. Not a difficult chance at all. Got a bit lucky there, I think, but you get that from time to time as a batter. You will have experienced that. We all experienced that.
We do, but Hampshire have given away enough freebies in the slips this season, so the due one back is in, and this time it's a bit shorter. Good carry through to Roderick, and or just shoulder arms that, even though it goes down the leg side.
Yes, we've all done it where we've edged one, and you watch the line of the ball go straight to somebody at slip, and you think, oh, that's it, I've gone. And then somehow they managed to put it down, and you think, oh, wow.
It's easy to forget those, isn't it, when you're caught and you think, oh, why is it always me? You know,
Yes.
and you see your teammates being dropped, but yeah, it does happen to us all, absolutely. So he's in again, and that's fired down the leg side. Good take by Roderick, who dives to his right. Another dot ball, so tidy start for Finch. The last couple have been down leg side, but no runs conceded so far.
Yeah, it's hasn't quite been online, has it? This one, it's a bit of a loosener, I guess. We'll call this one a loosener for him.
Got 18 overs remaining in the day today. We've a lot of spin bowled earlier in the first 2 sessions as Worcestershire piled on the run, so we did get through the overs. That was a positive. And he's in again for the final ball, and again it's down the leg, and this time Orr manages to tickle that down to fine leg, and it goes all the way for 4 leg byes. In fact, came off the pad. 4 leg byes.
He hasn't quite got the line right in this over.
And that's the end of the over. 37 for 1 Hampshire. Maiden over for Finch as it came off the pad, but yeah, last three just fired down the leg side.
So how have you been finding, because you play mainly on a Sunday, don't you?
Yes.
For Hursley Park. I guess you haven't had a game rained off yet, have you?
Don't think we have.
It's been amazing.
No, it's incredible. Completely different to this time last year. I know club cricket really struggled to get going in this area last year, men and women, obviously men on a Saturday mostly. Yeah, this year, been very blessed.
Incredible. Yep. Here's Waite then with his right arm medium pace. He's going round the wicket this time to Gubbins. He's forward. Bit of an awkward run up, Matthew Waite, isn't he? Sort of a bit,
Lumbering.
yeah, it is a little bit. But having a decent season with the ball. I mentioned earlier, 27 wickets at 21 this season, Matthew Waite.
That's yeah, a little bit healthier than Finch's that you were reading out earlier.
Yes, just a little different.
60 apiece or 70 apiece, was it?
Yeah. He's taking his time over this next delivery. Are they thinking about a fielding change? No. Comes in again. Bowls. Gubbins on the back foot. Steers that into the covers. Nick Gubbins got a first ball last week against Essex, so maybe understandably quite watchful here. He was the second victim of Sam Cook, who was on a hat-trick. Varma came in and kept the hat-trick ball out. Varma will come in at number 4. Ben Brown 5. Here's Waite again, runs away from us and bowls. Gubbins is forward. Well, Worcester are doing exactly what I thought they would do, really. Just happy to plug away on a length.
Yep, where Hampshire down, they've obviously got a task to do to even avoid the follow-on. So by just bowling with that discipline, making Hampshire score runs off good deliveries. Again, very much in the driving seat are Worcester at the minute.
Definitely. 4th highest score in their history.
Yeah.
When they surprisingly declared a tea. Took us all by surprise. It was only the heavy roll on the pitch. We thought, oh, hello. Gubbins is forward, good length delivery. We thought the roller was coming out to roll the pitch next to it on the left. But no. Is that the Women's International pitch, or is that a bit too early for that? Because actually, no, that's a little way away yet, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a bit early. But I don't know the science of preparing a pitch, so...
Nor do I. I did it briefly in New Zealand and absolutely ruined the whole square. So, yeah. I'm just wondering when the next game here, so that's worked towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Of course, there's a double-header, T20, on the Sunday against Somerset.
Ah.
That's got to be that, isn't it?
That'll be for that, yeah.
That's got to be that. Yeah, women in the morning and the men in the afternoon, I think it is off the top of my head.
Both day games. Both daylight games, should I say.
Yes, on a Sunday. I think they are Sundays. Yeah, I don't think you ever get late ones on a Sunday, do you?
School night.
Yeah. I'll double check actually as we're talking. Waits in and Gubbins gets another length ball, and it's a maiden for Matthew Waite. He's bowled 2 overs, none for 2. Hampshire are 37 for 1 in reply to that huge Worcestershire total. Yeah, let's have a look. So next Sunday, isn't it? That's Sunday the 6th of July.
Yeah.
And the men are playing at 3 o'clock. The women at 11 o'clock in the morning, yeah. I think that's pretty much a norm, I think, for Sundays.
Yeah. So I'm usually playing on a Sunday, so I don't...
Yeah, you won't be here.
I don't see the Sunday games.
No.
It's Ali Orr currently on 26. He's one of only 4 of the men in this game that have been on the pitch since the very first ball of the match, with Jake Libby and the 2 umpires. You never forget in this heat when you're talking about fielders having a rest. They might not have to run round the boundary or steam in and bowl seam, but they do have to be out there in long sleeve shirts and trousers for the entirety of the game. So yeah, the umpires very much feeling the heat as well, and that's driven beautifully by Ali Orr through the offside. It might not go all the way, it was more of a push than a flourishing drive, but they'll come back for a comfortable 3.
I think I'd also wear gloves if I was an umpire.
Would you?
When you're out in this sun, I mean, obviously hats, definite, long sleeves, yeah, long trousers, but I think, you know, your poor backsy hands. I don't know if you're allowed to wear gloves.
Would your hands not get so sweaty?
They would, but either that or get sunburn.
Or can you not just slap on the factor 50?
Well, you could.
I don't know if I could hack that. I don't think I could hack long sleeves in this weather.
Oh, it's a must.
I'd have to go with just the factor 50 applied every 10 minutes. In again, round the wicket. This time it's driven straighter to mid-off, and there's a diving stop, no run.
Have you ever seen an umpire umpiring gloves?
No.
No, nor have I. I wonder if it's allowed.
I don't know, you could, that could be your thing.
That would be my, if I ever did umpiring, which I wouldn't.
But what kind of gloves are you thinking? I can't.
White, those white gloves.
What, like white linen gloves where they used to open like old documents, touch the pages of old books?
Oh yeah, that sort of thing.
Linen.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
okay.
Maybe not as delicate as those gloves. Just any old white gloves from a.
Or the snooker referees.
That sort of thing. Yeah,
Right,
yeah,
yeah,
100%.
Round the wicket, and that's tickled onto the leg side. I think that may have been off the pad as well. Yep, leg bye given. I reckon you take them off and have them in your pocket after an hour in this heat.
Well, yeah, it's either that or have burnt backs of your hands, I think, and I know what I'd prefer. I'm just wondering. I just think the fact that no umpire's ever worn them, and you do get some, characters umpiring that probably would do that sort of thing, and the fact that nobody ever has means that maybe it's a no-no.
Yeah.
But then why would it be?
In again, and this time, ducks out of the way of a short delivery. It carries through to Roderick.
Why would you put a restriction on an umpire and say no gloves allowed? Because if you stick your finger up to give somebody out, it's the same as whether it's a bare finger or a finger inside a glove.
You're not talking mittens.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine?
I don't know. But then I don't understand why you would want to. I think it would be in cold weather. I'd get it. That would make more sense to me. In the cold early season games, as in again this time fired down the leg side again, taken by Roderick.
I would wear mittens actually. That's a great idea. Then you stick your whole hand up
And they don't know.
to try and make it look like a finger. Turn it sideways. Yeah. Or an oven glove. But no, I'd wear gloves definitely on days like this.
But the fielders aren't wearing gloves other than the keeper.
Well, that's different because they've got to field the ball. The umpires don't have to.
Yeah,
field
but they're
the
not
ball.
getting sunburnt, are they? They've obviously got enough. Yeah, I think you're worrying about a problem that isn't there. Again, a short ball ducked by all through to Roderick. End of the over, we had 3 runs and 1 leg bye off that Hampshire 41 for 1.
Am I inventing something there?
I think so. You take it on Dragon's Den, umpire's gloves. See if you get any investment.
Yeah. But I'm not sure you could patent them because they'd be too similar to other gloves.
Sponsors would love it though if they had one on there, and when they put the finger up, and the camera zoomed in on that. In this day and age.
Given out by. And there's a number of things I could have said there, but obviously being part of the BBC, I can't. Otherwise, I'd have to follow it by saying other products available. But you know where we're going with that. 41 for 1 then. Here's Wait to start a new over. 16 left in the day. We're getting towards 5:15 as forward is Gubbins. Goes out into the covers. We are into the 17th over of this Hampshire reply. It's around about now that the ball will start getting soft. I think most players say about 15, 20 overs it starts deteriorating.
And that's a long way to the next new ball.
It is. Here's Wait again then, round the wicket to Gubbins. Gubbins gets a straight delivery and he plays it equally straight back to the bowler. So, yeah, most of the crowd, there's quite a lot of crowd in the shade at the far end of the ground. That's the Shane Warne stand is virtually all shade now, which is ideal. Colin Ingleby and Mackenzie stand to our left is partial shade, and surprise, surprise, most people that are sitting there, in fact just about everybody sitting there is in the shade. There's a nice drive from Gubbins up towards mid-off. Yeah, it's about now where that that far end of the ground, pavilion side, is actually the best side of the ground too. Unless you're an absolute sun worshipper, and there are quite a few below us that are, that the far end of the ground is definitely the place to be.
Yeah, you quite often see us on those. I mean, today is a hot day, but we haven't got the bright sun glare so much. But you see people sat down sort of just to the left of us in front here, and with the sun in their eyes, and just think,
How do they do it?
yeah. I mean, if it's a day where you've got a specific ticket for maybe a T20 or something, but
50 over game as that's played out defensively up towards mid-off. Yeah, I was going to say 50 overs in the crowd, this end of the ground on a day like this. That's hard, isn't
it's
it?
as baffling as those stalwart fans, which I respect fully, on the rainy days where there's no, almost no chance of play. We all know it, but it hasn't been called yet. And they sit under their umbrellas when we've got areas where it's covered, but it's probably their seat that they always sit in. But they sit there with the umbrella, and it's just waiting for the umpires to call it for the day, really. But yeah, both baffling.
A big umbrella. Here's Waite again to Gubbins. Again, it's a length ball. Again, Gubbins is just defending that one. He's not giving much away here, Waite. None of the Worcestershire bowlers have so far.
In fact, I remember one year, many years ago, I was in the score box, and it was one of those days we're talking about, absolutely chucking it down. I was making a cup of tea, we were sat in the warm, and we were just waiting to be told we could go home. And I saw a couple, and they were under an umbrella, and they were just getting, coats, and they were just sort of sheltering more and more. And there's plenty of places where you can be sheltered here, but nope.
I suppose it's a part of the fun, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So now they edge that into the ground, bounces once, goes through to first slip, and that's the end of the over. It's another maiden over from Waite. 2 maidens in his 3 overs to date. I'm just very quickly talking about the temperature and the sun and what have you. It's around about 28 degrees now, according to my app. I did say earlier that there was a bit of rain forecast on Wednesday. It looks like there's some showers, but again, it still looks as though it goes away by midday. So even if we don't get a start on Wednesday, it looks like we'll play for most of it. Because I mean, I can't see this game reaching a conclusion.
No.
Can you? I'd be surprised.
Not unless Hampshire throw it away, really. With some periods of lack of concentration. As War's on strike, he's on 29, facing up to Adam Finch. He's coming in round the wicket. Line and length delivery just outside off stump, pushed into the offside for no run.
Yes, I'm just looking at the bowlers here. Tom Taylor going for less than 2 and over. Allison went for 3.5. Finch is 1.5. White less than 1. I mean, that's the sort of run rates you want, isn't it?
Yeah.
From your collective bowling attack. No spinners yet.
They've got a field here. They've got a slip and a leg slip as he comes in and bowls and tickles that onto the leg side. I think that was off the pad as well, but there's no run anyway. Yeah, we've got a slip and a leg slip and sort of a ring field, I guess, and then 2 on the leg side, 1 in front of square, 1 behind square on the boundary. So we were saying earlier he was obviously darting, this is Finch, darting it down the leg side. I don't know if it was part of a plan because they've now put a leg slip in, so it could very much be something they're working towards, but they didn't have that slip in earlier when he was doing it, so it might be a new plan. But that time it did go down the leg side, but to Roderick. No
He's getting some bounce, isn't he?
He
You can
is.
see why the leg slip's there.
Yeah.
Sort of get inside the line and you just try and push it away. It's a
And
perfectly good plan.
we've seen Orr try and play that shot a few times already, and it's come off the pad, which obviously I know wouldn't be a catch, but it shows he hasn't been in full control playing the shot. So yeah,
Yeah, the secret to it is he's getting a bit of bounce. That's the thing.
and like you say, if this ball hasn't got much life left in it for much longer, and again that's angled down the leg side and a take from Roderick, a couple of yards to his right.
Yeah, I mean, it's all very well bowling it there every ball, but there was a slip in as well. But he's getting a bit of bounce. He's
He
out,
is,
Mr. Finch.
yeah. He's coming from round the wicket, angling in. You've got to get it a bit tighter, sort of making them play, haven't you? If it's just a leave down the leg side, it's just a lot of effort for the bowler in this heat. as he's in again, and this time it is turned onto leg by Orr. Just a single down to deep fine leg. 1 run off this over so far. Orr moves on to 30. Well, Bradders is lurking, so
He is.
is there an imminent change? So I'm going to come over to where Kev is. Bradders is going to come into here at the end of this over. Smooth as you like. Last ball of the over for Finch. Gubbins on strike, round the wicket.
Oh!
And short pitch ball ducked confidently by Gubbins. Hampshire are 42 for 1.
Gosh, that didn't bounce very high. He had to get low. Right, yes, I'm going to take a bit of a break. Dave Bradley back into the commentary position, and Gemma Green is staying on.
We are indeed. We are the world. We are the people. It's 31 degrees, I'm told. The temperature, that is. Not that 31 degrees is going to be much else, to be honest. Could be a map reference, I suppose. Matthew Waite is the bowler. Ali Orr is the batsman. He's going to bowl round the wicket. Already we're seeing some slightly different field settings. Waite bowls, comes forward, Ali Orr plays it out on the offside. In that we have a shortish extra cover and a shortish mid-wicket, I suppose. They're the only slightly odd fielders we've seen.
Colin Sturmey has emailed in
Hiya, Colin.
in support of Kev's, in my opinion, bonkers idea about wearing gloves to umpire. But he says, "Hi Kev, nothing to say that umpires can't wear gloves, so you can crack on if you're ever out there in the middle."
As Waite is in, and this is turned through square leg for a single. They're coming back for 2. There's not 2 there, although there might have been, because there was a slight fumble by Parkinson coming in from fine leg, but in the end they settled for 1 run. I have seen this season umpires wearing white gloves. Might have been last season. It was Neil Malinder. Neil Malinder at Leicester, you could only just see his nose sticking out because he had everything else was covered up. He had a snood, he had a balaclava, he had everything.
That
on.
was for cold, was it?
That was for cold, yeah,
Yeah.
and he was wearing gloves. 2 mid wickets now. As Waite goes over the wicket, this is short and pulled away. Is that going to split the fielders? No, it's not. It's a good tumbling, diving pickup. Who's that? That Tom Taylor going around there. Gets the ball back in, and Hampshire go to 45 for 1.
Matthew Waite's got a very distinctive run-up, or start to his run-up. His arms go sort of wide, and really it's a lot of effort to push off for his run.
Walks a bit duck-footed. I won't tell you what his nickname is in the Worcestershire camp, but it's all to do with a bird that walks duck-footed. He's away again, and this time wide of the off stump. Through to the wicket-keeper. Who's that rehydrating out there on the boundary? I ask, but I'll probably answer it myself. I think it's Adam Finch taking on some liquid. As I say, it's 31 degrees Celsius officially. Outside of... well, it's not outside, I think it's 31 degrees Celsius in here.
We're sort of inside outside, aren't we?
Yeah. Waite in bowls or pushes offside. Kashif Ali is at cover point. He feels there's a bit of breeze because the sheeting that forms the side screen at the far end is just being ruffled, and there's been a bit of breeze all day, but it's a warm breeze. I assume. Have we any flags around the ground? We haven't, have we?
There's some flying above the home dressing room.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I assume that's a southerly breeze coming in there.
I'm not sure what the 2 flags are. I mean, it's the Hampshire flag on top, the yellow flag underneath. Oh, that's the Hawks flag.
Oh right. Next ball pushed out on the offside. Oh, Matthew Waite attempts to stop it with his boot, but doesn't. There is no run. The end of the over, and Hampshire are 45 for 1, replying to Worcestershire's 679 for 7 declared. There are 13 overs remaining in the day.
There's no flag flying above Worcestershire dressing room. Do they not bring one?
No,
on their trips?
yeah.
Don't fly the pairs.
Very often do, but I think it's I think it's the old whose job is it to fly the flag. They do get left behind in various places as well, I believe.
Finch in round the wicket, worked onto the leg side once again by Ali Orr, pick up a single to mid wicket. Finch very much sticking to that plan of attack, which has rewarded him 3 overs, 0 for 4, coming into his 4th over now. So it's been an economical plan of attack. Played defensively on the back foot by Ali Orr.
Of course, I can't find it now that I want to prove something. Right now I'm on the trail now. So the sun set today in Southampton is 9:23. Okay, remember that, 9:23.
Yep.
Sunset in Newcastle today is 9:48.
Oh.
So 25 minutes difference. There you go.
There you go.
Always quite fascinates me.
For a small country geographically,
Yeah.
that one's again short down the leg side, left alone. Hampshire 47 for 1. Yeah, small with no time zone difference. I see what you're saying.
Many moons ago, when I first started in radio, we used to give the lighting up times, which was when you were supposed to put your car lights on.
Oh, really?
Yeah, at night. Yeah. So lighting up tonight would be 9:23. So you're supposed to put your car lights on at 9:23.
Oh, wow.
I don't think it was law.
No, but it was a help.
Yes.
I think now the modern cars probably have their
They
own
just-
sensors
They
and
just come on.
come on
don't
when they need to.
Yeah. Yeah.
Put
Matthew
you,
Waite.
would
Sorry.
put you out of a job.
Yeah. And we used to give the shipping forecast. We used to do the agricultural numbers as well, as Waite comes in and bowls, pushing out on the offside. So you used to do prices of sheep at Ross and Y Market. We used to do the market reports.
Brilliant.
Yeah. There was hoggets, which I think were I think they were some sort of pig, a hogget. I don't know, I used to read them out. I never knew what they meant. Just read them out. Yeah, market reports. 6:30 in the morning. Back to the cricket. Hampshire are 47 for 1. Matthew Waite is bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Nick Gubbins, who got a double century here last year against Worcestershire. And if he continues playing shots like that, he's not going to get a double century here today, because he pokes the bat at a ball outside the off stump. Definitely played at it. Flies through to wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick. Roderick got 80 today for Worcestershire. The highlight, of course, of Worcestershire was Jake Libby's 228 not out.
Yeah, Nick Gubbins 9 off 34 deliveries, and you say that was very much a pokey waft.
Waite leans forward as he runs in and bowls, and this time Gubbins gets the bat solidly on it, plays it back down the pitch. Batting for tomorrow, you would think now, with 11 overs left after this one. Batting for the rest of the game.
Batting for tomorrow and Wednesday. Yeah.
Batting for the rest of the game. Oh, I had a sudden strange, there's a wheelie bin being wheeled around away to our left, and it looks as if there's nobody pushing it. It's a very short Persian push. I thought it was an automatic wheelie bin. Big white wheelie bin making its way around the ground. An optical illusion if ever there was. Here's Waite in again, and this is played down the pitch. And it just trickles as gently as possible to mid-on. No run.
Yeah, Worcestershire still 632 in the lead. There's some mammoth sounding numbers in Leeds at the minute in Division 1.
Durham lost an early wicket, didn't they? In that, I was
Yeah.
going to say in that chase for 800. I don't think you chase 800, do you? Here's Waite in again. Played down the pitch. Good tight over this from Matthew Waite. Yet to concede a run. Bowling a good line. Bringing the batsman into play.
Yeah, they lost Emilio Gay
Okay.
for 7, which, you know, losing a wicket in the third over does put a dampener on that chase, as you say.
Yeah, probably all about time, isn't it? Same as here. Got a bat for 2 hours and 2 days rather, and 11 overs at the minute. And this is just turned on the leg side. Puff of dust comes up, but it's as the ball is turned into the old wicket ends, right next to the one that we're playing on at the moment. That is the end of a good over from Matthew Waite. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 5 runs, yet to take a wicket.
Yeah, we've got 2 bowlers at the minute, either end, going at 1.1 and 1.5 and over. So very economical spell for Worcestershire, which is just taking time out of the game, really. There's Alior's about to face Finch again, who is bowling majority of his balls leg stump down leg side with intent. As he comes in again and bowls, and again a bouncer there, we've seen a few of those from him, or just ducks out of the way of that, no interest whatsoever in attempting to play those at this stage.
So your sport tonight is off. So what are you going to do?
Too hot.
Too hot.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. Too hot for anything. Be
It
lots of junior cricket going on around the country.
Yes. Yeah. It's an older person's sport, is store ball, so
Okay.
I think they struggle even more. Oh,
Go on.
and it's worked. The plan has worked. That leg slip, Alior, Finch has just peppered that leg stump line, that outside leg stump line, and this time Orr just works it to that leg slip fielder that's been there for a few overs now. We'll just watch that on the replay, and yeah, he's done nothing more than glance that to Henry Nichols in that leg slip, and that's going to be frustrating because that was a clear and obvious plan by Worcestershire, but fair play to them. They've stuck at it. They've continued with that plan to Orr time and time again, and he's fallen into that trap. Hampshire are 47 for 2. Orr goes for 32 off 65 balls.
It's strange because Michael Carberry was with us yesterday, and I remember a game where Jack Shantry, who was the umpire today, did exactly the same thing, put a leg slip in.
Yeah.
Got him, I think from memory in each innings, just that little leg tickle. So
And that is the test in first class cricket, but certainly in these conditions where, you know, you need to be more patient than the bowler or vice versa. And on this occasion, credit to Finch.
yeah,
Persistence paid off, and taken leg slip.
well, it's going to be
Tilak
Varner, yeah.
who scored 100 in his first game
he
for
did.
Hampshire last week.
And I think we're going to see. Oh, there's 4 balls left in this over. I'm not calling the over yet. I think we're going to see a bit of Callum Parkinson on this end, by the way he was just loosening up. But if you'd have offered Worcestershire a tee, take a couple of wickets before the close, I think they'd been happy with that. Be happier with 3, of course. They'd be ecstatic with 4, but you know, I think they'd be reasonably happy with 2.
Yeah, Tilak Varma's coming here on the back of averages over 60 in Ranji Trophy cricket, the first class domestic system in India. And he replaces Orr with 72 on his back. Orr was 27, so we transpose the numbers. Another left-hander.
Well, Henry Nichols will be relieved, having dropped Ali Orr earlier in the piece at second slip.
So we're down now to just Jake Libby, who's been on the field the entire time of the players. Oh, that's a short ball. That's hit Varma on the shoulder first up.
Ooh, pitch is gone. Terror track.
So we've seen Finch bang it in short, and they've been ducking. But first ball up, it's banged in, and it's just it's well directed. It just gets Varma straight on the shoulder. Just a welcome delivery. Say welcome to the crease.
Mm.
And Finch is walking back to his mark backwards.
I'm not sure if I'm reading too much into it, but I think the umpire said he and Adam Finch had a little exchange there. Not sure what it was about.
He's in around the wicket, and inside edge by Talik Varma. He squirts it down to fine leg for one. He's off the mark.
Maybe it was just a casual conversation between umpire and bowler. Certainly they were having a natter about something.
Brings Nick Gubbins on strike. Sticking to the same plan, same field, so it wasn't a plan specifically for Ali Orr, although he seemed to face most of the deliveries since Finch has come on. But Nick Gubbins, another left-hander, on strike now as he comes in, and this is line and length ball worked onto the onside for no run.
So when you look at the scoreboard, 48 for 2, you only got one slip in, which is all about the perception of the pitch, isn't it? In that,
Yep.
they feel that the ball now is, 21 in the 22nd over. It's maybe not, by now, it's maybe not as hard as it was.
I don't think, other than that chance that went down and another one early on, we've seen anything in the last 10 overs. And this one again, line and length, just pushed up to mid-on for no run. That ends the over. Hampshire are 48 for 2. Tilak off the mark on 1. Gubbins on 9.
Live cricket coming to you from, I always say this, Hedge End. Utilita Bowl. Day 2 of Hampshire against Worcestershire. Brought to you by the BBC. And also on the live Hampshire stream. And Callum Parkinson is going to bowl his first over for Worcestershire.
Tell you what, I'm impressed with Adam Finch.
He's bowled well today, isn't he?
He's getting it through, isn't he? On a lifeless wicket and lifeless ball. I tell you what, that first delivery to Varma hurried him. I tell you what, not at any stage last week against Essex did he ever look in anything but complete control. Every single ball that he faced, he was anything but in that first delivery. That really hurried him.
Yeah. We haven't seen many get up like that. So Parkinson is going to bowl. He's going to bowl to Akvana, but he's going to have a slip and a short leg as the close grabbers. Comes in and bowls left arm over. This is played down into the ground and then up into the hands of short leg, who is Kashi Valley. Adam Hose is the lone slip. Parkinson off 4 or 5 paces in and bowls. Again, full length forward comes Varner and plays it back down the pitch. Bowler himself does the fielding, so he could have a nice little spell here this evening. From 5 overs from this end.
A pleasant spell.
A pleasant spell, yeah. Next ball is pushed back down the pitch and no run.
What is a pleasant spell?
Pleasant spell. Pleasant spell, 5 overs at the end of the day.
Yeah.
You can justify having a shower then, can't you? In again. And turned away off the leg stump for a single. Kashi Valley from short leg has to go across and retrieve it. A noisy black car goes down the road away to our right. Unnecessarily revving. Waste of petrol. Nobody's impressed. This time it's Gubbins driving to mid-on, and there is no run.
Just looking at Callum Parkinson's figures when he played for Durham here earlier on in the season. 50 overs, 1 for 118.
Ooh. He will hope to do better than that, won't he? Twirls this one in, gives that plenty of air, not afraid to throw it up there. Played by Gubbins down to mid-on. That is the end of Callum Parkinson's first over in Worcestershire colours, which, as we mentioned earlier, are in fact white. And he concedes 1 run, and Hampshire are 49 for 2. If you just joined us, Worcestershire made 679 for 7. The highlight, Jake Libby, 228 not out. Since then, Fletcher Middleton was LBW to Taylor for 1. Ali Orr caught by Nichols in the leg trap, you could say. The leg slip was put in there for the bowling of Finch for 32.
Yes, good comeback from Nichols, having dropped over and naught.
Yeah.
Didn't cost too many runs. So here's Finch then from the pavilion end. Loving this guy. Length ball to Varma, who wants a single. There's never one there, as both Finch and Jake Libby, who's still looking sprightly out there in the field after his 228 not out spanned 160 overs, still rushing in from cover with all the energy of a 15-year-old or 16. Maybe even 17.
It's a bit precise, isn't it?
Well, that's what I was trying to cover, a few age ranges there. Here's Finch again, bowls. Varma tucks it away down to fine leg. Yes, on this pitch, with this ball, he is getting a good head of steam actually. 50 runs up for Hampshire in the 24th over. I should imagine up at New Road, he'd cause a stir once or twice, wouldn't he? 1 or 2 of the wickets you played on. I'm surprised
He's not really played. He played the first 2 games, and then he was out of favour. I think he had a bit of a niggle, and then back in for this one.
Oh, he's looked the most dangerous bowler in this game for me. Oh, that's a good bouncer as well. And Gubbins gets down pretty quickly. He's comfortably, for me, he's comfortably the quickest bowler on show in this game, and he's one that's caused the most problems.
Yeah,
already.
Well, you know, maybe he's got a bit to prove.
Yeah. He's got a nice sort of slinging action as well, hasn't he? Was he 25? Playing just his 34th first-class game. I must admit, I've not really taken much note of him before. Length ball left alone by Gubbins.
No, when he's been in and out, he had one good T20 game when he bowled really well and ran somebody out by kicking the ball onto the stumps. But he's been in and out. I think he would say, his own admission would be, he's not been consistent enough.
Yeah. Finch is at the top of his mark. Bowls. Oh, that's another good bouncer, and Gubbins really does have to sink not only quickly but low, because that's not bounced very high. Super short pitch bowling. GS Davis has emailed. Was somebody talking about where this ground is, whether it's in Hedge End or West End?
Well, I keep saying it's in Edge End, don't I? So
Well, he's saying, to be pedantic, it's actually in West End.
okay.
Yeah, there we are. The bridge over the M27 is a boundary between the 2 regions.
But
Yeah,
Hedge End
it is
Village is
technically
just-
West End.
Hedge End Village is just the other side of those trees.
No.
Yeah,
Okay.
because from my hotel window you can see the sign that says Hedge End Village. So I'm not disputing
No.
where it is. Maybe the border is the road or something.
Here's Finch again. It's flicked away down to fine leg. He may get 4 here. Short boundary side, he does. There's a bit of pace on the deliveries from Finch, and Gubbins played that very fine indeed. Moves on to 13, 54 for 2. Right, okay. Let me help you. So behind us
Yeah,
is the M27,
yeah.
which runs left
Yeah.
towards New Forest,
Yeah.
and runs right
Yeah.
towards a roundabout, which will help you get to West End Village.
Yeah.
West End Village is certainly not over to our right as
No.
we look forward.
Sorry, Hedge End Village is over there.
Okay, it's not, but anyway, it doesn't matter.
I'm going to take a picture. And
It
bring
doesn't
to you
matter. It
tomorrow.
doesn't matter.
Oh, I am going to take a picture. I'm not disputing the local geography. I'm just saying there's a sign over there that says.
Yeah,
Hedge
perhaps
End
somebody's, you know, when somebody gets hold of it and turns it around.
Here's Callum Parkinson, who's trying to turn it around. Bowling full length, played back down the pitch.
I think you're thinking of West End Village.
I
to our
possibly
right.
could be.
Yeah.
I am old and it's hot. Next ball is played down. It's not easy to confuse me. I've still got L&R on the bottom of my shoes. And get her on the wrong feet. No run from that ball. 54 for 2. Parkinson jogs in. Bowls. He's giving it a bit of loop. He's giving it plenty of air, which he can afford to do, I suppose,
Oh
at
yes.
this time of night.
Oh,
7
definitely.
overs and 3 balls remaining, so flighted up there. Try and find a little bit of dust outside the left-handers off stump. Next ball is turned on the leg side, and in the end, Kashi Valley stops it. He's at short leg.
Well, you think he might have learnt something because it was an equally unresponsive pitch against Durham, where he bowled the 50
Yeah,
overs.
yeah.
So you think he might come here with a bit of experience, a bit of
Yeah.
local knowledge.
Yeah. As the next ball is played out on the onside. Does his local knowledge include knowing where West End Village is? Jim?
Well, I think you two need a conversation afterwards in the bar. And would you please film each other, because I'd love to see that conversation.
Okay. Next ball is played back down the pitch. Very tidy. Maiden over from Parkinson. He's conceded 1 run in 2 overs. Then the gentleman picks up his bag and heads towards the exit gate.
Yeah. That could be the blind leading the blind tonight, you two.
Well, him, Parky.
Yeah, I
We'll
reckon,
sorted
you'll
out,
be
mate.
pointing, you'll be going, do you know what? Dubai's that way, and Los Angeles is that way.
Abu Dhabi's over there, and Abu Dhabi's over there.
7 overs to go, and we are approaching 10 to 6 here at a very, very hot Utilita Bowl in the heart of West End. Yeah, Hedge End Village. To the right. Oh, Bradders,
Oh,
honestly,
I've
it's
been to
fun.
West End. There's no theatres around here.
No, it's not quite that West End.
Oh.
It's a very nice spot. But no, it hasn't. I don't think there are any theatre. Well, there aren't any theatres that I know of. Might be a church hall in West End, but that's about all.
You're opening up a can of worms here, mate.
Yes, I know. I don't want to say too much because I don't know the West End that well.
Tom Taylor's on.
Back on. Well, there's no more Finch, which is a shame because I enjoyed watching him bowl. It's outside the off stump, left alone. But there's only so much short pitch bowling you can do in this heat on this pitch with
Yeah.
that ball.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it was impressive.
6 overs is enough, isn't it?
Yeah. Impressive to know that when he comes back tomorrow, I think he'll cause 1 or 2 problems.
Hmm?
Batters will have to be at their very best. I don't think I've seen Gubbins sink so low as quickly for quite a while. For 54 for 2. Taylor bowls. Oh, Gubbins gets right to the pad. That looks close and he's gone. Oh, Taylor has done it. Gubbins pushing forward. It just looked as though the ball shaped ever so fractionally back into the left-hander. Here we're watching the replay. Taylor bowls and, oh yeah, it's just now. Did it pitch outside leg stump? That's about the only doubt there. Otherwise, it looked about right. Gubbins goes for 13.
And Worcestershire, as you would expect, are ecstatic. 3 wickets down tonight. As I said earlier, when we were talking with Gemma, if you'd have offered them a couple of wickets tonight, they'd have been happy. If you'd offered them 3 wickets, they would have snatched your proverbial hand off. Hampshire have a night watchman, do they? Or who would it be? 6 overs to
Well,
go.
normally it's Brad Wheel who's done it in the past.
But he's not playing.
Correct. Kyle Abbott might, but he's done a lot of bowling. Dom Kelly might be my
I was
bet.
going to say, it don't look like Kyle.
No, it
Abbott
looks
from
like
downstairs.
it doesn't look like Dom Kelly.
So perhaps it's
I think Ben Brown's coming out.
okay.
It looks like Ben Brown to me.
Yeah, well, 6.4 overs, night watchman. Bit of a borderline decision, isn't it? So Tom Taylor's got 2 wickets. 2 for 70. No, sorry, 2 for 10. What am I? 2 for 10. And it's been good stuff by Worcestershire. They've not given any width.
That's the thing. They've just bowled line and length.
Yeah.
I mean, we kind of knew, didn't we? You know the team better than me, but I kind of knew this is what they would do. Don't worry about the fact that it's a kookaburra. Don't worry about the fact that it's a flat pitch and not a great amount of pace. Just bowl line and length.
They always talk about bowling as a group. Alan Richardson, one of his favourite phrases, bowl as a group. And they've certainly done that so far.
They certainly have. They really have. And of course, he was a great stalwart as well, wasn't he? Really, he was somebody that ran in all day, bowled in the zone, didn't he?
Yeah.
Good bowler for a number of years.
Didn't give much away.
No, very good. Well, Hampshire really do face an uphill battle here. Still 625 runs away on the first innings there. 150 less than that away from the follow one.
149 to be accurate.
Yeah, that's true. And it's a very tall order indeed. There's still a lot of work to do for both sides. Worcestershire have had to work hard for those three, but you hope that the Hampshire batters might make the bowlers work a little harder. As forward is Brown, it's another accurate delivery. There's the funny field that Worcestershire are employing now on the leg side with 2 on the drive.
Strange, they've suddenly done that for Ben Brown. So maybe the analyst has been in their ear, pointing out where he hits it.
Yeah. So Taylor is 2 for 10. Terrific figures. Into his 7th over. Right arm over, in. Brown is forward. Plays that out into the covers. Well, another wicket tonight really will put massive pressure on Hampshire, where we're only halfway through this game. Worcestershire batting 5 sessions. And really have put Hampshire under the cosh here. Taylor still has the 2 slips as well as the 2 on the drive on the leg side. Bowls, Brown is forward. Again, it's a delivery which is accurate, it's straight, it's making the batters play. And that's all you can ask.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just keep the batters playing straight.
Go back to yesterday morning when Abbott bowled well. Fuller got the 2 wickets, but Abbott bowled well. Tight.
Yeah.
Those 2 came off. And the break kind of came off, didn't it?
They did. Yes, they were never really put under pressure, the Worcestershire batters. Hampshire batters on. Here's Taylor again. Brown is forward again, having to play with a straight bat. He's going to run a quick one up to mid-on. 2 fielders nearly collide. Brown is off the mark and will keep the strike. 6 overs to go. 55 for 3.
Just that little hint of breeze rustling the trees, which we've been on about all day. And we probably think, always on about the weather, the temperature. You're either too hot or too cold. You're never happy, you're not. Interesting, the cross of St George, which was removed from the boundary rail at about this time last night, it's still there. So whomsoever's flag that is, they've not gone home yet. It's Callum Parkinson to bowl from the hotel end. He's moving his fielders round all over the place.
Another drink for you tonight in the bar below us?
Might well do. Might well have a cooling Diet Coke. Here's Parkinson is in, left arm round. It's a bit wide of the off stump and it's cut away. Probably going to race away for 4. Yeah, it's a bit short and a bit wide. So that eases that little bit of pressure for Ben Brown, who goes to 5 and Hampshire 59 for 3. Yes, it'll be a nice evening for sitting on the terrace with a cooling drink. Nothing too exciting, mind. That means that there's an hour sweeper fielder on the cover boundary. Next ball from Parkinson, played Back down the pitch, bowler fields it himself. Ready to go again. Short leg and slip crouch. Cut away again. Not as much width as in the last one, so Brown to an extent makes his own width there, but plays it away for a single.
Yeah, Brown comes into this game in pretty good form this season, averaging 57 with 150 and 100.
Parkinson over the wicket to the left-hander. Turns it all along the ground into the hands of Kashif Ali, who is at short leg. He's just about a pitch width away from the batsman. Next ball. Floats it up. Push back down. Bowler himself does the fielding. I think that's Adam Finch down at a third man position, where he's in a bit of shade. The only bit of shade on the ground.
Experience.
Yeah. Next ball from Parkinson. Played back down the pitch. Bowler himself does the fielding. There's the end of the over. And at the end of it, Hampshire are 60 for 3, replying to Worcestershire's 679 for 7 declared.
Fletcher Middleton 1, Ali Orr 32, Nick Gubbins 13, the three batters who have been and gone. Very experienced pair out there, even though Varma's only 22. He's got a terrific record in first-class cricket. I think Hampshire are going to need another big one from him here. 100 last week at Essex. We could do with at least that this time round. As in comes Taylor from the pavilion end into Brown. Brown gets a length ball. Laid out into the covers. So we're into the last 5 overs of the day. Thought we were going to finish on time. We had tea at time. Thought, oh yeah, 6 o'clock.
Nah.
Going to be about what, 15:15?
Yeah.
Somewhere around there, 6:15.
Not even in your dreams would we have tea on time and finish on
No.
time.
I don't think I've ever known that.
No.
But we did it. We managed it. Taylor in again, right arm over. Medium pacer. Brown's forward, that's not out of the middle of the bat.
Reaching for that a bit.
Yeah, it's just making the batter play every single ball. And we've been talking about this, haven't we, for a day and a half, that, you know, bowlers just need to just be patient and just be boring. And to be fair, apart from Adam Finch, because he's a little bit more exciting with his pace, but the other bowlers have just bowled boringly, and they've been rewarded.
Yeah.
There's Taylor in again, bowls. Again, Brown is forward. Just got to be prepared that batters will do this all the time. Come forward to a good length ball, and you think, well, that's not going to get past the bat. And then, as we saw with Taylor and to Nick Gubbins, one just shapes a fraction, ever so small.
Just the ball might do a little bit. Slight misjudgment from the batsman.
Yeah.
But if you're not making them play, then
Exactly. Be interesting to talk to the Hampshire camp tonight. That interview will be going on the Hampshire Cricket website, part of it on our X feed at Solent Sport. See, again, Brown's being made to play straight. $60 for 3 then, Hampshire. Well, Worcestershire face the prospect of, what, 2 days in a session in the field. They need 17 more wickets. Which, to be honest, it will take 2 sessions and a day, 2 days and a session.
Yeah, I think you're right.
If they are to do it. Here's Taylor in. He's forward again, he's Brown. Because I think you can forget any chance of a Hampshire victory here.
It would be a very strange set of circumstances if it was.
It would. The strangest. Yeah, I mean, if you were trying to work out any such way that Hampshire would ever win this game, they would have to get within, well, they'd have to get past the follow-on, which would take at least till tomorrow night, if not longer. And then there's never enough time in the game, is there, really, after that? Not on this pitch, as that keeps a little low. Brown just works that away on the leg side. Good over from Taylor, it's a maiden. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 11, 60 for 3.
3 overs left in the day. Am I right?
No.
They put the thing up on the board.
There is...
Why aren't we swapping?
I think you are swapping shortly.
4 overs left. Okay.
Yeah, 4 overs left.
Jeff, you come back in here. I'll go and find a dark corner.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. Gemma Green back for the closing 10 minutes or so. Callum Parkinson gets ready to bowl his 4th over, none for 6. The left arm spinner. It's coming over the wicket, looking for something out of the bowler's footmarks. Nothing yet. It's going to be bowling to Varma. Varma's well forward and works that up to mid-on. Very full delivery, that one. Well, Gemma, it's going to be a long slog, isn't it, for Hampshire from here on in? As if we didn't think that already.
It is, yeah. Not ideal. 3 down already.
Varma's forward.
Worcestershire very much just thinking about 17 wickets now.
Geez, that's all it is, isn't it?
It's, that'll be their mindset, I'm sure.
Just sit tight and wait. Because there's an awful long time left in this game. Here's Parkinson again Varma's forward. He'll play like this for a long time, did it last week at Essex. Palmer just pushed the ball back, pushed the ball back, pushed the ball back. Wasn't tempted to do anything rash. That's driven up to mid-off, taking a quick single. It's good running. Yeah. Misfield.
Yeah, good patience, good mindset from a 22-year-old, is he? Not
Yes, he's going to need to make a telling contribution here. 618 runs behind Hampshire. What? Switches to round the wicket to the right hand of Brown, who's forward. Shouldn't really pose a problem. I mean, Dawson didn't really pose a problem, did he really? I mean, as much as he tried.
No.
He tried hard. Parkinson shouldn't really, because there is absolutely no spin out there. And she plays straight. That's driven into the ground, bounces away to short extra cover. End of the over. 3 to do. 61 for 3.
Yep, 3 to go. Hampshire just hoping to get out of this day. Say just the 3 down, but no more. 3 overs to navigate. Discussion going on in the middle at the minute with Tanik Varma and Captain Ben Brown. And it will be Varma on strike, left-hander. And Taylor's going to continue. Picked up 2 wickets, like I say, this morning, this evening. 2 LBWs. 2 dismissed Fletcher Middleton on 1. And Nick Gubbins on 13. Off 50 deliveries, that was. And he's over the wickets, the left-hander. Forward defence, no run.
Well, Durham are making a better fight back up than Hampshire are. 57 for 1 in reply to Surrey's 820 for 9 declared.
But relatively speaking, we've got runs to play with compared to Durham.
Yeah, they trail by 763. Gosh. Stupid numbers.
It is. Yeah. We wouldn't want to be out there now. That's for sure. As comes in and back of the length, guided past second slip, wide of second slip, and down to third man for 4 runs. Very much a deliberate shot there from Varma.
Again, it's a ball that's making the batters play.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all Worcester can do. Just make them play, and wait for the 17 wickets to come. Whereas Hampshire's got a very different target in that their first job is to, well, get through today and then avoid the follow-on.
Get through today, get through tomorrow, and get through Wednesday. That's all.
Easy. I wish they put the follow-on deficit on the board. That would be helpful. Nice forward defence back to the bowler.
530.
Thank you, but it changes all the time.
No, it doesn't.
No, but what they need to score does.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
to get to
to
530,
get to
yes,
it,
I'm sorry, yeah.
It's too hot and too
Well,
late in the day.
you said you were good numbers, you can
It's
work
hot
that out.
and late in the day. I'm flagging with my mental arithmetic. Right, Varma on strike. We've gone dot for dot in this over. Just 2 left in the day after this one. And Taylor's in, and that's outside off stump. Left alone.
Just for you, Gemma. They need from here 465.
465 to avoid the follow-on.
Well, it's 466, isn't it? Yeah.
466. 7 wickets in hand, 466 required to avoid having to bat once again. I don't know what the problem is.
The thing is, if it gets to like after lunch on day 4 and they finally get past the follow-on, I wonder if Worcestershire will go on over. We'll put you in again.
Again, line and length ball seen off by Varma, as that's worked into the leg side for no run.
Interesting one. I suppose it depends on how the wicket's playing.
Might want to give their bowlers a rest.
Well, there's that as well. Mind you, this is the last round for a couple of weeks, isn't it?
We break for the
T20s again.
T20 stuff. Yeah.
And then 2 more rounds of Kookaburra to look forward to.
I know you love it.
Yeah, I think I might do a last-minute holiday.
Last ball of this over as Taylor's in, and again line and length defended, no dramas. Hampshire 65 for 3.
12 balls left in the day, assuming they're all legitimate. Yes, Nottinghamshire here is the next one, and then Worcestershire away. Final round of Kookaburra.
I think though I know you've sort of aired a few views about the Kookaburra ball, but I think your opinion is more balanced than most, because as an all-rounder, yes, you would have had to bowl with different balls at different stages, in different conditions, different makes, brands, etc., but you've also had to bat against them.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think, an all-rounder's view is most valid when it's talking about anything like the conditions.
Here's Parkinson. That's just eased into the gap off the back foot by Brown into the offside. Moves on to 7, 66 for 3. Oh yeah, I mean, I know we've sort of, well, most people haven't. They said this is not great. I'm sure that most people would agree, and I think we've sort of spoken briefly, haven't we, to people around the ground that I'm not sure they think it's fantastic. Apologies if you're hearing a humming. There is absolutely no reason why that should have been. That's left alone outside the off stump. It's just happened for some reason. Anyway, we're near the end of the day, and Parkinson bowls forward is Varma. I've bowled with a Kookaburra ball, down under, and I have said it a few times. I'm not sure so much was there's so much analysis now and so much more awareness, and that when I was throwing the Kookaburra ball down under, you just go on with it. It's like, you kind of knew that it didn't do so much. Obviously, but I think I'm right in saying, and I'm sure I've heard this said, that the Kookaburra balls they use here aren't quite the same as the Kookaburra balls bowled down under. Now, I could be wrong on that. That's turned away on the leg side by Varma. They have to hurry here, Brown. The throw comes in at the keeper's end. 67 for 3. But it's like anything, really, isn't it? Some balls go soft quite quickly. Even the Dukes, some of them go soft quick.
Yeah. Is there any other domestic competition where they do a dual ball concept? Because normally you have a ball for the competition, don't you? That's the chosen make.
It's pushed out on the offside, and that is the end of the over. 1 to do. 67 for 3. Yes, and I'm sure once we've had this bit of a break for the T20s and then we're back into 2 more rounds of the Kookaburra, there'll be lots of analysis done. And then, of course, when it drops down, as it looks like, to 12 championship matches next year, and you're playing 4 with a Kookaburra ball, assuming we get 4 more rounds of the Kookaburra ball. I think Rob Key wants more, doesn't he?
More with Kookaburra?
Yeah, I think he does. Whether he get his way on that, I just don't know, but I think, as usual, there's always a lot up in the air.
There is, but the thinking being that it requires the bowlers to have more discipline and sustainability.
Yeah. Don't worry about the people that turn up and watch.
Yeah.
Forget that.
Okay, Taylor in for the final over of today's play. Over the wicket to Varma, worked onto the leg side for a single. 5 balls left in today's play, where we've seen a few records broken, including Jake Libby's highest ever first-class score. He surpassed his previous 215 against Sussex a few years back and scored 228 today, 228 unbeaten, as they declared at tea. 2 slips in place. 2 fielders on the drive on the leg side in a catching position, side by side, and Taylor in up to the stumps. Driven and stopped by point. Well stopped at this late stage on a hot day. Talik Varma on 10 off 32 deliveries. Captain Ben Brown on strike at the minute, 7 off 18. 4 balls left. And he's coming in. 2 slips again, crouched low. 2 men on the drive. And that's driven into the offside for no run. Reminder of the wickets that have fallen in this innings. Fletcher Middleton was first to go, LBW to Taylor, who's bowling currently, for 1. Alior was caught and leg slip off the bowling of Adam Finch for 32. And Nick Gubbins was Taylor's second victim of the day, also LBW for 13. It's a slow walk back to the top of the mark, as you would imagine, for a seam bowler in these conditions, as he's in and bowls. And that was straightened up and edged to first slip, but it didn't carry.
Just watching that again on the picture for you, it looked low and quick, didn't it?
It did. Yep, just dropped short of first slip.
It's a good stop. Adam Hose. Again, he's just bowling straight and straight and straight and nothing else. Taylor's not doing anything, out of the ordinary, really. He's just making the batters play straight.
Yeah. Over and over again. He's in and bowls, and again, straight ball that Brown defends into the offside, leaving it just 1 ball remaining in today's 96 overs of play. We had 96 yesterday, 96 today. Don't often say that in Championship cricket these days.
Be 96 tomorrow, that's for sure. And maybe a little bit of rain in the morning on Wednesday, maybe.
Okay, 1 ball to survive. Captain Ben Brown facing double wicket Taylor, and he sees that off, no problems. Hampshire will close the day at 68 for 3 at stumps, in reply to Worcestershire's first innings score of 679 declared.
A long old day. Well done, Gemma.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Gemma Green. And thank you, Mr. Bradley, who's off to have his shower. Well, he's got to talk to the Worcester camp first, isn't he? He's got to find Hedge End Village. Believe me when I tell you, you'll be walking the opposite way. Am I right, Gemma?
I have no idea.
Oh, Gemma's
I've
staying.
kept quiet.
Yeah. But no, you go that way, honestly, Dave, and we'll see you about Thursday. Right, well, I hope you've enjoyed it today. It's obviously been a long day. A good one again for Worcestershire. They have Hampshire under pressure, that is for sure. We'll be back again just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.